Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excuse me, September 17th special meeting of the Loxahatchee final budget meeting of the Loxahatchee Town Council will now come to order. If we could all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if we could just have a moment of silence for all the people who have died in the last weeks from senseless hate crimes. Okay, thank you. Valerie, roll call.
Councilmember Coleman is en route. Councilmember El Rami. Here. Councilmember McClendon.
Here.
Vice Mayor Herzog.
Here.
Mayor Kane.
Present.
Town Manager Ramalia.
Here.
Town Attorney Kurtz.
I'll be present today.
Public Works Director Gallant.
Present.
Community Standards Director Gardner Young. Chief Finance Officer David Delana.
Okay, so this is the part of the meeting that's reserved for comments from the public on non-agenda items. Do you have any of those, Valerie?
Yes, we received an email from Fran Holden and Ms. Rafflewitz will read it on her behalf. And for the record, Mr. Coleman is here.
Is that not an agenda item? Is that the email we have in front of us? Because that appears to be an agenda item.
That is the email. I know you put on here public comment. Do you want to?
I mean, it appears to me it's all things that we're covering in the agenda tonight, but if you want to read it now, go right ahead. Yeah.
I am reading in lieu of Fran Holden that couldn't be here with us. Council, you will defend the sheriff to bloat a bloated budget, a budget with no money for the safety of our homes and families, but plenty of money for more and more employees and useless lobbyists. Will you renew a contract with the town manager who holds focus of 2 criminal and 1 workplace investigations? An outrageous one-sided contract that will cost the town dearly. Please do not cut the sheriff. Cut spending as recommended by FAC. Let the manager's contract expire, wait for the outcome of the investigations, go back to the drawing board to create a contract that benefits the town as well as the employee. Please do what is best for the town. We will not forget how you vote tonight. Fran Holden.
Anybody else?
And then you can move into your comment.
Good evening, council, staff, residents in the town of Loxahatchee Groves. I truly hope each and every one of you have carefully reviewed and dissected this budget. Todd, I commend you for looking for ways to reduce taxes. I'm talking in it. I asked the same question myself, actually. If we already pay Palm Beach County taxes, why are we being asked to pay extra for PBSO? That brings me to some very important questions. What are the ramifications if we don't renew the PBSO contract? By the way, when's their contract actually up? Without renewal, PBSO has no obligation to patrol or respond in our town. We cannot afford our own police department. That's going to cost way too much money. If there's no replacement, we face a public safety gap, liability risks, lawsuits for failing to provide essential services, and possibly higher insurance and bond costs. On the budget, I ask, where can we cut? Freezing raises, leaving positions unfilled could save about $1 million a year. That alone is a huge step towards fiscal responsibility. And I must point out, not all residents will see tax rebates that you have discussed. For example, I don't pay solid waste. I have dumpsters, but I did pay $900 for years on a property that wasn't even receiving garbage services. The truth is the budget continues a pattern of poor financial decision-making, that our town is unstable. If this budget passes as it is, services will be cut because there's not enough money to cover them. Half the budget goes to salaries, leaving only half to actually run the town. And finally, the town manager's proposed contract is financially dangerous. Over 3 years, it could cost nearly $1 million, including severance. That's far above the comparable towns pay, and simply does not align with our size or our resources. I urge you, council, to step back, reassess, and make decisions to protect our residents, preserve our services, and restore financial stability. Thanks.
Anybody else, Valerie?
Mr. Austin,
Robert Austin, 746 Hyde Park. Hi, council. I don't envy the spot you are in. I was here last meeting, was a little shocked at some of the clueless comments. We have people who are arguing against commercial on Southern, which if done correctly can look good and be a great source of revenue for the town. Again, Wellington didn't jump across the canal to annex property that we should have annexed years ago because they're going to lose money. They're going to make millions in tax revenue, especially with the Sluggett property. I do agree with the majority about the RV park though, but only because I don't see it succeeding. If I thought it would succeed, I would be for it. I don't see it lasting very long. I don't really trust promises that the zoning can't be changed to something very undesirable. Last week, while up in Jupiter Farms, I recently stopped by the Palm Beach Motor Coach Resort, a true high-end RV resort. It had maybe 7 or 8 of 9 RVs out of 100 sites that are pavers with custom tiki huts. They range from 110 to 150 all season, 155 to 195 in season. This place thinks it'll get about $200. Fort Wilderness averages 120, and on special holidays up to 200. We aren't Disney. They have no reason other than maybe equestrian season for them to come here, pay money like that. The other thing that cracks me up is people complain about the traffic from 200 sites that dump directly onto Southern Boulevard. We have more than 200 campers with who knows who spread throughout our town that drive on our little neighborhood roads every day. But back to the RV park, I believe we can wait for something better that will most likely last and hopefully bring in even more tax revenue into the town. With that being said, it blows my mind that people are saying no to almost all commercial and then wanting the town to build amphitheaters and riding rings and such, then yelling about raising taxes and assessment to keep the basics running. And from what I've heard and read, if true, we actually have some fat that can be trimmed. So you have a balancing act, and I hope you're able to pull it off. Another topic that I speak about frequently and will continue until the town actually does something is our horrible neighbor on Hyde Park. I heard that pictures of slaughtered animals, burials, and on the property and dead dogs was brought to the town, and the town said, we can't do anything. No, I didn't see the pics or videos, but I've heard about them from multiple people who have seen them. So I believe it's most likely true. We keep getting promises of action, but none is ever taken. I am currently reaching out to state representatives to find out why this stuff, illegal apartments, illegal filling, illegal RVs, illegal truck and trailer storage, only seems to happen in mass amounts in the groves with little to no enforcement rules. Thank you, and good luck with the budget, as you will not be able to please everybody.
Ms. Standish,
Virginia Standish. Recently, several of my neighbors and I got fed up with the lip service from FP&L on the town on the FP&L project. So we took the drastic measure of filing complaints with the PSC. Amazing the response we got. Of course, we tried to be stonewalled, given all sorts of lip service again, but we held firm and demanded answers. I want to make sure the council and staff are aware that the funds targeted for this community for the underground project can be shifted to another municipality. They are not guaranteed to this community. Your underground FP&L project is not guaranteed to be finished. I am one of the people who had lines put in front of my property, had lines put through my culvert, was promised that it would be repaired by the town, then told, no, it's not the town's problem. I've been kicked back and forth on this issue, but that is not the main point here. What I gleaned from my conversation with multiple people at FP&L, one, funds are not guaranteed to this community and can leave this community at any time if FP&L so requests that it be done, and the committee approves it. Two, FP&L claims that the difficulty that they have with this town and the concerns are the ones I brought up when this project first started. The roads that were going in and being paved and the easements going over the top of their lines they were putting in, they do not like their lines to be under asphalt. When I said, can't you run your lines down the center of the road? They said, yes, but we don't like to do that. So I've heard all the nonsense that there was a lawsuit and that's why the project was stopped. That was perhaps one minute issue, and there are some easement issues. The real problem starts when FPL comes into municipality and they say, hey, we're going to go forward with this project in this section. Please give us the okay that you've cleared all the underground culverts, et cetera. We're good to go. The good to go was given continually throughout this project over the years. And as we can see, there have been problems. So I want to make you aware those funds are not guaranteed. That project is not guaranteed to be finished, and it needs to be on your top of your to-do list. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, council, it's 6:11. We have a decision of whether to. I'm sorry, did you say?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. We haven't
Okay.
done that yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait,
Motion.
hold on. So, so we approve the agenda, then we do additions, deletions, whatever, or is that first?
If you
I
got
always,
want to change, go ahead. I'll withdraw my motion. There you go.
no, I'm asking the proper procedure just to verify.
Go either way. If you want to change that.
Mayor, how would you like to do it? You're running the meeting, so how is?
Commissioner Poop, he's withdrawn it. Would you like to make a different motion?
God, this is so difficult.
Make a
I'm at,
motion.
no, okay, stop. Right now, how is this going forward, how are we gonna do this? Because I don't want to do this game every time. So how are we gonna do this? If he makes a motion to approve, and then second, can we then pull stuff after, or is it the agenda's approved and that's it? That's all I'm asking, Todd.
I know. I think during the discussion, you can say, I want to do this, and I can amend my motion.
You can approve the agenda. You
Right.
can amend the agenda anytime during the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Joe. That's all I was asking. That's it, okay.
Do you have something you want to add or subtract or no?
Well, since we're on the topic, yeah, I'd like to pull the consent item. I don't think that,
And not have it on at all tonight?
no, I think we discussed tonight.
Okay,
I mean, I don't see why we can't discuss. it.
let's start with a motion to approve or to pull the consent. You
Well,
want to pull
typically we approve it.
the
We get
entire
consent.
agenda and then we get to consent, correct?
Right.
But that's okay. We can do it this way. It's
Mercy.
not a problem. You would like to pull the consent,
Okay,
okay? So we're gonna move item 3.
I say we keep it where it is and not move it and
Well,
respect the people that have come out here tonight. And I'm sure this is an item they would like to hear the discussion on.
but there's no discussion because it's on consent. Hold on, before all the hoot and hollering starts. It's on the consent. It's not in where we discuss it. It's consent. That's all I'm
I
asking.
understand. I'm just
Okay.
saying we don't move
Sorry, I'm a little up on my,
from its order because
no,
But that would be changing the procedure of what we usually do. I say we move it to item 7A, which is will be standard of what we do.
Typically, we approve the agenda. When we get to consent, you'll say, I want to pull it from consent, and it goes to the end.
then why didn't you just say that?
You know what you were trying to do?
That's all. No, I was just asking the order before we got to approve an agenda and I couldn't do what I was.
Deal with the
I make a
consent.
motion to approve the agenda.
Lord have mercy. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now let's move on to the consent agenda.
Well, no, we got
Those two
presentations.
opposed, by the way.
Okay, passes 4-1 to approve the agenda. The question that I was trying to get to is, it is 6:13.
Make sure they don't move.
The meeting is not scheduled to start until 6:30. Can I have some kind of a consensus from council about whether we're just going to go into the presentations in the meeting or
The
whether we're
clerk-
going to recess? until
Excuse me,
6:30?
I just got one, so Mary can talk
Yeah.
now.
Correct.
the clerk has indicated that we do have an additional comment on non-agenda items. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, we have one more. Okay, well, we'll do our one more comment. That'll bring us a little closer and we'll have even less of a decision to make. Okay, go ahead.
Ms. McNicholas?
Okay.
I'm fine. I was just asking the questions.
Good evening, Mary McNicholas, 12845 Raymond Drive. I wanted to pass out and make sure that we get on our website. I'm not sure which public comment I'm under, so I don't know if, I thought it was the,
Non-agenda.
I thought it was the 6:30 meeting, so okay, good.
6 o'clock.
Perfect. So in essence, we were at the Palm Beach State College last evening and for the opening of the dental health clinic. And when the LGLA Loxahatchee Groves Landowners Association had toured there before, Marge Herzog, Councilwoman Marge Herzog had asked for specific details on could the rest of the community come and get different types of procedures and stuff. So there are different areas of things, and I would like to ask if I may approach for a receive and file. I know Councilman Todd McLennan asked me to bring it this evening, so I did get it from them. And, there's some cost involved for screenings and things like this, but it's much more inexpensive than probably going to a regular dentist. I do want to know that they do have dentists that are over the students while they're doing this work. So it's a beautiful building. As far as their accreditations and everything, they've got accreditations all over. But if I may, just pass this
Can I have a
to.
motion to file and receive?
Motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's
And
please.
also, if we could ask to also have it posted on our website, because they're concerned about having people come in and get dental work. And I think it's a benefit to our
That's
community.
because they're moving from Lake Worth to here, so
Right.
they're concerned about their clientele.
They are. They're concerned about everybody that's been down in Lake Worth might not come over out here. But in essence, they would love to have people come. So I said, I'm sure I could get some people that might want to try to do this. So should I give it to the clerk or pass it out to each one of you all? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you can get free hygiene work there and they do some dental work there too. So it takes longer there, but it's under
That's all it is.
a lot of supervision. So you end up with a better job in the end, really.
And brand new, beautiful facility too.
Nice place.
Yeah.
This is more details. I'm sorry not to be like. My apologies. But there is actually like the more detailed pamphlet, which I didn't bring enough of. But in essence, there's a couple more. Here you go. But I want to make sure I get it to the clerk that has some more specific scheduling. Thank you.
Be sure that gets to the clerk so she can put it
Yeah,
on the
thank you.
website. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, do we get everybody now? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I guess we'll do our presentations, but Randy's not available till 6:30, correct?
Well, he's coming here. He's got stuff and talk to him. I say something.
Okay,
Is
So-
that Coach office here?
Since we're killing time or we're gonna take a break, can we just get them to give us a link that we could put on our website with a nice graphic and then it just links over to their website? That I'm sure has the,
I don't know, Mary?
does that work?
Paul's asking a question that perhaps you know the answer to. I don't have the answer, but I would suspect with the amount of technology there, it's probably a great question.
I'm assuming this information is on their website, correct?
I'm not.
Or
certain.
possibly if,
Excuse me, if I may, I'm not certain of that. It took me a little while just to get that from yesterday or from last night. And I'm not sure.
no, I'm just
exactly.
guessing in lieu of us transposing or transferring that. to
We'll
our
look for that
website,
information. If we're able to link it, we will. If
Yeah.
not, we'll try to download a PDF so it's a clean.
Just to,
I didn't
well,
work.
just to cut down on staff time. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so do we take a
Break.
10-minute
Well,
recess
is-
and wait
is
for
Rick
Randy?
Ready or not? Take him
Oh,
first.
is Ron on by any chance?
You want to ask him if he wants to come on?
Huh? Okay.
I am on.
Yeah, is everybody
I'm on.
okay? if we Alter the order and have Mr. Book give his presentation number 2 before number 1?
Sure.
Do I have a consensus that that's okay?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Book. You're on.
Safety first.
Mayor, I'm pulling off, actually.
About you, Ron.
I am a talented multitasker, but I will, so that I don't lose any signal. So,
Can we-
Madam Mayor, council members, Madam Manager, thanks for the opportunity. And I know that the focus of what we want to talk about is where we think the whole property tax ad valorem issue is going to go. And while I don't have a crystal ball, as we have shared with the manager, who is always so helpful making sure we get the information from you all we need, I would simply say the House has convened a special committee that will begin its work next week. Now, the staff of that House committee has been working, and they're looking at ideas and thoughts. I personally believe that what will happen This is based on a lot of conversation with Senate leadership, direct conversation with the governor, conversation with the governor's budget staff, and direct conversation with the Speaker of the House. What I think will ultimately happen is, and don't hold me to it, but this is my bet. Number one, I don't think they will provide any relief for non-homesteaded properties. So I don't see any further tax breaks in the next year going to commercial or retail related entities. So with what they did this last session by repealing the last 2% of the commercial rental tax, which has hurt a lot of counties because many of the counties had surcharges and surtaxes on transit and healthcare and the like, by them not giving the locals the continued ability to charge that 2% commercial tax, many local governments around the state have lost hundreds of millions of dollars in recurring revenue. But that's where we are. I don't see that changing. I think you are going to see a very robust constitutional amendment, a joint resolution, if you will, on the ballot a year from November that will provide a meaningful, significant, meaningful additional homestead exemption. But I believe that what they're going to do, rather than hit our cities and our counties and our school districts, although my bet is they'll exempt school districts before we're done, I believe they will tie some bells and whistles into it. Maybe it'll only apply to seniors. Maybe it'll only apply to homesteaded properties above a certain value. Maybe it'll only apply to homesteaded properties of a certain value and above, but you got to have been a veteran, or you have to have had a mortgage paid off, or you must have a percentage of a mortgage left to be paid off. I think those are all policy issues of debate and discussion that I believe we will begin to hear next Tuesday and Wednesday. Rana is going to be there, and I failed to recognize that Sam Peltier from Pittman Law Group is on with us. They will have representation at the meetings as well. So I think Tuesday, Wednesday next week, we'll begin to hear what these ideas are. But I don't believe it will be a pure homestead item without ceilings, floors, if you will, horizontal Christmas tree ornaments hung on it that will mitigate some of the blow to local governments and local government funding. I think part of the problem, Madam Manager, Mayor, Council, part of the problem is a lack of fundamental knowledge and understanding of just how much in city and county budgets are eaten up by first responders. I think what's missed is what goes into those collective bargaining agreements, and they're not some free-for-all giveaway, if you will, to our first responders. It goes with judicious review by those like yourself around the state. And I think through the DOGE process, hopefully people will have at the state level an even better understanding of how local government really is funded, and that there is not quite as much waste and abuse as some of the commentary that has come out over the last couple of months has existed. That's what I think happens. I think the notion of a sales tax reduction like that was proposed by Speaker Perez last year, I think that's off the table. I think there could be some further discussion about CRAs. I think there could be some further discussion about the CDT, TD, the communities that levy CDT and TDT taxes. But I also don't see those really moving I do see a homestead exemption coming. That's my belief based on what we're supposed to do for you, which is mine information, find it, mine it, distill it, filter it, and figure out what the real direction is so that we can try to help influence this new policy. I want to remind you all what you probably already know. In 1980, unknown to you, I ran Bob Graham's constitutional amendment campaign, Fight for Florida's Future, that created that first $25,000 homestead exemption. Over the last 10 years, we've had two proposals to create new homestead exemption opportunities, but with the various limitators that were put on, those all failed. So just because they put a constitutional amendment on the ballot, depending on what those ceiling, floor, and horizontal Christmas tree ornaments that they hang on it, if they're not buying in voters, this could fail just the way the others did. And I remind you, it takes 60 plus 1 to win. So, Ronna, Sam, if there's anything you think I've left out or ought to be added, please add it now. And then, Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions that you and the council have.
Okay. Rana, Sam, anything you want to say?
No, just reiterating what Ron said about what, Sean and I have been hearing, and apologies, Sean couldn't get on. He's actually on a flight back right now to Tallahassee. And just to reiterate, we will be there next week for these committee meetings. So we'll be on the ground for any developments.
Does anybody on council have a question for them? Paul, go ahead.
Mr. Book, team, just for edification for everyone, you talked about mining information and being ahead of things. HB 695 dealing with private providers and the new what's the word I'm looking for? I'd just say power that they've been empowered over the past year or so in the building world. And it stemmed from some, stuff over on the West Coast after storms and, building departments not being able to keep up with work. But, the rest of the state kind of didn't catch that as it was coming up, right? And that's why you're talking about being in position to be able to mine things ahead of time as they're developing. Correct? Is that what we're talking about? So
That's
we're poised
correct.
to be able to talk for or against. Okay.
Yes, and yes, that is correct. And look, without in any way, shape, or form implying that I'm a lawmaker, I do believe that the historical perspective that I help bring to the process hopefully will help shape what this proposal will look like. So when I refer to mining information, you are correct, but it's also about making sure that I'm positioning myself on your behalf to help. I don't like using the word influence, but help advocate for a policy that is sensitive to what local governments need. And let's face it, it's nice to say we should do away with all property taxes. So when somebody dials 911, I don't know where or who they think is going to respond. It's certainly not going to be a voluntary police department. It's certainly not going to be a true effective voluntary fire department, although voluntary fire departments exist all over the state. They always need more from somewhere else. But if everybody's in that same boat, we're in trouble. And oh, by the way, if they make sure we just have enough to fund police and fire and EMS, who the hell's going to keep up the parks? Who's going to keep up the trails? Who's going to make sure that I don't use the term potholes, because they're not going to do away with whatever local option and whatever gas tax distributions are already naturally going to occur. So I don't use the pothole example. Many people do, but all of us on this Zoom know that you're not diverting your general tax dollars for transportation related repairs. But I don't know where people think all the other things that are important to the citizens of your community will get funded from. And look, if all of us turn to the people that watch your commission meetings, if we turn to everybody that's sitting there in the audience and we said, how many of you would like to pay no taxes? Everybody's going to raise their hand. If I then said to you, well, if we do away with all of these, are you ready to vote for a personal income tax? Well, we all know what that answer is. I simply think that we're addressing these issues somehow because we want to explore how much more we can squeeze out of local governments and how much more efficiently we at the state level as Big Brother can look and say, look what we forced them to do. I don't know that that's the way home rule and local governments were ever intended by those that created our state constitution, amendments to that constitution, and the statutes as they exist today.
Well, and we like to think that if we were more ahead of the game with, say, SB 180, whichever, it's a hot ticket item in many municipalities across the state. But if more municipalities, more little towns were on board and knew about this ahead of time and could have talked against it or to make it better or to refine what it was and the way it is now currently, maybe we would have had a better outcome in June or July, right? Am I correct?
I
And
would say
that's why you're poised where you are.
Yeah, look, Senate Bill 180 was just another gut shot, head punch to locals that they believed were unresponsive after those. I believe they cited in the bill, the statute, 3 different storms in the preamble. I think it's always easy to find one of 600 cities that's a problem. Well, what about the other 559 that aren't the problem? We're going to impose those changes, those disciplines, if you will, those restrictions, without really understanding what all those unintended consequences could be.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Ron, I realize I'm putting you on the spot, but we've had quite a bit of chatter about the fact that we don't need lobbyists and at either the local or the state level. And I'd just like you to perhaps speak a little bit about why it's important for us to stay in the game, particularly since we got kicked out of funding at the 11th hour this year, and why it's important to stay in the conversation.
Well, I wasn't prepared to give you the full aggregate of the amount of money that the town has gotten since we got engaged. But I am not unmindful of the evening that I addressed your council. There were 4 firms in the audience who had replied to the bid solicitation you put out, and the council that evening strongly questioned the wisdom of having a paid mouthpiece, a paid advocate there. And the other 3 firms chose to sit in the audience. I went to the microphone. Some of you will remember, and I know the manager will remember. And I gave you all the reasons why the status quo of getting nothing back as donor taxpayers was almost a guarantee without it. And as many of you know, we've brought back a ton of money. We can always get more. I think that some of what happened at the end dealt more with the governor wanting to send a message to South Florida cities and counties that they ought to be more supportive of what his agenda is. I would remind you that the rural designation wouldn't have happened but for, and I may be putting Rana on the spot, but she may be able to quickly tell me, Rana or Sam actually, in the aggregate, how much has the city gotten, the town gotten since we have got engaged several years ago?
Member projects, 1.5 million.
So, and on the rural designation, the value of that, Rana?
That is more complicated than it's my.
Correct.
Yeah,
I thought you might be able to tell.
so that eliminates the requirement for a local match when applying for state grants through the Department of Commerce, for example. So that's a large burden off of a smaller city or town.
So you get two firms for the price of one because we've treated you with great financial deference in what fees we've charged. All my fees are public record. You can look them up. All of Mr. Pittman's fees are public record. You're welcome to look them up. But I think we've given the city significant bang for the buck. And I know that lots of citizens think their local government elected officials should be doing all of the lobbying. It is not remotely possible for one or more council commission members to go and sit in Tallahassee for the 60 days of the legislative session, uncompensated, and also not, if you will, as skilled with the intricacies of how the budget gets built and how you have the ability, if you will, to successfully advocate not only for money, but for conditions on the money or the lack of conditions on money, and also making sure that we are discouraging other harmful things like Senate Bill 180 from ever coming about. I say
And you also
respectfully,
spoke, Ron,
Yeah, go
last
ahead.
time you also spoke about the need to have a local lobbyist as well, that was something that you thought was of great benefit. Could you all bring that into what you're saying?
you know what? Thank you, because I did leave that out. And I think that there are a number of transportation issues that could very easily adversely affect the citizens of your community. And I would say to you that I believe through our coordination with the manager and you as a council, we have been able at the county commission to alter some of what has otherwise been on the table and maybe being encouraged at the county level by communities much larger than ours, somehow positioning it as a larger constituency base. And I would say to you that Mary McNicholas and Rana communicate. Our job is to do anything and everything to help her, support her, and we don't charge you anything additional for any of the help we have provided and will continue to provide at the local level. We don't restrict your manager, your staff from reaching us 552 times a day if they wanted to. We don't charge by the hour, we charge on a retainer basis. And our job is to be there to do anything and everything we can. And whether that's at the county commission or it's at the water management district or it's the local DOT office, our job is to be there as a tool in your toolbox to accomplish what you believe is best for your community. So I hope that helps answer that question.
Thank you. Mr. McClendon has a question for you.
Well, it's not really a
Sure.
question. So when you get funds from the state, that's coming from our tax dollars. This isn't free money. This is getting a small portion of our funds back to our community. And if we
That's
don't have you
correct.
there, and if we don't have you there representing us, we're not going to get that. And the town of Palm Beach is going to get it. And Wellington is going to get it. The city of Boca Raton is going to get our money. That's all of our taxes that are going there. All we're trying to get is a minute portion of that back to our community. Because if we don't have you there getting it, it's not coming back. And all that money that we paid in is going to Wellington, is going to Boynton Beach or Boca Raton or the town of Palm Beach or Miami. It's going somewhere else. And the whole point is to try to get a very small portion of that back here into our community. Thank you.
So when I use the words donor community, that's exactly what I refer to. You donate to the state, and the state has some affirmative obligation to give you something back for your citizens, and not simply letting everybody that surrounds us grab it to your detriment.
Okay, Francine had something she wanted to say.
Ron, I just wanted to help you and Ronna out with regard to the matching funds. It's close to $1 million. And the other thing is that through your firm, we have had, because we got the rural designation, we have had access to funds that we would not otherwise have had. So we have been able to apply for numerous grants because of that rural designation. So the matching is close to $1 million, and our access to funds that are our monies is broader.
I think Mr. has one
Thank
more
you.
question.
Yeah, it's really more of a statement. I mean, since we're on the topic and we've kind of breached in this, you know, Ron brought up if I may, brought up a good point. You know, all five of us could go sit in Tallahassee for 60 days or 10 days or 5, you know, whatever the case may be. Yeah, good Lord willing, right? We could all go sit up there and we could go knock on the governor's door. We could knock on this person's door, that person's door, you know, but even if we could get in, we're not skilled in the ways of politics speak, right? I'm a building inspector, worked for a contractor, worked retail management, things like that. We have a school principal. We have a lovely retired lady that donates a lot of her time. We got a horse trainer and a dressage judge, IT guy, right? Is that close enough? All right. I think we're diminishing Todd a little bit, but you know, we're not in this world. So when we say, I mean, there's only 3 on the screen right now, but I would have to say that, you know, Mr. Book has multiple other people working with him. Then we have Miss McNicholas in the back that works for us as well, and whomever else at Jeff Slug and Associates. You know, those are multiple skilled people. So to say that we would take and no offense to anybody on the staff, but to say we would take a receptionist or a clerk or an HR person, because everybody around here wears 10 hats, and sit them down and go, you know, listen, we found 10 grants and we're going to sit you down and you're going to apply for all these grants. Or we're going to, you know, that's foolhardish. I mean, it's foolhardy. It really is. And so thank you for everything you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. And let me just add one other thing. You know, we didn't come up with the idea for the rural designation. That came out of our conversations with the manager and then with you all as a council commission. I must tell you that there are not a lot of city managers that would go out and hunt for those grant opportunities out of something like that rural designation. But that was the policy reason for why we went to the Department of Commerce and convinced Secretary Kelly and Jason Mahan as chief of staff of why this was important to a small community like yours and the need to preserve it through those access opportunities that are created through that rural designation. And I might add, we not only got the rural designation, we then got a renewal of that. And that created those opportunities for her. And I'm remiss if I don't recognize that.
Thank you, Ron, for your time. Ronna, Stamp. See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
by the way, I know I get all the credit. Rana does a ton of the work. Sam does a ton of the work. I simply want to publicly thank them for all that they do to help Sean and I look good for you.
I'm sorry.
We have a public comment when you're ready.
You have a public comment? Sure.
Ms. Suchi?
And Lisa's light is on. Lisa, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, Francine, you had said that, I think it was Commerce was coming to town about a rural designation. Can you tell us what the status is on that? You said they were coming at the end of August.
But the person who was coming actually has a personal medical emergency and is unable to leave the area due to the close family relationship. I don't think I can say any more
No,
than
I don't
that.
think.
They have spent several hours on the telephone Zooming with us. Rana can also talk about that as well. She has been speaking directly with Secretary Kelly at Department of Commerce. They have been hand-delivered our rural infrastructure funding requests, and we are collaborating with them as if we would have had they come here for our renewal. And I am working with both Rana and Mary with regard to that. Also, one of the things that Ron and Rana are working on are ways for us to do, as I believe it might be Councilmember Coleman said, about knowing how to navigate some of those things. We have to remember that the rural renaissance is, just a legislative session away again. And so we need to be able to protect ourselves relative to what's happening with, the push for different statutory changes for the rural communities. So I'm sorry if I did two questions at once, but they didn't mention it, and I think they should.
Well, the rural designation has not been renewed at this point.
It isn't expired until the end of October, so it doesn't have to be
Okay.
until then. We're
Right.
And we
considered
have
a
all
legacy.
indications, that we will get where we need to be. We talk to Commerce probably multiple times a week. And I will tell you, by the way, I'm remiss in not mentioning something we were deeply involved in, not that directly impacts you, but the announcement yesterday that we were very much involved with arranging, where the governor came to town to West Palm for the announcement by ServiceNow, a $223 billion company, that we helped put a package together to create, number one, 850 brand new high-paying jobs in the AI space. They're taking 225,000 square foot of office space, planning to grow those 850 employees several thousand. They ultimately created a regional headquarters in Palm Beach County, and that will create tremendous job opportunity for folks that live in Loxahatchee Groves. While we don't love seeing folks have to, if you will, commute to the east side of town, those jobs are going to have a tremendous multi-billion-dollar positive Palm Beach County impact. And that's the kind of thing that I think, as a county, that helps all of those municipalities of the county, including yours. And I just simply I don't want to get off message, but I left that out because that wasn't the direct topic of the conversation. But since we're talking about rural renaissance and we're talking about what that economic opportunity creates, I'm remiss in not at least mentioning that.
Okay. We have one public comment, Ron. Can you hold on and
I
hear
can.
that? Go.
I
Ms.
can,
Suchi?
yes, ma'am.
Cassie Suchi. I think this is an issue that the legislature needs to know about and be looking into it because I think it uniquely impacts Loxahatchee Groves. I was wondering why our residents in Loxahatchee Groves pay for fire rescue based on ad valorem rather than a user fee like other cities. We currently have a municipal service taxing unit, and most everybody else has a municipal services benefit unit for fire rescue. I just wanted to know what the difference was We should not be assessed for fire rescue at the same rate as other cities based on millage like Wellington and other areas in Palm Beach County. I understand there's millions sitting in the Palm Beach County Special Fire Assessment Fund, and since we value our first responders, wouldn't it make sense to see how much more money is available to us and make sure that it is being used correctly in our town and we're being assessed value, not being assessed on the value of our property, but rather being assessed for the services to our residents. I just think the legislature needs to know about it. I don't know if it's a Tallahassee issue or a Palm Beach County.
A policy issue that I certainly defer to the manager and the council on. We take our orders directly from the council through the manager, and we're happy to do whatever we're directed to do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ron, for your time. All right, I guess we'll do the other presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you both.
As always, we're grateful. We're grateful for the continued opportunity and proud of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, so
Good
we're
night.
going to go back and cover item number 1, and then we'll talk about the consent agenda.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tonight, we're going to be covering some drainage items that have been discussed previously that to provide an update. One is on the community rating system and the other is on our water control plan. So to kick us off, Randy Wapartney from Keshavar will be discussing the community rating system. I actually have the book here in front of me. It's only 600 and some odd pages, if anybody wants to peruse it. Randy?
All right. Thank you, Richard. At the last meeting, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, one of the questions was brought up associated specifically to community rating system. What is it? What is the benefit for the town? So the community rating system is a program by FEMA, and it is a program that ultimately will help reduce the cost of insurance for the residents in the town. For those who are in a special flood hazard and those who are also not within a special flood hazard. There is a program that it's like a point system program, and there are several things that the town could do, a lot of which the town already does to earn points towards this program, ultimately to save insurance premiums for the residents of the town. So the big purpose of it is to reduce flood risk by educating the community of what the risks are, by setting up codes and policies for the town. And some of those, the Florida Building Code has adopted since then. For instance, having a foot of freeboard for your finished floor elevation to be above a foot above the floodplain. That was one of the criteria before the Florida Building Code started that. So that's almost like free points associated with that. Other code related elements that they're looking for ultimately to protect anybody from building a house in the flood zone and knowing what the risk associated of that is. So there's also other opportunities for that. Funding becomes more available for the town. So cost recovery type funds are there. All right. The rating system, it's, I guess, a good comparison. It's almost like a good driver discount. You participate, you show that you're involved with the community, you're involved with FEMA, and they're going to reward the community. They're looking for various things. In here, we have several items that that's probably at the end where we're going to list all of them, but there are 7 different categories where you can earn points from, and it is a pretty cumbersome process to get started. But it is something that once you are part of the community rating system, maintaining it is not as significant. Okay, so really the next steps is if you guys want to participate, getting involved. We've actually, I know it says here to investigate other CRS communities. The Village of Royal Palm Beach joined. They were the last municipality in Palm Beach County to join the community rating system. We had a conversation with the village engineer, Christopher Marsh. He gave us a little bit of information on their experience and why they joined. Just like the town of Loxahatchee Groves in about 2018, when FEMA remapped the flood maps, they put 500 structures within the Village of Royal Palm within the floodplain. So that's when the village decided to consider the community rating system. When they joined, they were able to already start off with a 20% reduction in flood insurance for the community. Today, they have 25% in savings for those that have properties within the special flood hazard. They mentioned that most of it is code revisions. They welcomed, the town to have access to any of the code or any other tools that they use to help get them to that point. They hired a consultant, somebody specialized in helping the town. I mean, that consultant would not be our office. We're not experts in getting you maximized points. There are technical aspects where we might be able to assist if you would like when it comes to flood mapping. However, somebody that is more experienced with the community rating system and getting you from where you are today into that program is what we would recommend. The village has provided a consultant that they utilized. We've also provided a local small business to Richard, so he has contact information if you guys want to pursue that, and we'll help you any way you can. Getting back a little bit more to Royal Palm, should also mention, they did say it was a little bit of work to get started, but right now it's essentially maintaining and managing it. They averaged it about one person, one employee, about 4 hours a week is what they spend in managing the CRS program. In addition to, there's annual monitoring that you have to do, and every year there is somebody from FRS who's going to come to the town and want to take a tour, make sure you are up to date with your codes. Okay. Thought we already covered that. Oh, all right. So here are the different categories. So there are several categories and different points that you can have. I believe there's only one community in Florida that is in that 35%, and it should be Marathon. The most of the communities, and even in our area, 25% is the maximum that a Palm Beach County community has for that. But in that nice thick book that Richard has, it'll go over specifically how you earn points for each of those. So public information, mapping, flood damage, warning and response are the main categories. It will dive into specific issues. The vulnerability assessment will probably give you some points. The Palm Beach County Building Code of 1 foot of freeboard will give you points. There is the floodplain ordinance that the town has already adopted should give you points as well. So there are several things that you can take advantage of that you already have, and I'm sure there's additional things to get you those larger discounts. Okay. Yes, I do, sir.
All right, I'm going to talk about the water control one. Before we do, something I actually found out the other day, how many people have Citizens for their homeowners insurance? So anybody who has Citizens in 2026, they are recommending you get flood insurance. In 2027, it will be required. So any residents in the town who has flood insurance or has their homeowners home protected by Citizens will wind up having to get flood insurance, not this 2076, but in 2027. So just something to keep in mind if the town.
Moving on to another part besides the CRS right now, because I think Ms. Mulvaney and Mr. McClendon, and I know I have some questions about it, the CRS, before we move on. So
Okay.
Lisa, your light was on first.
I thought, Paul, you would know more of the history of it because you were down in the flooding area. And when we became a FEMA
Almost,
town,
yeah.
right? The
Yeah, I
town,
got lumped in.
the town is currently not in the insurance program, the discount program.
That is correct.
Okay, that's just a clarification I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes.
And Paul,
I was last.
Todd, you had a question.
So a question I've been asking for years, and maybe one of you would have the answer. How do we find out how many people have flood insurance in town? Do it. And do we have an idea what the average cost is? My point is, are we spending $20,000 a year to save $10,000?
I don't know how much they're spending in premiums. I know I have to go double check. I don't want to give you a firm number, but it was somewhere between 60 and 100 residents in the town that currently have flood insurance. And if I recall, the last time I talked to the state, there were half a dozen claims in the last 5 years made against their flood insurance. I don't know what the premiums are. I think I can find that information out there.
And my understanding is if we weren't part of FEMA, you could still get flood insurance, just not through FEMA, right?
No, you just don't get the
The flood,
discount.
the flood isn't through FEMA. It's a discount that you get
It's the
on your flood
NFIP.
insurance because when we used to be under the county and the county's part of the CRS, I believe we were in that. But now that we're no longer under county, we don't get the benefit of the stuff that they're doing for the CRS. So if somebody in the flood zone has flood insurance,
Who are you getting flood insurance from?
I don't know.
The
I've
National Flood Insurance Program.
yeah.
Okay. But if we couldn't, and we can't get that if we didn't have the floodplain stuff, right? Is that my
You
understanding?
can get it. You can't get the discount.
Discount.
Okay,
No,
and
no,
we're not getting the
you can't
discount
get it.
now.
You
No.
can't get the national.
So we're
flood
spending all this money and we're not getting a discount.
insurance. Like
Yeah,
insurance,
we're not spending a lot of money yet.
You have
We're
to go
not,
through
we're
a
not,
third
But we're
party.
not getting anything.
we're not, but my point is, we're not
Spending
even,
$1,000.
but it's not just, I'll defer and go ahead and then I'll wait
Even if we're
until.
spending $1,000, we're not getting any discount. So what is the point? If we're spending $1,000 to try to get this discount and we're not getting the discount, what's the point of spending money?
I'm going to try to attempt, Councilmember McLendon, in answering your question here. There's two separate things. So the community rating system, because you're part of the National Flood Insurance Program, you are allowed to enter the community rating system, which is an additional step where you can show that the town is working towards flood resiliency, and they will reward your residents by getting a discount on their flood insurance. To get flood insurance, you have to get FEMA flood insurance for your residents, you have to be a member of the NFIP. So there's two different things. And I think you're going from step one, which is being a member of the NFIP rather than the discounted rate. So yes, so in order for your residents to have insurance through the federal government, you have to be a member of the NFIP. To get a discount on those, that's joining the community rating system and moving forward on that front.
So back to my original question, we have 60 to 80 people here. How much are they saving by being able to get it through NFIP or from FEMA as opposed to a private flood insurance program?
Yeah.
How much are we spending to do that? And you say we're not spending much to do it, but there's people that have spent $40,000 to try to bring their place into compliance, right? So I mean, there's a tremendous amount of money being spent here for the floodplain stuff to save 60 or 80 people on their flood insurance. And are they only saving $100 because they can't get
But
it?
I think you're mixing stuff. We're not doing floodplain stuff to get to, that's not,
But we had to build the
sold.
floodplain so we could get
Correct.
FEMA insurance, right?
Correct.
Right?
correct. But I
That's
think
the
where
point.
you're going with what you're talking about, all that floodplain stuff is still required under the building code and still required under the state statute of the ag exempt properties. They still have to comply with ag exemption, with federal floodplain regulation.
We didn't have to do that
Okay.
originally. The only reason why
No,
we did it.
it's in the building code. It's in the Florida statute. It says it right there.
Originally, we were like the last city to adopt it in the state of Florida. We were the last one, and we were told people wouldn't be able to get flood insurance, which means they couldn't get a mortgage if we didn't do it. Do you remember all these conversations? Right?
So the part that's costing your residents, what you referred to as 40,000 as an example, is not related to the NFIP. It is related to compensating storage. It is a state criteria. It's a state regulation that you have to compensate storage in the C51 floodplain. So that impacts everybody that is around the Palm Beach Canal from Loxahatchee Groves east to Lake Clark Shores. So everybody that is in the C51 floodplain has been required to follow this criteria since the 80s. Recently, South Florida Water Management District, since the 2017-18 FEMA update, they've always had it in their code where floodplain compensating storage could be required. They now require anybody that is located within a flood zone to provide floodplain compensating storage for any of those projects. So the state criteria is what is regulating the compensating storage, which is, I think, is where you're hearing most of the concerns from the residents about. So the NFIP is really independent of that.
Paul, you were next.
No, you were next. I put my light on as you were speaking. Go ahead. I
okay.
got a list. I got a list.
There you go. Okay.
I got a list. Sorry.
I just, the CRS sounds like it might be a great benefit. I would have the same questions that Mr. McClendon had about how much are we talking about saving based on, is there any way to estimate the cost and time? I understand that this is a very costly and a very time-consuming process. So can you give us some idea of what the cost of this process and the time would be? Because there is going to be cost associated with your time and outside consultants' time and all of those things. So I think that I'm not putting you on the spot right now for that. I'm just saying before we are actually going to make a determination about whether this is something that we would want to pursue, is this a 1 month process? Is this a 1 year process? Is this a 5 year process kind of thing? So ballpark, I'm not asking for perfect. And is this going to cost us $5,000 or is this going to cost us $500,000 at the end of the day? So I think that those are bits of information that we really need to make a reasonable decision of whether this is something for us to be involved in. That was all I had to say, Paul. Go ahead.
Yeah. You want to answer?
Well, I don't know that he can.
I can't
Well, no,
answer the
not directly.
specifics because I'm not an expert in the CRS. So we'd encourage you to have your staff coordinate. We've got 2 consultants. We've given them their information. They might be able to evaluate and give you a better idea of what you're looking at, the cost that it's going to be to get there, and maybe coordinating with Royal Palm or others. The conversation that I had with Royal Palm, they're saying the maintenance is pretty minimal in the grand scheme of things, but that may be different for other municipalities.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we
Right.
give staff direction to get us additional information? Is everybody in consensus of that before we move on with this decision? I'm not stopping you from asking
No,
your
no, no,
questions.
no.
I'm just saying,
No.
does everybody agree that we need
We have a
additional
staff
information?
palooza.
There we go.
But before you, Palooza, go ahead. Staff
Your item's not up yet on the agenda. Sit down.
Just want to help answer some questions.
Yes, we've both been through it.
I have,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, all right.
Yeah.
Give us some information.
So, not to bring up Wellington here again, but I've been working for Wellington for 25 years. When I started over there, Wellington was had a grading 9, which is almost the last one, almost the worst one. The 10 is the worst grading with CRS. I brought a Wellington to 5, which actually brought 25% savings to the insurance cost for the properties that are located in the flood zone. Very good questions. Well, I considered this many times if it's really worth doing that or not. So it is a valid question to find out how many policies we have and you really want to save money. However, your only spending is, so you're going to be evaluated. The 5-year cycle comes every 5 years, and the CRS community comes in. They work under FEMA. They not FEMA. FEMA comes and do audits separately, but they come every 2 years. You have a visit, and every 5 years you get a cycle visit where they look at everything for how you did 5 years. The major item on the CRS is elevation certificates, which we already doing that here, meaning you building your house high enough if you're in a flood zone. And a 1 foot freeboard is requirement by the code, and the same requirement is in the CRS. You basically follow CRS manual. It's a thick book of several different activities that you choose which ones you can choose and which ones you can benefit from and get points from. So this is from outreach to the community, from building to the code adoption of the flood ordinance. All of that gets counted, and you get points. The only spending you're going to do is consultants, which I work with very good consultants for last 20 years, and they help us bring us down. The cost was roughly about $7,000 to $10,000 a year. And it was a little bit more on the years where there was a 5 years cycle visit where they actually go deep to it. And then staff time, because there is work to be done where you have to actually review the elevation certificates. You have to do outreach. You have to send letters. There's letters from the mayor and from council supporting flood prevention. There's a lot of publications that you do to educate the community, and that's how you get points. So the only spending you're going to do is staff time and consultants.
So I just recently did it in North Palm. They were part of the plan, but they kind of let it lapse. We did hire a company to do it. They were 25,000 for the year. And this was, again, I agree with what Jack says. Once you get started, I think what was said, it gets less and less because you put things into place. Because that's the hardest part. You got to show documentation, you got to adopt policies, you got to implement processes, you got to change ordinances. And once you do that, then it's just following it. And then what happens is when they come in 5 years, they check off to make sure you got everything done. But like Jack said, it's a whole book that the consultant has, and they'll go through and say, if you do this, pamphlet, it's 5 points. If you have to do like a drill. If you do a drill, you get 25 points. So it is staff time, and it is expensive on the first time you go through. It does get less as you go through because you usually stay with the company because they know what the CRS system is looking for. But I do agree with Jack that you got to evaluate. I think it was Todd was great. What is the benefit you get back on how much you're expending? You certainly have to take a look at it. And we certainly can do that if it's the desire of the council. But my experience has been, it is staff time, it is money, but you do get a benefit back from the reduction. I will tell you, Jack is correct. And I think was also said, nobody goes above a 5. I will tell you, because we were a 5 in North Palm. We were looking to go to a 4 because we were actually above the 5, but we weren't at the 4. And we figured it would probably have cost us another $50,000 to $60,000 to get to the 4. And we were just like, that's not happening. So that's pretty much the max in Palm Beach County where you're going. You're not going higher than that.
Okay. Paul, could you two mind staying there in case?
Hey, everybody. So yeah, I mean, Virginia brought this up last meeting. I brought it up because interestingly enough, guess what I've been doing this week? I have been learning about floodplain administration. I'm on my 3rd day. 8 hours a day, it numbs your brain. But so I'm not saying it's the end all to be all, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that there are benefits, and like you said, the initial outlay. But just for rough speaking, I know we said 60 to 80 people have flood insurance, but just for rough speaking, Randy, because you've looked at surveys and you've looked at the town, just a rough idea, what percentage of our town is in a low special flood hazard area, which is like an AE, et cetera?
It's 40 to 50%.
40 or 50% of a 9 square mile area.
Correct.
A lot of those are farms, but but those houses that are on those farms, if they're not newer than, say, let's go with 1990 or something, they're probably sitting low, right? So 40 to 50%.
Yes, that is Mr. Coleman, what Richard just brought up is our building that we're in right now is in the flood zone.
Is in the flood zone.
Yes, so it's.
But that being fair, because I know there's a lot of going around about flood zone. So to be fair, even an X zone is a flood zone.
Correct.
They're all a flood zone. Everybody is in a flood zone. So if you live north of Okeechobee and you're in an X, so your mortgage company does not require you at this point to have flood insurance, you are still in a flood zone. It's just you're in a less of a % chance of having a flood than I am on the southern end of things. Because I'm on a lower grade and my house was built in 72, 74. So anyway, and when we talk about code change, we're not talking about building changes. We're talking about ULDC type of stuff, which I think, in the whole scheme of things, I think staff can help with that. We can mitigate some cost on the consultant end if they say, we need to change this, we need, and we could work that out. You get talks about credits and stuff. We get a credit if we have a certified floodplain manager on staff, correct?
Correct.
Right. And we do. Okay. And then homeowners insurance versus flood insurance. I don't know if everybody's aware, and this is just edification stuff since we're having this presentation. Some homeowners insurance out there, even though you're not in a flood zone, require you to have homeowners insurance or flood insurance in lieu of pipe breaks. Because when your pipe breaks, some homeowners insurances nowadays consider that a flood. And if you do not have flood insurance, they are not going to cover your claim because they consider it a flood. So I know a couple insurance agents. So listen, and we don't have to adopt the whole book, like Karen said. The more of the book you adopt, the more points you accumulate, so the more credit you get. But some of the stuff in that book won't apply to us. Some of that stuff in the book has to do with places in Appalachia, or in a desert, land, depending on what kind of soil. So, you know, I think we should take a hard look at it. You know, let's see, I was making notes the whole time. So, again, the initial time, work, investment, you know, again, I think staff, you know, depending on, and correct me if I'm wrong, but all this flood really falls mostly under building, correct, Jack?
Right, that's majority of cities building official is a floodplain manager. He, you know, I was also very good at dedicating that to someone else.
Right.
Because building official usually doesn't have time to do all that, so it could be anybody in a municipality.
And
it helps if the person is certified as a floodplain.
And
manager.
just a reminder, where does the funding for the building department come from?
From the building permit.
From the building permits.
Yeah.
So it doesn't come out of the general fund is my point, right? So the staff investment, you know, if we're utilizing somebody in the building department, which most municipalities, most jurisdictions do, and please correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because I'm only day 3. You know, that's where it's funded. So it's kind of, you know, and that leads into something we're going to talk about later. So
Correct. That is a function that is in the building code. It's in the statute actually that allows to be funded from permit fees.
and you know, listen, it impacts all outlying structures too. You know, I found out today that a mailbox, if it's a certain diameter, it's not on just a little post. You know, the NFIP and all that consider that a structure. So depending on where you are, that has to be 20 foot in the air. No, not 20, but that's a little exaggerated. Yeah, we all laughed. We had a good laugh about that.
Well, that's a very good point, Councilmember Coleman, especially with structures, with the number of residents within the town that have their primary residence as well as additional structures. So it's going to impact a lot of the uses within the town. So the structure count within the town, I believe, is over 5,000. Whereas, you know, the number of residents is far less than that.
And there might be a ton of people out there that don't have it, that probably should have it as well. So, I mean, you know, it's a whole thing. So, and there's other stuff that, you know.
Well, a lot of it has to do also with the mortgage. You know,
Correct.
if you have a loan and mortgage and bank, then you're required to have a flood insurance if you are in a special flood hazard area, which, like Paul, you mentioned, you know, X and AE, FEMA and the flood insurance only considers you in the flood zone if you are in the flood AE, particularly talking about town of Loxahatchee. So when you're building, your entire property can be in the flood zone, but your residence is elevated, it's not in the flood zone, you don't require to have it. But the rule is that even if one corner of your home touches the flood zone, then FEMA will consider you being in the flood zone.
Well, and I think if we continue the conversation, like we said, you know, get some more information about consultants, what have you. I think if we continue the conversation, maybe some of the added benefits of being part of CRS, not just because there are added benefits when it comes to dealing with FEMA during disaster and stuff like that, right? So, I mean, there's other benefits to being a CRS, not just a discount. So I think maybe we can bring some of that forward.
So
Thanks.
then is the consensus that the instructions to staff that we want some additional information and to bring this back, I think is what I'm hearing. Does everybody agree with that? Additional info.
Yeah.
And are you guys clear on what that additional information that we're looking for is?
We would establish the number of policies in town of Loxahatchee and
Let's try to get some ballpark numbers.
and
Yeah.
actually, there will be actual savings.
Yeah.
That'll be very, very good beneficial thing to do. Yes.
Yeah, and then we'll bring back to try to get some cost idea.
Yeah, maybe speak to a couple of consultants so we can get some names for us.
Sure.
And that would be great. Everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
anybody want to add anything? No? Okay, great. District water control plan.
Did you want to provide the microphone?
I have the microphone. I was waiting for it to put the thing back on. All right, so the district water control plan, so chapter 298 of Florida statutes authorizes the water control district for the management of its water resources, which is everything within its boundaries. So we're required to operate under a board of supervisors, which we do by the town council per our special district special act. Prepare a water control plan. Prepare a water control plan that contains certain information about current and planned operations, to adopt the water control plan as part of its procedures, to implement the infrastructure, the works, the improvements in accordance with the adopted plan, to formally adopt it when the changes are needed. So the water control plan development element requirements is also required by state statute 373.036. And that states that the details the programs and activities of the water control district regarding water supply, water quality, flood protection, floodplain management, and natural systems. It establishes a water management plan for the district, establishes the goals, objectives, guidance for the development and review of programs, rules, and plans relating to water resources based on statutory policies and directives. And the plan is supposed to be based on a 20-year outlook and are updated every 5 years. So currently, the town is working on its water control plan. We're doing our 5-year update. And so when the need arises, the water control district is able to pursue remedies within the framework of the current water control plan. So we can make minor changes. We can't make wholesale changes to the water control plan. Otherwise, it's got to go before South Florida Water Management District and other agencies. These remedies could include minor and insubstantial amendments, and if adopted by resolution by the Board of Supervisors, it can replace, relocate, reconstruct, or improve and upgrade facilities and operations consistent with the current adopted water control plan, which do not increase the total assessment. So some of the issues that may exceed the framework due to the scale or severity. So these remedies cannot require a revision of the current plan, require increase of any levy, assessment, or tax, change the use of any existing assessment or tax, or involve substantial change to district facilities. If you do any of that, it's considered a major change and it has to go before South Florida Water Management District and other agencies. So how is the town and the Water Control District provide better service in response to the updated plan? So units of development, one of the talks have been about establishing more units of development, which actually the last 2 water control plans, actually that's where unit of development 1 came from, was from the 2016 or 2018 update. The townwide planning and budgeting, my prioritize benefits by number of people affected, leaving smaller areas without assistance, and the townwide assessments must be levied to address even the smaller areas. One of the things that we have talked about is we have areas of this town that have major issues. We have other areas of the town that have absolutely no problems whatsoever. And so instead of the idea of creating units of development is instead of spreading the burden of a single area on the entire town, that burden of, neglected repair or maintenance that needs to be done because residents were supposed to take care of it and didn't, will be done through the unit of development. The next issue is individual residents may be unable to provide maintenance on private drainage systems where these systems may serve properties or span several property lines, which in turn impact town canals and roadways. This is especially concerning for residents who purchase property where the issue is existing but not necessarily obvious, or who are affected by an issue originating outside of their own property. Again, just focusing on the smaller scale improvements creates budget flexibility. One of the issues, and I'm sure all of you have heard about it, we talk about these historical drainage ditches. There's drainage ditches that span multiple properties that the property owners, the adjacent property owner refuses to take care of. And then upstream, property upstream gets flooded out and creates problems. And unfortunately, what happens is through your water control plan typically has to address that because part of the water control plan is controlling the floodplain and control flooding. And so there's ways to do that by doing the units of development, by doing, making changes to allow the drainage to be taken care of, even if it's on private property. So water use policy component. So the water use policy in the 2000 plan applies to the district's pump connection to the C51 canal. The town cannot make any modifications to the water use permit under the current legislation without some basic information of how this water is being used in the town. So the strategy would be to adopt a water use policy in the water control plan that would address secondary users, and improve our understanding of what supply is needed to sustain our agricultural and other commercial activities, and provide the necessary information to update the water use permit with the South Florida Water Management District. So, and in close, the water control plan is required by state statute for the water control districts under section 373.036. It creates transparency into operations that rely on public funds. It details the organization, the assets, the operations of the water control entity. It has a short-term scope with a 20-year outlook. So some of the updates that we're currently reviewing is putting in units of development that would target improvements in specific areas for secondary drainage systems, and then instituting a water use policy to enhance the town's management of our canal system. So this is the last meaningful update was in 2000, and then there's been revisions, but the revisions have all been very minor over the last 25 years. So like I said, we're at that point where it needs to be updated again. That is it.
Paul, did you want to ask your question before public comment?
Oh, I can wait. It's fine.
No, I'm okay with that.
No, I can wait.
Up to you. Okay, Valerie, do we have any public comment?
Ms. Standish?
These items, it's kind of was two things together, so.
Virginia Standish, regarding the FEMA commentary, the town last did their FEMA code their floodplain code in 2017, and the public and residents need to understand that we are operating under a floodplain regulations developed by this town for our building department, supposedly. Now, we didn't get a building department till what, 2022 officially? I mean, we went back and forth on some things. Before you bring in all these consultants and have that magic book and everything, please make sure that you take into account the FEMA guidance on agricultural structures that seems to have gone to the wayside. We have many agricultural structures. I realize we had a 50 slide PowerPoint presentation that half of it I have to question on what some of those engineers were saying, and they didn't really want to get into asking FEMA for things, trying to say it was impossible. So again, FEMA guidance on agricultural structures. Many of these properties are not 100% in flood zones. You can have a corner of a property in AE, the rest of it could be X, but you have to go through this expensive floodplain process. The costs are astronomical to the landowners, especially when trees have to be removed, et cetera. Again, I haven't heard anything on the update to the floodplain ordinance, and quite frankly, I have to question why our floodplain ordinance is called one of the worst ones in Palm Beach County. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Go ahead.
Chairman. Hello.
You're good, Ken.
You're good.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm in a catch-22. I'm in a flood zone. If a dam breaks out at Lake Okeechobee, we get flooded. That's one thing. Second thing, and Mr. Coleman knows where I live and knows how long that house has been there. And I want to know if the town is going to pay for raising my house up high enough to get me out of a flood zone, because the federal government has already sent us a notice saying that we're not eligible for federal monies because we're in a flood zone. we've got a septic tank of our own. It's not connected with anybody else's property, left, right behind us. But I can't get federal insurance. I've got to pay for it myself. $400. I got the bill just the other day for me to get flood zone insurance. So here I stand. No matter what we try to do, doesn't work. So is the town going to lift up my home and pay for it? I doubt it. I doubt that seriously. Thank you.
Ms. Collins?
Hi, good evening. Susan Collins, 13433 Marcella Boulevard. This is my first meeting, so thank you. And thank you for Ms. Winnie for letting me know that this was an opportunity. I've had a pretty solid look at the budget, and as we're talking about hiring consultants and embarking on multi-year projects, I want to applaud the interest in doing a cost benefit analysis. I have the maximum flood insurance coverage that you can buy. It's pretty limited, to be honest. I buy it because I'm a conservative person. A 25% reduction in my premium, I think, works out about $10 a month.
Oh, God. We need
like,
numbers. Yeah.
given the magnitude of the budget that we're looking at and some of the cost increases that you're talking about, I'd urge you to be thoughtful about where you put staff time and energy and budget money. Thank you.
Mr. Austin?
Robert Ross, 746 Hyde Park. I've asked this question before and everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. Are we mandatory by the state to have that weir on D Road? Do we have to have that there?
So we have a permit with the South Florida Water Management District for that weir, for all the weirs, all four of them. The two gates on D, the one on Folsom and the one on, well, technically it's Crestwood, but, and the A Road gate. Our canal system is not only for drainage, but it's also for impoundment for agricultural use. So without those gates there, our canals would just be dry beds.
Right. We'd have tons of containment for water runoff. Our water table would be much lower. So how much agriculture pumps out of those canals, and why can't they go into the aquifer and pump, instead of pumping from the canals, pump it out of the ground?
So the other thing we do is we also keep the water table high. We keep the water table at 16 feet, where the South Florida Water Management District keeps it at 11.
Right.
So if we drop the water table 5 feet, all the canal banks would start sliding in, so the canals wouldn't be canals anymore. You would start having well issues because you would lose another 6 to 7 foot ahead in your wells. And
Like,
like I said,
ditches like you see in other
you-
areas,
you
that have
would-
big mowable ditches for drainage.
well, I mean, the other issue you have is, you're saying, well, can't these people just, drill into the aquifer? Now who's going to pay for, all the 3,000 properties to drill wells?
We all have wells. It's not everybody sticks in the canal, and there's only like 50, 60 people who stick straws in the canals.
I think it's more than that.
Well, that's only 50, 60 people, and we're all paying for them to use the canals. Now, I'm just saying, we're looking at $100 million for canal stuff like that. You're looking for places for water to go. If we'd had the weir wasn't there, we would be dry. Our water table would be lower. Right now, we're retaining water because everything's up high because of all the rains. But this water wouldn't be retaining if the water table wasn't so high. We would have retaining those canals. I get it, we're Turtle Waters. It would ruin the whole town name, but
Yeah, you'd
just
have a lot
thinking
of
out of the
empty
box here,
ponds.
because We're high and dry. That's why they developed it in 1917, because we're higher than everything around us. And now we're paying for flood insurance that most of us don't need, except for people who built below the grade of the roads.
In 1917, the first thing they did is dug all those ditches.
Right.
That was the first thing they did to drain the water because this was completely underwater.
Or to drain the water and also help bring water in, because right now we have to bring water in to keep these ditches up.
Only during a couple months in the winter. That's it.
I see it, that pump running all the time. You look at the canal for C-51 is a good 6 to 8 feet below where we keep our water level here. So we're using that pump, paying for that pump from our taxes, and we're keeping this water level artificially high. And now we're paying for flood insurance that we probably shouldn't even have to pay for.
The flood level, the elevation of the floodplain wouldn't change whether we have a retaining, whether we're retaining or
Just
not.
questions and
So,
wondering.
yeah, I understand.
Thank you.
That's up to
Jane.
Valerie? I know, I've got several lights on, but.
Jane Harding, D Road. I might be saying this wrong because it's very confusing, but I heard said that we use the canals for agricultural use. How?
There are several places that have permits that have straws that draw water out of the canals to water their crops.
Okay, because I didn't know that you
They
did
have
that.
permits to do.
No, I
so.
did know that a couple of years back, they tried to entice us with something, and forgive me for not knowing exactly what it was, said that we could use the canals for sprinkler systems. Our canal where we are, that's way down. So I that's where I was confused how it was used for agricultural use, because I think our canal that runs in front of my house would be totally useless for that. So I was just curious. And if I think I understood everything correctly with all of this, and please forgive me because I'm a neophyte, just like the rest of us, how would this affect people who aren't in a flood zone? I mean, if we're going to spend all this money for consultants, et cetera, how is that going to affect people who aren't in a flood zone? Is that going to cost us more money? You know, it's none of this is making sense to me, and I'm not, a stupid person. I'm just trying to understand this. So if we put things across the board, across the whole entire town, it's a mixture of flood zones, non-flood zones, bad canals, bad drainage, and like we paid for our culvert. In fact, I think I'm even still paying for it. So when you want to put everything across the board, it's kind of can be a little iffy for those who have already paid for their drainage, or those who can't use the canal, those versus flood zones and not flood zones. So that kind of creates a little bit of a conundrum. And that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay, I believe Paul was first.
All right, let's just set the record straight. I didn't say go out tomorrow and hire a consultant and spend $25,000, $50,000, whatever, $5,000 on the getting to be part of the CRS or getting a higher rating in the CRS. I think the consensus was that we are going to take a look at what it would cost us outside, et cetera. And I think that's a very prudent step to make. Maybe we should have separated these two topics because it seems like some stuff's blending together, which it really is kind of the same, but it's not, you talk about the plan. Forgive me, I've lost track of the name. So water control plan, should have been easy. Yeah, sorry. So just out of curiosity, what was that Francis Jean Wilma when the weir locks got ripped out for safety?
04.
04. Thank you. 04. So you said we can't alter structures that pertain to our water control plan without consulting South Florida Water Management, correct? That's the way it's supposed to work. So
interpretation. Student attorney, but yeah, that was my understanding of how.
So if we understand that, maybe so those got ripped out by what, 4 supervisors ago or 3 supervisors ago, whatever, or so is that adjustment been made to our plan over time, or is that just been not known?
Are you talking about the Okeechobee Boulevard ones?
All of them, yeah, all of them, right
Those
down
are
to
temporary- Those are temporary flashboard risers. I don't think they're considered structures.
So those didn't fall under the.
Structures,
we were
like
able
the Folsom Gate, the D gates, the A gate,
That's what
like,
he's calling.
So, so those are the structures.
Right.
So those aren't, right. So, and concerns with, as Ms. Jane said that, holding water back, those were there. I know I've been preaching this every time, this comes up for the past, I don't know how many years, but those structures actually held water to the north end, because if you live back toward Virginia and Lisa on the more northern end, on North Road and past North Road, we do have residents back there as well. There's times of the year where North Road Canal gets dry almost. It's a slurry, right? So those, it's all kind of relative to everything we're talking about, right? We're talking about this, we're talking about budget tonight, everything. So, I think it's important that we keep a focus on that as part of our plan or whatever to reestablish that. And I know we've talked about it in the past and whatever.
one of the grants we're applying for is to put the mirrors and pumps back.
And Councilmember Coleman, you have more flexibility and leeway with internal structures. So those that are internal to the water control district that are part of your operation, you have more freedom to make those adjustments when you need to, as compared to with your main outfall structures that discharge to the C-51. So South Florida operates and maintains that particular canal. So the way that you are permitted to do it is you have a certain amount of discharge you're allowed. However, Water Management District does allow pre-storm drawdown, and sometimes they'll allow post-storm drawdown depending on where the rainfall occurred, because rainfall does not occur uniformly. So maybe the town gets more rainfall than other places. They may say, pull the weirs and allow more rainfall to discharge. So you have a permitted capacity, but you also have a communication effort between your staff and Water Management District to operate those. Things that are internal, you have much more flexibility during those storm events or even when it's not an event.
And I'm not a hydrologist, and we talk about sinking a 4 or 6 inch well pipe down to draw, or probably larger to draw to irrigate, say, Duck Puddle Farm, which has a permit with us, correct? Former water control district person.
Draw from us, but they discharge directly to the sea.
So they don't give back.
The water back.
Right. So to drop that and to suck that out of the aquifer, if you recall, I mean, I don't want to misquote how many houses moved to the north of us over the past 5 years, but we have had and they have their own water control district and their own little water plant, but that little water plant, I think, is drawing it out of the ground. Don't quote me. But they're not, they get it from water utilities, but they're also drawing out of the ground. So the aquifer is all underneath us, right? So the more people that move to town, the more people that draw from that aquifer. And so now we're going to take and we're going to draw, to, I don't know how many acres Duck Puddle is, but it's pretty large. Just to use, or a place like Altman Farms, that has multiple acreage on D Road. Those kind of places, when we're holding that water back and we're allowing them to draw out of the canal, it's twofold, right? So they get what they need. We hold the water back. We're holding the water table up so we can, we can maintain level. It actually maintains a level under the ground. Nobody ever sees it, but it's maintained there. So I pay for my flood insurance as well. And nobody's going to make you raise your house. So, sorry.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm good.
Lisa, you were next.
I think this predates you, Mr. Gallant, on the state appropriations money. So we had a phase 1, phase 2 that we received funds, and phase 3 we did not. What specifics did we share with the state? Was our plan in these phases? Do we have specific uses, or were they just a general?
No, they actually had specific, there were 4 categories within each $750,000 allocation for design, bid, construction. I forget what the 4th one was. But yeah, they were specific projects. We had to.
And they were restoration projects, right?
Yeah, most of them were culvert replacements or drainage related.
But we
They
spent
were all
about,
drainage.
but we spent about 500,000 in repairs when the canal banks failed after paving, right? 400,000 or 500,000.
About 500.
And was that from that appropriations money?
I know what we submitted for Jeff has more of the receipts for that.
No. If you're talking about the canal bank work,
The collecting canal. capital.
we contracted it for.
You understand, where did
$200,000
the funds come from? The state appropriation money was my question.
No,
Okay,
not
so
that project.
have we used that 1.5 million specifically for what it was allocated to?
Yes, we have identified the projects and we're in the process of recovering those monies, and it is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.4 million, I think, that we've identified.
Okay.
And there has been a change in the reporting. You no longer have to report on each of the various tasks. It's a singular report, which is hopefully going to make it easier for us to get the money in.
Okay,
But
thank you.
We've identified hard costs for all
All right.
those.
And I know that Mayor Kane can certainly speak to this. The water in the canals is structurally part of the tube of dirt, right? That it holds and stabilizes the walls of the dirt. So when the water levels go up and down dramatically, it affects we use the term health of the canal banks.
Also your house.
Sure.
It creates
Sinkholes and everything else.
Static electricity, I mean, there's a whole.
Right,
You want it with-
there's some science to it. So yeah, it's not just there's water there because we want water to be there. There's actually a structural reason to maintain the water levels. So that's it.
West-
Thank you.
Yeah, Westlake keeps themselves at, I think, 17 or 18 feet.
Yeah, and they've put so much water in the northern end of our town at the southern end. We've seen some water changes for those of us.
Oh, my
Todd-
yard is
Todd and-
definitely
Yeah, we definitely see some
big
kind of drainage issues where we had puddles now that didn't last as long before that they do now, especially this time of year. when
100%.
We start to see a lot of rain.
All right, Todd?
You said you were working on getting a grant for those structures at Okeechobee Boulevard for those weirs?
Yeah, we put in, how many were there? 7? I can't remember.
We actually put in 18 grants over the last 2 funding cycles between putting in for the Rural Infrastructure Fund. We put in 10. One of them was for the northern end of town and replacing the weirs. So we've put in, I think, a total of something on the order of about $5 million, if I
Something like
remember
that.
correctly.
Yeah, to put permanent weirs with controllable gates on all the major canals with a pump structure that would pull water from the southern part of the town and get them over the weirs. Cause that's the issue with fixed flashboard risers is they're great in the summer when it's raining, but the problem is in the winter, there's no way of getting that water going that direction past the flashboard risers. And like the one at F Road is I actually went and looked at some of them the other day, and the one at F Road right now is bent over. Like, I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if somebody ran it over.
I think they're all grabbed with a machine or ripped out.
You're saying.
My section?
You're saying.
Oh, here.
You didn't see it happen.
Yeah, I didn't see it happen. Yeah.
No,
They're
there's
not?
still.
There's some remnants?
There's
Oh,
some
I missed.
bits and pieces.
So I know I don't know if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, we had talked about, were we gonna check into the agreement with Palm Beach County when those were put in, when Okeechobee Boulevard, to see if maybe they're liable and should be repairing those instead of us doing it. And then to add to that, we keep hearing about, don't apply for grants, stop getting grants, right? We keep hearing, don't apply for grants. And it's things like this that we need grants for, right? So everybody says, stop with the grants across the board. And yeah. So what about Palm Beach County and looking into that?
I've got calls into them. I know
Well,
they've pretty much.
While you're making those calls, excuse me for interjecting on yours, while you're making those calls, I also think it would be prudent, based on the conditions of most of our large culverts throughout town and the need to replace them, to find out what responsibility they're going to take for the culverts under Okeechobee Boulevard.
Well, I've been going back.
Well, I think the conversation needs to be had
Well, absolutely.
because that's.
For right
Okay,
now,
thank you.
there's an issue at E Road. I've talked to David Ricks. I've talked to, I
Needs to
can't
be
remember the other
looked
guy.
Yeah.
I've talked to a couple of them over there. It's like, guys, every 2 to 3 months, we give you a call because there's a void on the side of the road that's coming from nowhere. It's gotta be your culvert. It's gotta be your culvert.
Mayor?
And so, yeah, it's.
We've actually had our local lobbyists working on that, and I've worked on it as well. Maybe it would be good if we had a brief
Sure,
update from
brief
her.
update would be great.
Yeah.
Council, just briefly, I've spoken to, and Richard Gallant, we've spoken to Palm Beach County engineer, and also I talked to our Keshavar's engineer as well, Randy, and we've all come to the conclusion that it is their responsibility. We're working on a couple of different things, and as far as prioritizing.
Excuse me, when
And
you say we all, do you mean we all have or that they
I
all
have
have
spoken
too?
specifically to Palm Beach County engineer David Ricks.
Agrees that it's their responsibility.
Specifically, we have looked at it. Randy and I confirmed it with some of our, research and things. And I know we've talked about so many things, Richard, but, because we had so many grants and things that we were putting in, but specifically, we're working on prioritization and looking to see, they've had their budget and quite a few other things. And we had a few other projects that we'll talk about later about Okeechobee Boulevard that were a little bit pressing. So that's on our list as far as making them get things done. Any questions or any priorities anybody wants to throw out?
Does anybody have the ILA when those culverts were put in to see?
I
what
did
they
not
remember?
go that far. I know that Randy, you looked up, what was the part that you looked up? South Florida Water Management Permit, sorry. I
Yes,
forgot about that
correct.
for a
Yeah, the
second.
water management permit.
Yeah,
So
because we kind of went a roundabout way in order to, instead of waiting for county engineering staff to figure out where we are. I'm not sure. Does anybody want to give any indication of where that paperwork might be? Richard, would you know?
In a box in the building over there.
Sometimes it's a lot easier, more effective, cost effective wise, timing wise and everything to kind of go in a back way. So, we're working through it. Does anyone have any priorities? Because I really like working on priorities and what we're going to try to get done first. I'm open to any names of roads.
Oh, you mean to take care of the.
I would say the worst
Yeah,
first.
The weirs are in for the north end as far as that goes, because that was a clear direction from council. And we made sure the town manager and I, Randy, all of us, we worked as a team. Karen, Richard Gallant, we all worked. That is in
So
for.
you're saying regarding
infrastructure.
culvert
I'm
replacement?
talking about
Culvert.
anything that needs to be maintenance wise or anything as
Which
far
one
as
do you say is the worst,
Okeechobee.
Randy? You just did a survey, right? A townwide survey.
He was washing out.
Which ones would you say are the worst ones? Probably all of them.
And
Hey,
or
Maria.
if there's any residents here too, sorry to interject, Mayor, but if there's any residents that want to see me, afterwards, whichever, I'll be happy to take information that way.
Okay.
But specifically talking about Okeechobee Boulevard.
okay. Well, specifically talking about Okeechobee, it would be the E Road culvert that
Right.
needs some attention.
Okay.
But yeah, there is several areas, all of which I have been, or at least the main areas have been, applications have been made for Resilient Florida, the rural infrastructure, and I think even it's something that town staff is looking at LMS grants for, associated with the various drainage components and other components. There's a section of Collecting Canal that is still has some concerns. There's a handful of pipes scattered throughout the town that could be upsized and or cleaned out. So there are some locations that are more important than others. The two biggest things that I think could help the town the most would be one, more storage. I mean, that's just something we have a deficit of. And part of that could help that, and which would be number two, would be these weirs at Okeechobee. The weirs at Okeechobee allow you to retain the water to the north, but it also could give you opportunities to negotiate with Water Management District to say in the wet season, lower the water table to the south to achieve some of the suggestions that the gentleman brought up today that, hey, we've got capacity. And that is true. There is capacity. So in the wet season, it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of a foot or two of that capacity, specifically in the southern region, whereas you can still hold the water back in the dry season. And that's just options that are available. So the weirs at Okeechobee will open up some of that flexibility. We could even negotiate with South Florida now and try to get the entire town a little bit lower during the wet season and have a wet season water table versus a dry season. But all the changes and fluctuation with the water is going to impact the elevation of the water on everyone's property that they have. Not everyone's pond is directly connected to the canal system. However, the impacts to the groundwater will be felt on those residents. As Richard brought up, if you happen to drop it too low, it may start impacting your wells. I'm sure a lot of people remember when Westlake started building those lakes on the north side
Yep.
of town, they dewatered. And when they dewatered, they pulled a lot of water, a lot of the groundwater out of the town. And that caused impacts to wells in the northern portion of the town. So I don't believe the northern portion has experienced those issues since they stopped constructing the
flooding.
lakes. Well, yes,
Yeah.
now it's
Well, and then the flip side is too, when it does rain, we're holding water down here, right? So we're holding it at what, 16, you said the other day? So we're holding at 16. And I think, way back when, I'll be 51 next month. So way back when, I think I remember them holding it like 13, right? When we had that capacity back long time ago. Maybe the stick was wrong, but I remember seeing, anyway, we used to drain a little faster. So when you're able to, like you say, we could drop it a little bit, then it allows the water to perk a little faster. If the ground is saturated, if the water's up high, the ground's saturated, that water's not going to seep away it faster. It's not going to, so I think, but what I was really going to say is I think it's a good thing that we're talking to Mr. Ricks now, because if we do get this grant and we're able to redo this, we don't want to put brand new weir locks on old broken culvert pipes, correct? Because it's kind of a congruent system, right? Right, in their old spot. But what I'm saying is it's connected to their culvert, because we've determined they're their culverts. So you can't put it out here and the culvert pipes here, so the water's just going to go around, right? So it's got to be congruent, right? It's got to connect.
Well,
Separate from.
Oh, your plan is to, okay.
Or outside of the county right away.
Right.
Put it in the county right away, and then something happens.
Right.
And all of a sudden the county's like, now you gotta move it.
So it's totally separate structure. 'Cause the old ones were, in front. They were connected. So.
Right there.
All right. Thanks. I'm sorry, Marge. I didn't mean to jump ahead, Marge. Sorry.
Yeah, I was concerned about the restriction of flow of water along Okeechobee Boulevard, because they're not maintaining the clearing of all of the vegetation all the way down to the canal level. I mean, I have never seen it look so bad. I mean, they're only doing one width of a mower. And they're not doing the banks of those canals, and they're going to restrict the flow with all that vegetation.
Yeah,
as it
they're,
dies and fills in the canal.
I'll make sure I address that with them as well.
yeah, that's a drainage ditch specifically for Okeechobee, for the runoff water from Okeechobee Boulevard, which interestingly enough is pitched the other direction. But they only mow the road side of that ditch. They don't mow. I've had this conversation with the workers. I've had this conversation with their foreman. I've had a conversation with David Ricks. I've had a conversation with other people, and that's their policy, is they only mow, like even Folsom, they mow 2 feet behind the D curb. That's it. We have to do everything else.
Well, that ditch, they've mowed it a couple times.
Yeah, they do it every 6 months.
Yeah, 6.
Where they need to.
I think that's generous.
They have even dredged it out. I mean, they've brought in lots of equipment and deepened it even.
Yep.
Thanks, y'all. I think. Are we?
So I've got a
Oh.
question for you. Is Altman one of the largest users that has a permit to pull out of the canal?
Believe it or not, it's duck pond.
Well, I know they're the biggest, but I mean, is the second probably Altman, or do you know? And I guess
Honestly, I'd have to go look.
and where
I
I'm
have
going with
to.
that is, can they, I don't know if we can do a cost sharing thing where they use the reclaimed water on Okeechobee Boulevard and we get it piped over to them? Would that be a better way to spend the money on something like that to try to get them off of pulling out of our canal? I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, we obviously can investigate it. I don't know if they want that water.
They're not,
we
they
can
don't have edible
investigate.
plants, right? So they probably don't care. They're probably fine with it. So that's my point, is they might be a good, I mean, if they're a huge user
Yeah.
and they're
We
not
can
that far
look-
from
we can
Okeechobee
look-
Boulevard.
We could look at it. The problem is that water has to be discharged somewhere, and we wind up going back into our canals.
You think it's worse than the water that's getting there now? I don't know if you've seen the water, it's not too good.
They have a whole deep well filtration, whatever, it comes up in a wetland. So I don't think it's too awful bad. All the solids and stuff are removed. So
We used to work on water.
oh, that's right. You did. My bad. I'm sorry.
That's why I know where that water came from. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's definitely something we can investigate and anybody along that road, but I don't know. We have to find out. I know I'm friends with the director of Palm Beach County Water Utilities. I could find out from him, but I'm pretty confident that they have some kind of agreement. ECR and Palm Beach County have an agreement with Florida Power and Light on the reclaim. So I don't know if there's any other users that are allowed to use that water. So I can find out.
Somebody told me recently, and I don't even remember who it was, they said that FPL stopped using that water because it was an issue for them. So,
That's what I
so
was
the
told too.
right, so the pipe got put in and they're not really using it. So maybe we could use it.
Yeah, we'll find out. Absolutely. I'll look into it.
Are you done, Tom?
Okay, Lisa?
Mr. Gallant, you had said at the last meeting you would track down those nutrient levels.
I literally called them again today. trying to
Okay.
find them. So
Well, I'm just curious,
working.
have we ever been like in a red alert or anything like, and I don't know how they
Not that I-
classify nutrients, so
not that
I look forward to that.
Yeah, they look at nitrogen, phosphorus. There's 5 nutrients that they primarily look at.
Okay, thank you.
But when and if they ever call me back.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yeah.
we received an additional public comment.
Okay.
Leah? Hi. I don't know much about that, strewing.
Want to say your name?
Please, that.
I'm Leah.
No, say your name.
So you have to bend over.
Hi, I'm Leah on D Road. I've never heard of, is it strewing? Where they pull from the canal?
Straws, they draw with
Straw?
straws.
It's a pipe. It's
Okay.
just a pipe.
And when people do that and put it on the whatever they're watering, does that cause contamination like metals and things like that? And does that eventually contaminate the soil? And do we report on that? I'm just curious because I've never heard of it. Like I live on the corner and one time there was an animal sacrifice and the canals were filled with like dead animals. And I'm thinking, ew, people are using that water and fertilizing stuff. Is that contaminating the soil? That was my question.
Depending on what they're watering, most people are watering plants. So it's just
But
like
it
rain.
contaminate the soil?
Well, if they're just watering plants, it's just like if it rained. It's the
Okay.
same theory, I guess. I mean, like I said, it just depends on what they're watering. I would pray they're not watering something that has some type of toxic metal or anything in it. But you do have nutrients like for fertilizers and stuff like that that might be used that could possibly leach back into the groundwater. But that's why it percolates, because it percolates and goes through the sand, and a lot of times that's how it gets removed. That's why your groundwater doesn't usually have a lot of phosphorus, nitrogen, and other type of contaminants that you would find in an open body of water.
Do we, by chance, for the permits that we do have of people that can do that, do we currently do random soil testing in those areas to make sure that I'm thinking when they're pulling from those canals, that contaminated water could have heavy metals and toxins and is now putting back onto the ground and now it's going into the water. I'm just curious because I have no idea how any of that works.
So the current permitting is through the South Florida Water Management District, and that's for larger drawers. There are, I forgot how many, I actually was looking at it today, but there are a good number of farms, large farms that have permits through South Florida, secondary water permits from South Florida Water Management, and they have the option of going out and sampling it. And I know they take samples from our canals. That's what the, do we? No.
So my neighbor
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, though, it's not even for water. Over on, when I worked for Palm Beach County Water Utilities for 13 years. And so the distribution area I had was from I-95 to 20 Mile Bend, all the way up to Pratt and Whitney. And there was a resident on Seminole Pratt Whitney Road, and there's a water main that runs out Seminole Pratt. And there was a resident on Seminole Pratt Whitney Road that had a 500-gallon diesel tank in their backyard. There was an above ground tank that they were using to fill their own equipment. And every once in a while, some would dump on the ground, some would dump on the ground. Well, they did that for like 20 years. And then one day the neighbor started getting sick. And of course, they're smaller lots, they're acre lots. The neighbor was getting sick and he was like, you couldn't figure out why. They tested the groundwater and found diesel in the groundwater. And so they had to go through this whole process of running water through that whole neighborhood because of that one guy contaminating the groundwater. So it is possible that people can contaminate the groundwater, especially in agricultural, when they have their own fuel tanks and stuff like that, but usually not from the water that they're irrigating with.
Okay, so you're not really, you have the instruction that everybody feels that we've given the instruction to look into that further. Both the, hopefully weir replacement and culvert replacement that perhaps the county is responsible for and not us, as well as what it would cost us to do the, I'm forgetting the term, the CRS system, as opposed to what the potential benefit would be. Okay, so we have a motion to pull the consent agenda. We have a request to pull the consent agenda. So generally we pull a consent, we place a pulled consent at the end of our regular agenda. Ms. Alrimi has asked us not to do that. However, in my opinion, we have to, by law, get through these two the budget hearing and the public hearing. So I'm going to suggest that at the very least, we move it to item 5A. Can I hear some discussion on how everybody else feels about that?
I can go either way. I mean, the budget's $9 million. So I mean, it's a bigger item than her contract. So sorry. The budget's a $9 million contract, issue. I would think that those would come priority, but however, I suspect everybody's going to say at least for those anyway, right? For the
Right,
budget, the
right.
message and all that. So
Okay, so we'll move it to 5A. Everybody okay with that? Okay, so the consent is being moved, 3 is being moved to 5A.
I would say, doesn't doesn't 3 impact the budget?
It could or it could not.
That's what I'm saying. It has it, so why would we have a discussion about the budget? Oh, is this just first hearing? So that means we haven't yet another here.
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
Oh, no,
No,
this is second hearing.
Oh, it says first budget public hearing.
The agenda is incorrect.
The second and final one.
That's why I was reading that. I was like, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It could have an impact. I mean, I don't know how much of one, but it could, one way or the other, it could.
are you proposing the increase? Because if we decrease number 3, then there's just money left over in the budget, right? So unless you were thinking
I
about
agree.
increasing it.
No, I agree. I'm just
So-
putting it out there. So, okay.
Okay, so
5A.
we're moving it to 5A, which puts us on to item number 4, which is the first budget public hearing. Mr. Kurtz? I mean, the second, but I'm sorry,
This is
it is
second.
the second budget public hearing. I'm sorry,
Turn it on,
I'm reading and
David.
not,
Testing.
There you go.
Can everyone hear me? There we go. All right, yes, so according to the Florida statute, we have to hold 2 public hearings. And this is the second one. We've worked with staff. So we've had since 2 meetings, because if you recall, we had 1 public meeting that was then continued to the next day. I was not able to make it. I was at another community for a public hearing. But I noted that there were some changes, and just to regroup, what we've done is we've reduced the road and drainage assessment. Staff was asking for 300. It went down to 220. That was a $624,000 loss of revenue on that side. And then what we did on the general fund is, instead of budgeting 3 mills, we went to 3.24, which increased the ad valorem revenue by $162 $162,000 and change. So overall, we cut the total revenue side of the budget by $461,748. In addition, what we did on the general fund, which was kind of budget neutral, but what we did is we eliminated the line item for law enforcement, and we moved that to contingency. And right now, what you have before you is and that which was advertised in the local paper is a millage rate of 3.2564. a road and drainage assessment of $220 and a solid waste assessment of $450. And all of those were duly advertised, and the total budget is for all funds, for all of your 5 funds, the total budget is 8.850751. And that's actually $3.852 million less than last year's budget. And I know that there was discussions about how much we send to lobbyists, and how much staff are making. Staff has polled, and we have the data here. We have polled most of the municipalities in Palm Beach County by size, by population. We've looked at the Florida occupation and employment and wages for Miami, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. We've actually polled most of the communities, and we have the data here. We polled most of the communities for clerks, and unfortunately, staff feel like we're not even in the median. We're in the lower quartile of what staff, what we budgeted for staff. Regardless of what maybe Google may say or what have you. But at the end of the day, we wanted to, this is a second public hearing, and we wanted to entertain more questions or comments. But at the end of tonight, yes, we need a millage rate, and we need a budget number to move forward. So any questions?
Todd?
So I know when we adopt this, we have to adopt the millage rate first and then the budget afterwards.
Yes, sir.
But there's nothing that prevents us from discussing the budget first. Right.
You're absolutely right.
So I wanted to talk about, we all met with the SWOT analysis. I think, did you ever meet with them or no? So one of the things that they pointed out was this was an independent party that came in and looked for our strengths and weaknesses in the town. One of the things that stuck out to me was we're understaffed. We have a very dedicated staff, and these staff has a strong commitment to the town. And people keep saying that you need to cut staff, don't give them a 5% raise, because that's what this new budget reflects, not a 30% raise, but a 5% raise. And I think we did our due diligence by having that SWOT analysis, to have an independent party come in that's experts, that tries to figure out what's going on, where are your weaknesses, and that sort of thing. And this is what they're saying to us. And I keep hearing that we're a small town, we can't afford this or we can't afford that. And I understand that. But when it comes to employees and whatnot, these employees don't come here and say, well, I'm willing to take 20% less because the front door says Loxahatchee Groves. They're going to take 20% less than across the street at Wellington. These people have families, right? And they want to get paid a fair amount that they're going to get paid across the street. When we go get diesel for a tractor, we don't go to 7-Eleven and say, well, we're from Loxahatchee Groves, we should get a discount. It doesn't work that way. No different than a big electrical outfit. When they're looking to hire people, people are coming for how much they're making, and then it's how much their benefits are, and is it a good place to work? And this independent party says these people are overworked because we're understaffed. So reality, we probably should be paying them more than over in Wellington because they're overworked here. They say they're very, very dedicated to the town, this staff is. So I think we need to be cognitive of that when we move forward. We just heard from the lobbyists. Everybody says cut the lobbyists. We just heard about the $1.5 million they brought from us. I think it's a dirty industry lobbyist. Sorry, Mary. but that's what it takes. If we're going to bring in this money, we've got to do this. We've got to spend money to make money. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know where the consensus is, how much to change this budget. But if we're going to change it drastically, then I'm going to want to change our millage rate lower. So I don't know where the consensus is on this budget, but that's where I'm at.
Anybody else? Paul?
So we can always make a budget amendment next week, right?
Yes.
Because as I see it right now, we've already moved one line item into contingency. I don't want to say the wrong word. I had to search for it. Sorry. A lot of vocab words going in through the last 3 days. So, I mean, right now that line item's already being moved. You know, I think that still needs to be part of our budget until we can, you know, I'm not doubting that you've done your homework, right? But I think it's a broader conversation than, you know, 10 minutes while we're having a budget conversation. So, I mean, I guess if we put it in contingency now, we can move it back, right? But, you know, so would it not be more prudent for us to leave it where it is and then pull it after we have a conversation? You know, have, you know, and, you know, just dive into the this and the that and the ifs and the not, if nots and, you know.
I'll tell you why I'm against that. I mean, hopefully we can have this discussion without. The reason why, because that 675, I wanted to write a check back to the people.
I know.
I know, but my point is, if we adopt the millage rate, and then, like you said, a budget amendment in 2 months from now, we don't give the money back, well, then we just raise taxes 3 to 3.2. And I'm not going to approve that. I'm not going to vote for a 3.2 unless I have a guarantee from this council, we're writing checks back to the people. That's where I'm at. That's my point. I'm not going to do 3.2 unless we have a guarantee we're writing the check back, because writing the checks back actually decreases the tax burden on every resident in town. Not every, sorry, there's one of them.
I was going to say,
There's one that has
somebody, so yes.
right? So she may not, sorry. But the vast majority are going to pay a drastic amount less with the plan that I presented. And I'm not going to go with 3.2. I'll go back to the rollback rate if we're not doing that, because I don't want to see that increase. So that's why I'm hesitant on doing what you said.
You look like you have something else to say.
Yeah, I mean, even though the prudent thing, and we've sat up here, I know what you're saying, but I mean, and yeah, I saw my name on the list, or my wife told me about it, $300 something. That'd be great. You know, that's, you know, what, 3.5 dinners out these days, right? So, I mean, you know, it'd be great, but I mean, I think to just arbitrarily, you know, it is kind of arbitrarily say this is what we're going to do without being more, and I hate to keep using the term, but do our due diligence. I know you've looked into this for years. I know that. We've had multiple conversations about this prior to, you know, you being on council. You know, I understand that. And then listen, I'm not saying I'm for the double dip. Never said I was, because that's what, you know, we're already paying for law enforcement services. I'm just saying, would it not be a more prudent step to dig into it and look at it in its totality instead of just, hey, look, we're going to give you a $400 check?
I think strategically it's better to do it this way. We're writing the checks back to the people. It's writing checks back to the residents here. It's not writing it back to commercial. You saw by my spreadsheet, we're raising the rates drastically.
I agree.
Commercial, right? And everybody sitting in here, if you have a home here with a green trash can, you're going to get a check back. $300, $350, $400, whatever. Actually, it's going to be 400. Sorry. It's 400. So you might actually pay $10 more on one line item, but you're going to get a check back for $400. So it's a $390 win for you. There's actually some people in town that pay $15 to the town for their taxes, but they're going to get a $400 check. So they're actually going to make a profit, right? For living in Loxahatchee Groves. Where else do you make a profit from being in a municipality? Doesn't happen. And what I'm proposing will do exactly that. If the sheriff's department decides they're going to come after us and they want that money, well, then we can explain to people they're coming into your pocket. They're trying to get that $400 check out of your pocket. And that's what I'm talking about, being strategic. So that's where I'm at. And like I said, if we're not going to be guaranteeing giving that check back for $400, I'm not raising the millage to 3.2. I'm just not there. I'm there because
So we're
the 3.2
so we're-
gives us the money from.
I guess my point is we're raising to the 3.2564, the 3.2, just to be able to give that $300 check back.
400, yes.
$400 check.
And I
We're-
think also to get more from commercial.
Right.
Because that has the bigger effect.
I agree with that entirely, right? When we talked about
That's
this
as opposed
months
to-
ago,
As opposed to the assessment rate.
Right.
It's everybody, but by
That's why I
rating
was-
usage, it's the commercial.
Right.
that
That's
it's-
why I was kind of surprised that the assessment was brought to us first because I thought we had kind of talked about it, that the millage rate was where it was at because it's going to hit the commercial entities harder than it's going to hit the resident, right? You know, that's why, but my point is so you just because you don't want to, you want to do it this way, right? And knock it off now.
But it's still going to be in contingency. I mean, like, I don't
Yeah.
have a dog in this hunt, so I'm
No, I
just
know, I'm
saying,
not- I'm
it's
just
still going to
trying
be a
to-
contingency. So your same logic holds that if in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, we discover that we can't, right? that
Right.
Mr. McClendon is incorrect, then it can be taken out of contingency, but okay.
Right.
But my point is, why can't it be the other way? Because either way, right? Either way, say it can't happen, Todd. Say you're wrong,
Right.
which
We can do a budget amendment then. If it's determined we cannot send this $400 check back, then we can do a budget amendment at that point.
we can do a budget amendment, and then we're back at because you want to go to the rollback, right?
And we can't do that later.
Can't do that,
Right.
But
if I have
why would we do it today?
Because if I have a commitment from you.
We sat up. Hold on. We sat up here. We sat up here and we said, listen. We didn't do an assessment. We didn't do this, right? We need money to do this and this and this. We got capital improvements that need to be done. Like right? I mean, the building over there, the equipment building, I don't know if you've paid attention, but one of the posts is broken and it's being held up by a grater blade. You know, a blade it was bolted in and it's just, and that's what it's being held up by. So our infrastructure isn't just culverts and roads, which, and all that. It's so my point is if we sit here and we say, yes, we want to do this and we leave it in the line item and then we have a discussion about it and you come and say, look, here's all my proof. This is what, and then we pull it out at a later date. And then we still have the funds in if
there's
you're
a
wrong.
commitment from this council to take that 675, put it in an account that's dedicated to sending back to the residents, I'm good with that. But I want that commitment from at least 4 of us to do that.
What's the time frame?
No, I want it moved in. I want it moved out tonight into a specific account, right?
Well, you
I
have to.
think there's another legal factor. I don't want to speak for the attorney, but so I'm not sure how to say this. So
He's going to do everything he can
have
do to get out of it.
correct. But we have a contract with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. We have a 3-year multi-year contract. Okay. So there is, again, part of strategy to defund something in the budget because we can't afford it. I mean,
Right.
that's really what it comes down to. As opposed to cutting it, there are legal ramifications of those two positions. Am I correct on that, Mr. Kurtz?
It gives us another argument as a point if we do not fund that account.
At this point in time, you have not given direction to try to extradite yourself from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's contract that they have with us.
They can't hear you.
Is this working?
Yes. You just gotta
Okay.
get closer.
I love it.
At this point in time, the council has not given direction to remove the town from the contract that exists between the town and the sheriff's office. If that direction is given, we will look into it and see if we can extradite ourselves from that contract. Anytime you try to remove yourself from a contract, the other side has some potential remedies. Where we're at is in the contract itself, it has a specific date by which we can remove ourselves. That date is either March 1st or March 31st, but it has been passed. That does not mean that you could not do it for next year. The idea of removing ourselves at this point in time, that is something that we can explore. We have not had any discussions with them to see what their reaction to it will be, because we have not been given that direction.
Now, and just one other clarification. we all know how we pay our property taxes, right? And so it goes through a process. The collector obviously collects those. There's a period of months, all right? I think December, and you get discounts if you pay it early, and then if a property doesn't pay, right, then it goes to the tax certificate gets sold, and the whole 9 yards. So staff would have to work with the the tax collector, right? Find out, get that list of who's paid it,
Every month.
right? Every
And
month.
send the check
Yeah,
based on
yeah,
your pay.
right.
Right.
And send the checks back, right? And so right. Yeah. And so that would be the process. Now keep in mind, and Jeff or Francine, you may know this. I think we go to renew our solid waste contract. And I get what you're saying with the line item, but if the line item doesn't work, and we've collected the solid waste assessment and then we've given it out, we're going to need both things to happen. We're going to need the 3.24 millage rate as we discussed, right? And we're going to need to not pay the police contract in order to balance, because when we went from 300 down to 220, that revenue there dropped by 400 and something $1,000. If you're talking about going back to the rollback rate, I think that drops another couple of $100,000. Yeah. That's there's going to be challenges.
Clearly aware.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Are you done, Paul?
I didn't, I got,
You want to think about it for a minute?
no, I mean, I've thought about it. I don't understand why we can't move forward just leaving that in and then pull. I understand what you're saying, strategic, whatever. But the reality is if we're unable to accomplish this and we've refunded this money,
Like you said, we're not going to refund it tomorrow, right?
that's why I said, so we're looking out and say, hey, everybody, listen, we're going to raise the taxes, right? 3.2564 mils, which is only 2.564 more than what you're paying last time, which it really is a incremental change, right? But you're going to get $400 in the mailbox, right? And we're going to stop the double dip, because that's what we're talking about. We're stopping the double dip. They still get paid. All right. Our little 9 square miles, the argument has been since this astronomical contract that was put in place, that our little town of 9 square miles maintained just fine, right, on the level of service we were getting. Okay. That's just the way it is. And I appreciate the guys in green. I got friends that wear green. I got family members. Listen, my uncle died because of an injury he sustained in the jail when he was a jailer for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. So my dad was a first responder with the fire department. So it's not that I don't, respect what's done and appreciate what's done. The reality is where we are. My point is the way we do it. It's to me, it's more responsible to leave it and then to pull it later after we cross every T and dot every I to ensure that we can do it.
But if we don't fund that account, that gives us some better leeway possibly for legal wise to do it, to get out of the contract. We can always have it a budget amendment later. That's my point.
We can have a budget amendment.
I understand. But if we don't fund the account,
Right.
that might give us some legal way to get out of the contract.
That's what I was hoping for, a better answer from Mr. Kurtz. That's why I kind of was like, I don't,
He's going to do everything.
I understand that, but to say, because yes, we having in clear direction to abandon the contract, but ostensibly
Well, nobody's saying to abandon it. We're saying to defund something that we simply can't, a
Right.
luxury. We're
Right.
taking the advice of our finance committee and defunding a luxury, an excessive expenditure that we can't afford
Right.
is the way that
Right.
I hear it, but, or what Mr. McClendon is saying. Lisa's had her light on. for a
Sorry,
while.
Lisa, I didn't mean to
That's okay.
filibuster or whatever. Pull that vocab word out too.
Wasn't much of a filibuster.
So Todd, when you proposed this and I said, show me the numbers, I recall you stating that Publix was going to generate $100,000. That was a statement that you made. And I think it's about 9,000. So,
For the one
um,
building. But yeah, I don't recall saying that. I think maybe I say commercial in total or something. I could.
and I think we use Publix as sort of a catch-all for down on, it's,
For that whole
it's,
thing.
it's multi-$1,000s. I don't even think it breaks 20,000 because we're got very incomplete information provided to us. I think that as we talk about cutting something, when at the last meeting, we were all concerned if there was a sheriff officer in our town hall. You think if we cut the sheriff contract, there's going to be an officer standing in our lobby? No, no.
There,
So, I mean, I'm sitting here with all these blinds wide open. We just had a person shot and killed for their outspokenness, right?
You're gaslighting.
I am not gaslighting, Todd, right? So this is a serious problem. There's no contingency. Should we cut the sheriff? Non-emergency calls will have a longer wait time. Absolutely 100%. So as we're looking at cutting things, because we cut something previously, I hear no motion from staff to say, oh, they're cutting. They're just saying, well, you cut something from the budget, so you need to find that money for us somewhere else, right? That $400 check that you're proposing, that will happen 1 year, one time only. I guarantee it, because you're not going to necessarily be sitting up here and they're going to go, oh, look, we've got this extra money. We got to spend it on something else. And I'm going to tell you right now, if the sheriff was to hear that we're serious about cutting them, right? And you're saying this is a luxury we can't afford. We're not cutting anything else. We're not looking at what else can we cut? Where can we cut back? Where can we hold? Let's streamline what's going on. That SWOT analysis also pointed out that we have serious operational issues in our town hall that are not actually being productive, or we need to get to basics. Grant money, great, but not grant money that's going to hold over zoning changes and everything else and re-envisioning some other commercial corridor, right? So I still haven't gotten an answer to the promised response of we have $3 million more in revenue from 5 years ago, and we still only have 500,000 to spend, which actually I think has been reduced. If you look at the documents that were provided us, I think our capital improvements is down to 386,000. We were originally given a higher number than that.
Yes.
Yes. So again, there's no cutting. You just said, well, we're not going to give you 300 an acre, so you need to go find us more money, because we're not willing to tighten our belts in town hall. So that's where I stand. And I think, Paul, I think you're there with me on that. So.
well, I want to be fair. So the report hasn't come out yet, and I really was holding off to talk about most of that until the report came out. But two things have already been kind of the reality is part of that report also said, that there's a real disconnect from what has been going on from up here. And I'm not saying since March, right? I'm saying there has been, we've heard it from staff. There's a priority list of 180 items or 150 items or however many there are, so there's been a real lack of congruity everywhere. So everybody who's out there clapping, you really need to look at the whole picture, because a previous council set up here and spent $4.2 million to improperly pave roads that now, and everybody tends to forget this, right? So $4.2 million, part of which, how much money are we losing in December, David?
Oh, yeah.
Just rough.
300,000.
$300,000, part of which, was coming from that, from some other stuff. So, Yeah, we need to tighten belts, but I can tell you, I don't know anybody in this room who would go out and do a job. I don't care if it's grading an arena or set up a new arena. Got a couple folks. I don't care if it's selling a house. If they came and told you, listen, you can't get any more percentage, or you're going to get less percentage when you sell this house. I don't care who's doing the job. And let me tell you, I'm a public servant. I'm a public servant, my full-time job, and I'm a public servant, my part-time job. Because if you break down the amount of money that I get paid to sit up here and talk about gaslighting, listen to all the gaslighting around the town and all the inappropriate comments, okay, it's minuscule. But I do it because I believe in this town. So when I sit here and tell all you folks, and yes, I only own 2 acres, right? 2.25 acres. It's a little piece of property. I'm not a tycoon. I don't own multiple lots, and I don't, it's not going to affect me in that way. But let me tell you, again, I'm a public servant. I don't get paid a lot of money. If you look at what I get paid versus market share, what a private individual who does what I do for a living gets paid, it's probably about a $10 to $15 difference per hour. Okay? So when I talk about these things, right, I take it very seriously. There's many people in this audience that have known me my entire life. I am not a politician. I did not get this job to be a politician. I'm not looking to move on and be a commissioner or a state senator, any of that. I'm here for the town of Loxahatchee Groves. Okay? So yes, are there things that need to be done around here? Absolutely. Are there things that need to be tightened up? Absolutely. I do believe that. Right? But I do also believe that there was a deputy president at the Loxahatchee Groves Water Control District when it was just the Loxahatchee Groves Water Control District, and we were under unincorporated Palm Beach County. They were there, I know, because my dad was on the board, and I went to meetings, and I went to votes and stuff like that, when I was younger, and there they are. Because let me tell you, it got pretty rough in there sometimes, right? And I think I'm being nice, okay? So again, I'm just looking at, there are some certain things that we need to do to maintain where we are and where we want to go, right? Do you want Okeechobee Road being 4 lanes? No. What's it going to take? It's going to take a fight. Listen, it went through and it was going to happen, but who remembers a little old lady? She wasn't a little old lady then, sitting on Okeechobee Boulevard, having a sit-in, trying to stop Okeechobee Road from coming through Loxahatchee Groves. It's going to take a battle with Palm Beach County, and it's going to take more than this staff can put out. It can take more than this council can put out. So when we talk about compensation and we talk about a 5% increase, a COLA, right? It's not 30%. The COLA increase for the staff is 5% max. It's not 30. That's why I say when you talk about gaslighting and stuff like that, and we can, after this meeting and when we get through, we can dig in. We're going to have workshops. We can dig in and we can talk about and explain about the other line items as far as, travel and all this and CEUs, and we can talk about all that stuff. Okay. So my point is, I'm going to try and reel it in. I'm sorry. My point is that's why I'm saying we don't pull it to contingency now. We leave it where it is and make sure that we're doing the right and proper thing. And if we can prove it's the right and proper thing, right? Then we do an amendment and we pull it. It's no different if we do it now or we do it in 2 weeks or a month.
May I, Paul? I still think that there's room to go back and renegotiate. I know you guys are convinced otherwise, but I think if we show that we are serious about getting our spending under control, that we may have a little more leverage with the sheriff.
Anita, you dealt with him last year. What's your thought on that?
There
Not
was-
happening.
there was-
I
there
can
was
tell you,
no-
I was on the council before.
Okay, Todd, you know everything.
No,
Yeah.
Anita and I have both negotiated directly with him.
Respectful to each other.
We've done it. I can tell you from
Please.
my position. Now maybe there's something changed, but I can tell you when I was here, there was no negotiation. When he was when Anita was there, not little. And
But
let-
there was no appetite to change it. Now there seems to
Oh,
be
there was
some
appetite, I can
support.
assure you. Was there appetite when you wanted to change it, Anita?
Well, first of all, I wasn't authorized to negotiate when I went. I went with the town manager and the town attorney, who was Mr. Tersivi at the time. And So I was not authorized by council to negotiate. So when they tried to negotiate with me, I told them that I hadn't been authorized by council to do that and could not negotiate. But Mr. Torcivia felt that he was able to negotiate, and so he was the one who did the negotiations. But so I have to be, transparent about that. But from their conversation, which did occur in front of me, it was pretty clear that there wasn't room for a reduction. What there was room for and what occurred was that if Mr. Torcivia was willing to negotiate a multi-year contract, there would only be a 1% increase, which was different from I believe it was 4% that was 4 or 5% that was proposed initially. And so the negotiation that happened was a reduction in the increase. But it was, to answer your question after all of that information, but I thought everybody should have all that information. It was very clear that reducing was not an option.
May I clarify though, when I say appetite, you guys last year changed some language in the ordinances, correct? Right, Anita? You guys adopted something that allowed this change to be possible. And now there seems to be some support for possibly voting to change that. That's my point. There's a reality that didn't exist prior to a year ago.
Right.
Agreed? You adopted an ordinance.
No, yes.
Okay, yeah.
That took care of the charge.
I didn't adopt an ordinance. The council adopted an ordinance. Well, I just want you to be careful because I get.
But you were the mayor. That's my point.
Okay,
So you
well,
were the
I didn't
chair-
adopt it.
You were the chair.
We adopted an ordinance. This council adopted an ordinance.
And let's be honest, we talk about response time, okay? And again, no offense, but I don't think she wants to come up and speak to the whatever, but I mean, we can look at reports and whatever, response time. There's not always a deputy sitting in Loxahatchee Groves.
I'm talking about like
Laurel?
the dirt bikes flying up and down
hold
the
on,
road.
hold on.
You're never going to get them out here.
No,
for that.
listen, one of our staff members called for a deputy. Forget exactly what the instance was. The guy came from Belglade. Right? The sentiment that I understand, and I could be wrong, so don't, I'm just, is that there's a divisible line at Folsom and at Southern Boulevard. Wellington, I would say, unless it's something very, very, very serious, Wellington's not coming over here. Royal Palm's not coming over here. Maybe the same as the truth is for Westlake. I know when I called on, and again, it was Christmas morning. Okay. I had a very impaired individual, been out late that night. Her Uber dropped her at the wrong driveway. Okay. Now, you've been to my house. I think all of you have at least driven by my house. My gates are shut. Okay. It used to be just chained. She went through 2 gates and was banging on my back door. So you can imagine how I got up and grabbed a tool and I poked my head out the door and I said some very colorful words. Why are you in my backyard? And it went out my other gate, right? It was 30 minutes. Okay. So I'm just saying everything is relative. Yes. In the middle of the day, we got deputies, whatever, or there's not a call that calls for backup to come over here. Yes, there is extenuating circumstances and everything.
Yes, there's fluidity there. For
Yeah.
Sure.
So, my point is we have when it was, and look, the whole of the acreage, I think has like 4.
I understand, but we
So-
had speed traps recently on Okeechobee, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying, I think that there's services here. When we talk about level of service, that's going to be a level of service change.
Nobody's saying that.
But that's,
I think we're all in agreement that PBSO does a fantastic job, right? We respect them. They do phenomenal.
Correct.
Right? And we're all in agreement with that. We don't necessarily need the premium service. And when you say next year, this may not happen. Well, guess what? It may be a 5 millage rate next year, depending on what council's here. It might be a $400 acreage assessment, or it might be a 2.0. We can't guarantee anything for next year, but we can guarantee this year they get a check back. And that's my point. This year, we can make it happen. Whatever happens next year is next year.
And should the level of service fall to a level that people are dissatisfied with?
Were they
and you have
dissatisfied before
cut-
incorporation?
I don't know.
Haven't heard
There's a
anything.
lot of new people in this town, Todd.
Okay.
So you cut this service now. This is just, what's the contingency when you go back hat in hand and say, oh, we made a mistake, you think you're gonna get the sweetheart deal that Torsivia worked
Is it a
out?
sweetheart deal? I'm not sure it is.
Well, I think it was supposed to go to 1 point.
It was supposed to increase 4%, it increased 1.
No, it was supposed to go to 1 million something. That's
No,
what
it
was
supposed-
budgeted.
No, ma'am, it was supposed to increase 4% and it increased 1.
I guess that's my entire point, though. Why do it first? Why not do our due diligence? I realize that you've done a lot of research and you say we can do this, right? But I think we need to objectively look at
And
the haves and have-nots and go from there.
And the lawyer's gonna have to do that, but that doesn't mean we have to fund that account right now. We put the funds in a different account. It's a non-funded account, and I think that gives our attorney more leeway to go back and cancel the contract. That's my point, and get out of the contract. There's other ways to get out of it also. But that's one of the ways, is if it's not funded in this budget. And the idea is not to put it in contingency, and I brought this up at the last meeting. I don't want it to get in contingency where it gets commingled with the rest of the funds. I want a specific line item that says solid waste refund. That way it's not, where'd that money go? Because I don't want to hear in 6 months from now, where'd it go? Where'd that 675 go?
But I think
I want it
has
to be a
go-
line item.
I think it has to go to contingency.
It
Maybe
doesn't- I talked to David earlier, there can be a specific line item in our budget where that goes, and it'll specifically say solid waste refund, and it's there. That way next month, it's still there, the month after, it's still there. And that way people don't go, where'd the 675 go? It got evaporated, it got vacuumed up by the machine, right? The machine has it now. Where did it go? And that's why I want a separate line item. And I want a full commitment from us that we're going to give these checks back to the people moving forward. And if I don't have that commitment, then I'm not going to do the 3.2. Because this is the first time by doing this refund back, we will drastically lower the taxes on people. Without, it's not one time, Lisa. You keep saying it's guaranteed one time, yes.
Yes.
Next year, you can do it again. Right? The next council could say, we're gonna do $300 an acre. We need to have a 4.0 millage rate. I don't know. All we can control today is now.
This year.
And that's what I'm looking at. I'm not trying to focus on next year or 10 years from now. It's this budget, this year, this millage rate. That's what we can control today. We can't control next year, right?
No.
Okay, so if we go through and we say, get rid of the lobbyists, get rid of half-town staff, that could change again next year with the new council, right? That's my point, is we can make all these changes, and there's no guarantee for next year for any of it. There's no guarantee on any of it, but we can guarantee tonight that they're gonna get a $400 check. That your taxes on one item might have went up $15, but you're getting a $400 check, right? That's my point.
So you
This
can-
is about tonight and what we can guarantee the people tonight.
you can guarantee the $400 check at the possible peril of everything else.
What's everything else?
Because if it comes out that we can't do this, right? Right? It comes out that, oh, listen, guys, it's gonna cost you $1 million to fight this, right? And we go back and say, oh crap, we just gave away $400 of,
But the check's
you
gonna
know.
be written tomorrow.
Didn't say
By-
this happened
by the-
tomorrow.
By November, or December, we're gonna know where we're at. And
And if we can't,
well, then we're gonna have to tell the people, sorry, the sheriff is coming after your money.
But the millage
coming
rate
after
gets set
your-
right now.
Know that.
That is the problem.
I understand.
It's the essence of the
But there'll
problem.
be the pressure on the, I don't want to say opposing party, but the other part of the contract. Hey, if you want this money, you're taking it out of our people's pocket because we already promised them they're getting it back. Does he want to be in that position? I suspect not.
Just as a point of information, we have to pay, and I've shared this with Councilmember McClendon, we have to pay the sheriff's
Louder.
contract ahead.
Sorry, we can't
I'm
hear you,
sorry.
Francine, especially with all the chatter coming from the back of the room. Go ahead.
We have to pay the sheriff's contract a month ahead. So let's say we're going to be out of it by November, if that's, our estimate here. We can't move all the money over because we have to pay ahead of the month. October will be due and November will be due. So I just want to remind everybody, those are the mechanics. Mr. McClendon took those numbers into consideration in his mathematics as I understand it. I just wanted to be clear about that.
so it's a monthly payment, not a lump annual sum.
Correct, and we have to pay ahead of
Ahead
the
of
month.
And keep in mind, the 675 is actually more than 400. It's like $447 for each resident. And I used the 400, so the $47 is there. for the 1 month. That's how I figured it out.
While you guys continue to contemplate this, I'd suggest that or the clerk read the resolution.
Thank you.
And then there's a public hearing scheduled with respect to the military. So this is a resolution number 2025-71, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, establishing and adopting the final millage for the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, pursuant to the budget summary for the fiscal year 2025-2026 in accordance with Chapter 200 Florida statutes as amended, providing for severability, conflict, and effective date. A public hearing has been scheduled at this time. And I don't know if you want to do the honors of reading the.
Jeff, you read so well. Go for it.
Pursuant to Florida statutes 200.065 2D and E, the following announcement is made. The Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida's rolled back rate is 2.8326 mils. The percentage increase in property taxes for fiscal year 25-26 is 14.9615, and the town's millage rate to be adopted is 3.2564 mils. With that, public hearing has been scheduled. You can start hearing from the public if you want to.
Sure. Public comment, Val?
Mr. Leda?
I can bring the mic to you. I'll bring the mic.
While he's coming up, I'm going to point something out. Somebody said this measly $400 check I'm getting back from somebody that pays $150 into the town. And I can assure you, if we raise their taxes $400, that $400 would be unbelievable. But it's funny when some people say, well, it's just measly $400 you're sending me back. It's like, what?
Hello, Victor Lato, 15665 Collecting Canal Road. Loxahatchee Groves is a small community with 3,000 residents with only 28 employees. Many people say we have to compare ourselves to Royal Palm Beach, which has 120 employees and a huge tax base and a huge commercial area. How can we afford a $200K package for the town manager, a 20% increase, plus will be going through investigations. 2 or more of the employees are getting a 30% increase up to $125,000 each. But many of the employees are getting a 4 to 6% increase, and the manager is getting a 0 increase. Why can't the town manager get the same increase? Plus, we will be paying huge increases in healthcare, the DROP program, and retirement. That is 20 years or plus. I wish they would tell us how much that's going to cost us in the future years. And I don't know, the one counselor said that it's only 5%. That's for most of the workers. But isn't the town manager going from 133,000 to 160,000, which was not recommended by the old town attorney and the finance director? Plus, the attorney recommended a 1-2-year term contract, especially during ongoing investigations. And she's getting 180-year expanded carryover up to 360 hours guaranteed. Expanded and payout increase liability on termination benefit level exceeds typical city practices. adds 40 hours a year, additional benefits not justified, creates with other employees. Then wants option of full health coverage or $15,000 annually. Cash payouts is added cost not provided to other staff members, creates perception of special treatment. I hope the town council does cut back, and yes, many of the hardworking employees are only getting the small increase or no increases. I think we can do a lot of savings, and I don't know how we should compare our town to, we might as well just compare it to West Palm Beach and or the county and pay her $450,000 a year. Thank you.
Ms. Rapowitz? Tracy Rapowitz, 1261 F Road. A while ago, I presented examples of wasteful spending in this town to you, council. What troubles me the most that not one of you, except one, asked me questions and demanded more answers. Aren't you, as council members, supposed to provide oversight? Aren't you supposed to protect the interests of the people in this town? From sitting in these meetings, I'm not really sure you are. And what I'm really worried about is that the residents are losing confidence in all of you. This administration seems more focused on securing a 30% raise to the certain top people than on cutting these costs. The message to the rest of the, the residents is, if we don't get raises, fill positions, services are going to be cut. But if we give raises, fill the positions, that consumes half the budget. How can we expect to maintain services when all the other half to fund the entire town operations? Either way, taxpayers are going to lose. We need compromise, and residents deserve a value for what they're actually paying. I just looked up Waxahachie Grove salaries. They're in line with other rural small towns in Florida, neither dramatically above nor severely below normal. Though the lower level or less specialized roles, there may be room for improvement, particularly given its proximity to a high-cost region. For upper management or specialized roles, the pay seems competitive. I want to ask, did our town attorney, Mr. Kurtz, review the town manager's contract? Because in its current form, it's not in the best financial interest of this community. I want to be clear, I have no vendetta against anyone who works here. I'm simply looking at the numbers, and right now, the numbers don't add up. Some may ask why I put so much energy into attending these meetings. Trust me, my husband says the same thing. I'm not doing this for my health. I was tasked with a job. I take that job very seriously. I'm a numbers person, and my only goal is to do right by everybody in this room in town. Nothing more, nothing less. At the last meeting, Todd and Mr. Kurtz, you both said FACT came up with nothing. That is so not fair. We had 5 meetings, railroaded by all these presentations, giving a very small minimal time to talk. We came up with resolutions. We gave ideas. Manish and I come at every single meeting. We give you guys ideas. You're not willing to look at anything else except give raises, cut the sheriff's budget. That's not fair. Look at it better and cut it. Thanks.
Ms. Standish?
Virginia Standish. So what I've heard here tonight is that the SWOT analysis has not been provided to council in full detail, but staff is overworked. So my first thought is, well, how did they determine staff was overworked? Did staff just say they were overworked? I have had many jobs where I felt overworked. I'm sure many of you have had jobs where you felt overworked and you had to establish your priorities and your workflow, and no more employees came in behind you to help you. What troubles me about the budget this year, the current one, and what we saw happen is staff got hired and then, oh, we're going to adjust the budget. Council, I hired these people. We're going to adjust the budget. Oh, these new people I hired, they need assistance. But you're telling us you're going to give us a refund and the budget's going to be okay. There's serious concerns and inconsistencies in what we are being told here. It would be wonderful to get a rebate. That would be great. I will disclose, I have a property in a town where we don't have what you call double dipping on PBSO, but that town has not changed. So I urge you, what I haven't heard you say is you've had discussions with PBSO. I understand the concept of leading the line item in, and then working it, having the discussion, but you have not had a discussion with PBSO on this about level of service, what are the basics, no comment at all from you. You're just assuming things. Yes, we know what the level of service is in unincorporated. We know what it was 40 years ago. Our community has changed. So I don't hear that investigative meeting was held with PBSO. That is a concern. The garbage rebate, great. We get it 1 year. I'm hearing we may not get it the next year, but we've given up PBSO. And then if you want PBSO back, if you should, and I do realize that these commercial properties, they can pay their own fees to PBSO. That's another way that, that commercial properties can get their service. But the fact is that we only have so much money. I appreciate the work staff puts in. I can tell you, I have always held staff in high regard, but I have constantly through the years, because I simply came up here and spoke, even at the water district, had things happen behind the scenes that I will simply call retaliation. I would speak for other people, and it's still true. They don't want to come here and talk to you because of retaliation from staff. It's a fact. So when you talk about this budget, there's concern how you're going to accomplish it. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Me again. Hi.
You're a pro now.
I sent in this, so I didn't know if it was gonna be read, so I'm gonna read it. First, I want to thank you guys for your time and efforts. I appreciate the service and commitment you give to our town. My comment is in regards to the town manager contract. To be honest, I do not personally know her. I don't know her work ethic, and I truthfully don't even know what she does. But I've been a manager for a long time, and some of the issues that I see in the contract are that she seems to be more and cares more about her own self-interest than she does the people that she's working for. So from a town manager, I would expect, again, I don't know for sure, but I would expect that maybe she would fight for her employees to get raises. And the truth is I would pay 3.2 for that. So all these other people that are working for her, if she said, I don't care about me, but I want to make sure they're paid, I'd be on board. She would also look at that contract though, if I were the employee, and I would say, wow, not only does she want to be treated like an employee, but she wants all these additional perks that I don't get. So if I were her employee, I would be really upset about that. So she gets a severance package. So she gets this extra stipend for her own health care. She gets to be able to get 3 votes instead of 4, however she wanted to change the charter. As an employee, like it seems like, why would I work for somebody that's fighting for their own self-interest like that? And if she's doing that in this contract, like what else is she doing it for? So there just seemed to be a lack of competency in that arena to me. I also think like I would love for her to say, heck yeah, I have some soil testing. Or you know what? We don't need a lobbyist just for our town. I've collaborated with other towns so that we could share a lobbyist. I would love to hear her share how she's giving back to the town, but it just sounds like she wants to take from the town per that contract. I would love duties and what she wants to give us and why she's fighting for us and why she's fighting for her employees, but not why she wants to be compensated in case we fire her. So that's my comment.
That's it.
That's it. Okay, Todd and Paul, you both still have your lights on.
Good, Tom.
So it's all about compromise, right? We're not going to satisfy everybody. It's about trying to compromise. What was originally presented to us was 300 an acre right? 3 mills, 30% raises for everybody. That's been taken down to 5% raise, right? And what I'm proposing drastically lowers everybody that lives in here, except for Tracy, their tax burden, right? Everybody else has a green garbage can. Tracy, you don't have a green garbage can, right? So you're not gonna get a $400 check. Sorry. But everybody else, if you live here and you got a green garbage can, you'll get a check for $400. So my point is, we're able to raise it from 3 to 3.2, which gives a little bit money for staff, right? It covers everything that they were asking for. Not a lot of capital improvement. We know that was going to get cut, right? Because there's not $4 million there anymore. So it satisfies that, and it puts $400 back in everybody's pocket that's sitting here. That's about compromise. And I don't think I've ever seen that drastic of a lesson of your tax burden from Loxahatchee Groves. That has never happened. Never. And the argument, this might not happen next year. You're right, it might not. But it's up to you all to come next year and say, I want the same $400 that I got last year. Why aren't you doing it? Explain to me this. That's the point. We can do it this year. We can control it this year. Lisa, you may not be here next year. You may say, I'm leaving this place. I can't deal with this, right? So you can't guarantee it next year, right? So we can't guarantee anything for next year. Next year might be a completely different council, but we can guarantee this year that you get a $400 check. It's as simple as that. You saw my spreadsheet. I assume most people have seen the spreadsheet. Everybody's getting everybody's getting the $400, and your tax burden is drastically less. There were some places that are assessed at over $1 million, and they're still coming out ahead with this idea and this plan with the 3.26, whatever it is, or 3.2564 millage rate and the $400 check back to them. That has never happened. Never has somebody's tax burden lessened that much.
So again, I say to you, leave it where it is. Let's do the 3.24 and work toward that goal, Todd. That's what I'm saying. But you're sitting here and you're saying, nope, I'm not moving. If that's what it's going to be, then I'm going to say roll back.
The money,
That's what you're saying.
The money's still going to be there. It's not going to be in that line item. It's going to be a different line item. And I want a commitment, a verbal commitment, that we will do everything in our power to make sure everybody gets that $400 check. That's all I'm asking for.
Listen, we already have to approve a budget where we're going to pay him. We got to pay him for a couple months anyway while we figure this out. So why not just leave it there?
Because I don't.
We can do the amendment.
Because I don't want.
Gentlemen, I hear what you're saying, but I think you're mixing apples and oranges. We gotta vote on the rate, and then we gotta vote on the budget. So it's
This is why he wanted to talk about the budget at the same time.
two separate votes. So we can fight that fight afterwards if you have confidence in your fellow council members to get to where we need to get to, and you're talking about compromise. Can we have a motion for the millage rate?
But I'm not going to, that's the problem, is I'm not going to vote for the 3.25 unless I have a verbal commitment.
And what's the vote take for the millage rate for?
At
Phase 3?
At 3.2564, it is 4 votes
Super.
that you need. And David, I defer to you on how high they can go with 3. I can't remember what that is, but that should be on your DR.
2.9 and change.
Yeah.
We gotta come to something, guys. Somebody make a motion.
Or wait,
Mayor,
Mr. Delana, give us
just
an
so you
answer
know-
on something.
Delana.
Pardon me.
Delana, sorry. David. Can I just call you David, please? Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Mayor, I did receive 2 more public comments and
Because right now what we're discussing is the millage, the millage rate. So let's just take public comments limited to the millage rate at this time, okay?
400 and blank. I don't know what they want to discuss.
Because
It's difficult to ascertain. It just says item 4 on both of them. It doesn't distinguish between 4A and 4B. Ms. Harding and Ally Daly, are you wishing to speak on the millage rate or the budget?
come on now.
Looking at the chart that you paid for, so.
Ms. Harding, please speak into the mic.
The mic,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you. We all want to hear you. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Ms. Jane.
I'm looking at your chart and maybe I'm not understanding it, so please help me out. It says rebate in one column 400 and it's all blank. I understand why that is. Then it says rebate on the other side. It says 276. This is the first line, 276.40. So How does that work?
So there's the column that says 3.0, I think, and then the 3.2.
Can I show you what I'm
Well,
looking
you
at?
see at the top, it says 3 and 3.2.
No, I'm looking at like the fifth line in, it says rebate $400 and then down-
Everybody's gonna get the 400. That's the
Okay,
green
so
can.
then if you go to the second, oh, I see what you're saying. The second savings after the rebate.
Correct.
So it says for the first line, your rebate is 400, so you get $400 back.
Everybody gets 400.
And then your savings will be 275.40.
Right.
So,
Because
and-
because the millage rate's gonna go from 3 to 3.2, so
Gotcha.
it's gonna go up, but then you're gonna get $400 back, subtract it, and that's the.
so
the
that
savings.
you will have paid for it then. So
I'm sorry?
So you'll be ahead of the game, 276.40. Okay.
Exactly.
Yes.
All
Based
right.
on what your taxes will increase from the
See, well, that's very
3.2.
confusing because you kept saying you're gonna get 400, you're gonna get 400. And then I look at rebate and then it's like 276 and I'm like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I just need to understand
Yep.
the math there. So we'll be in the plus, but it's not necessarily plus 400. It'll
Correct.
be plus whatever it is.
The difference,
for.
right. If your
Thank you.
taxes went up $20, it'd be plus 380. If it went up $50, it'd be 350.
And one other question is, you say everybody who has a green can. What if someone has two green cans?
Then they get it twice.
And then what if somebody has no green can?
They don't get it.
Then they have to still pay the millage.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you
But,
very much.
you know,
I
well-
appreciate it.
Probably everybody that lives in here has a green can except for Tracy.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, the town of Loxahatchee's total tax bill is 15%. So 80, so like because property tax bills are going to be, you're going to have the county tax.
I'm just talking about Loxahatchee.
I
Road.
know,
I'm not
I know,
talking-
but I'm just saying that people are going to get their tax bill and they're going to go, wait a second, you know, your property tax bill is composed of county taxes, school taxes, which, by the way, I hope you all go to the county.
Department.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Sheriff's Department.
A school district and
Library.
the little town of, library, right, I mean, right. And so, you know, so,
Yeah.
and we can't control that part of the taxing district. They're having their own meetings, this week or next, so just.
Well, I guess we could cut a little if we bowed out on the library thing and everybody had to buy their own library card, right? That'd save us like $14, something like that.
We could look at it if you guys want.
I'm just,
Yeah, you.
we voted that we, the council previously voted to do that because it affords you an opportunity to just walk into the library and rent a book, check out a book, have a library card without paying a fee. Because if you're not part of unincorporated Palm Beach County, you live in an incorporated area that doesn't have a library, then yes, you pay a fee.
Oh.
Yeah, to get a card and to I keep saying rent like it's a video and check out a book. Yeah,
Rent, that you used to be able to rent.
yeah, I know, right? CDs are on a comeback. Yep, yeah. You can actually. I think you can. I think you can rent DVDs.
Mayor, we still have two more public comments.
Okay.
Ms. Daly?
Hi, some of my questions were just answered, but, and sorry, Ally Daly. And forgive my ignorance, but, is it not accurate that everyone's millage rate is dependent on the acreage that they own? So is it still,
Value of their home.
okay, so,
So
Yeah.
depending on when you bought, like, there are certain
Yeah.
values are different, right?
okay, and I'm just to have this perfectly clear, you're talking about defunding the police or getting rid of our contract with the police department, also fire department,
Yeah, no,
just the police department.
we're not defunding anything. We're just not funding the double payment. It's not. You got to be clear because the
Well, that's why I'm
defund-
here. I'm asking a
Well, yeah,
question.
but defund went around a few years ago. Like,
Yeah.
we're not saying we're not paying for police or for sheriffs. We're saying we're not paying the extra, or we don't want to pay the extra. We've been saying it for years.
Everybody in Palm Beach County pays $75, including us.
Yeah.
We have an additional contract of $670,000 a year that we pay for enhanced services.
And why is that?
Because somebody decided to put a Publix at B Road in Southern Boulevard.
Because the sheriff's department said that when we had this large commercial area that we had to have this enhanced service.
That's not really accurate.
Well, okay, that's.
Close.
So
It's close.
part of our incorporation, we had to put in without getting this is what I'm talking about trying to come to agreements. There were people that opposed us incorporating. So there had to be certain things put in our charter. One of the things in there said you would have a contract with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office unless you adopt an ordinance otherwise. That way they wouldn't oppose us. Like the Water Control District said they wanted to be independent from us or they would oppose us. So it was about trying to satisfy everybody to get incorporated, right? And then the belief was municipalities have to provide some sort of law enforcement. Palm Beach has their own law enforcement. Boynton Beach has their own law enforcement. Everybody has to provide their own law enforcement, or we could just contract with the sheriff and we don't have to have our own police department. As time went on, people started realizing, that no, we don't have to provide our own law enforcement. The sheriff is responsible countywide. So that's.
So we're trying to get rid of that $675,000 contract because we all are already paying $75 each for
We're paying the
police coverage.
corporation, we're paying the same amount as unincorporated on the other 162nd. They get service, they get excellent service because PBSO does an excellent job and we're still going to get an excellent job. So if somebody's golf cart gets stolen, instead of them being here in 10 minutes, it might be here in 40 minutes. Your golf cart's already gone anyway, right? So.
Okay, so I'm just trying to assess, like, has there been any kind of a study on how that's going to affect our safety? Like, I'm not talking about golf carts. I'm talking about, let's say, an illegal immigrant breaking into my house in the middle of the night.
We have low crime rate here, very low crime rate. So how do you do a study? How do you figure?
Should I call you at 3 a.m.?
Yeah, they're going to come.
He's
If there's
up.
an they've already said if there's an emergency, they're going to be here. Plain as day. When they swear an oath, it's not we swear an oath to unincorporated Palm Beach County. It's to Palm Beach County, right? That's where they're supposed to provide law enforcement services.
Mayor, we received a second request from Mr. Lado to speak. Would you like to allow him to speak?
Sure. I just wanted to ask, Todd said that, all the employees, 5%.
Gotta get you a mic, Mr. Lita.
Including the town manager and the town.
No,
clerk.
hers is different.
What's that?
Hers is different.
Oh, so. That's not true then. She's still gonna get the 20% and then two people again, 30%.
Got there yet, sir.
We haven't got there yet.
Okay.
We haven't voted on her contract yet.
Okay. But, and plus all the special amendments she wants.
We haven't voted on her contract yet.
Okay. So it's not gonna be 5%, it's gonna be a
We
lot more.
haven't voted on her contract
I know,
yet. We
but
haven't
I
had
just
that
wanna-
discussion.
Get that clear. It's not gonna be that. Thank you.
You want to close the public hearing?
Well, we have to take a vote tonight, do we not?
Yes, but I'm just saying you can close the public hearing.
Okay, let's
Motion to
close the public hearing and somebody's got to come up with something.
Well. I make a motion to approve the budget at 3.2564 mils as it stands in the agenda. That's is there an ordinance number there? Consideration resolution 2025-71. Is that the correct number, Jeff?
Yes.
Do I have a second for that? I'll second it. I passed the gavel. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed. Okay, fails 3-2. Something else?
I make a motion to adopt the millage at 3.0.
Do I have a second for that?
David, just for the record, before they vote, so they understand it, 3.0, does that require 4 votes?
4 votes.
Okay.
And it'll take a lot of budget amendments to do that.
Do I have a second for 3.0?
Well, we can discuss it after, right?
Okay, failing a second. Are we giving a second?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
Boss, I'm thinking, boss. I'm thinking. I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Actually, I meant to discuss it. Discussion.
Fails 3-2.
All I'm looking for is a verbal commitment. And to move that 675 to a separate line item. And we're there.
I will commit to you that I will give it very, very, very serious consideration because I don't agree with it. Listen, Todd, you and I've had this conversation multiple times, right? And I know what you're saying. Oh, it started because listen, that number did not jump up until B Road and Southern Boulevard happened. You and I both know this. And the argument was, well, you have commercial now. We have one plaza and we jumped up to like what, $500,000. And now we're at 670 today. So I will commit to you that I will look at it, but I want it right where it's sitting and we can deal with it with an amendment. You're telling me 3.0 is going to take multiple amendments. Why is that going to take multiple amendments? When Lisa just made a motion for 3.0, you said, but that's going to take multiple
Because
amendments.
the budget's written based on 3.25.
Oh, so we're going to have to recalculate.
We had a previous budget at the last meeting at 3. So
But
this,
wait,
this has been
but
completely
excuse me.
revamped to 3.2564.
But that was based on a 300-acre
Based
assessment.
on the 300.
Not
Right. Correct.
I understand. I go back to, we're
Okay.
cutting across the board. So
But keep in mind, we used to fund the independent district at 300 an acre, basically.
And now we're not funding it.
Right.
I got it.
Might I just share with you that
Microphone.
no money may be spent from contingency. No money may be spent from contingency without a council vote. So in and of itself, being in contingency locks it up in its own private line item. If you wanted to say contingency for public safety, we can do that.
Paul's position is don't move it from that line item from law enforcement, period.
Yep. My position is I want to have a better conversation
I
about it.
understand.
That is my position.
And we
So-
still can- And we still
Are you
can.
okay with contingency for public safety as opposed to contingency for the rebate? In the event that it doesn't work out the way that the prediction is? Then it just goes right back into public safety?
Well, it doesn't go back. We'd have to make a budget amendment. to
Right,
go
but
back.
I'm just saying that it's right there in the same line. Are you okay with contingency for public safety?
We're splitting hairs here.
Right.
Todd's just taking a stance
Looking
because
for compromise so that we can go home at some point tonight. It's 9:21 and we're looking for compromises that, I mean, like you're both sitting here.
I think I
you're both
compromised
sitting-
plenty. I didn't say hell no.
And-
I said, let's have a logical conversation about this
Okay.
and not move it yet because that's my stance. So I'm committing to you that I will have a good conversation about it before we make a move on it. And if you can prove to me that this is totally boom, boom, boom proper, and we can go over some numbers, some response times and this and that, I'll stand with you. Not a problem. I told you this. I've told you this for years.
But I'm not willing to risk that at 3.2.
Wow.
So are you okay with putting it in the line of contingency for public safety, Paul?
No, and I'm not approving 2.8.
No, well, neither am I.
Yeah, so, I mean-
We've got to approve something. If we're here till 4 o'clock in the morning, we have to approve something.
I'm not sure, but I think automatically.
Well,
It falls back to 3, right? Because we're at 3 now.
Roll back.
Oh, we have to adopt the 3 even though we were already at 3?
No.
yes.
No, it.
Yes, in order for you to, if you want the millage to be 3 mills, you have to adopt it at 3 mills and it takes 4 votes.
But weren't we at 3? The rollback is a discounted rate, right?
The rollback is the rate that is equivalent to the total tax dollars that you got
Right.
last year.
Because we have to approve that we're going to leave it at 3 and people are going to pay more taxes. That's what I'm saying. The last year's millage rate was 3.
Right.
So, but we still have to approve the 3.
Right.
So it'll go to the rollback if we don't do anything, is what you're
Okay,
saying.
guys, this is what we're gonna do. I think we need a little tiny bit of a cooling off period. So even though it's 9:23, we're just gonna take a 5-minute recess for everybody to confer with who they need to confer with or do whatever, so we can come back and try to get I think it's good. It's so nice.
No, they need to know that in.
Her name is Mrs. Collins.
Three votes, not four votes. It's the same as three.
This is really.
No. Very super nice. Essentially the same level. She replaced No, mine's more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom, how do you want me to say the thing about the saving some? Because I by the hour, differences about.
How much is projected for the year?
All over the year.
Projections.
Not a problem. So I can do it by the day. I can do it by the month. So therefore I can do it by the year. I'm not using the highest growth. I'm using the that goes between 35 and 38. But one day with that, this is I'm sorry, it's $2,000. One day with $600.
So you take that time at 365 and now project.
Not a big deal. 65 and I haven't given her the cancel.
But that doesn't include.
Okay,
I understand that.
are we ready? Everybody's ready? Okay, guys, we're gonna come back to order, please. Thank you. Anybody come to any kind of a meeting of their own minds while we were away? Do I have a motion?
I flushed one.
TMI.
Before I make my motion, I just want to say that I really think it's, and I said it to somebody in the vestibule, you know, as I was coming back in, you know, I think it's important, you know, and we can, and I've been saying this since like June, we got to get through the budget and then we can start tweaking our charts of accounts and tweaking how we, you know, I think I've kind of said something to David a couple times about, you know, making sure we're pulling out PZ&B or excuse me, building and, you know, making sure that's allocated properly and kind of line iteming that individually. I think it's important that us as a community, you know, we keep investing in our business because this is our business. It's all of our business, right? So that being said, I like to think that we can, you know, take this and we can move forward and we can look at the sheriff contract and look at everything that's involved with it before we go, oh, we're just going to do this. So I'm going to restate my motion that I would like to approve. We're at number 4, right? Here, let me read from here because it's bigger. I'd like to approve a motion to approve resolution 2025-71, but moving the sheriff back on their line item, and we're going to address it. And you have my commitment that I will give it 100% full effort. And my millage rate is 3.2564, sir.
You can't make that motion because you lost on that before.
Oh, that's right. I can't. He's saying procedural wise, I cannot make the motion because I lost on it before. So somebody else is going to have to make that motion for me. So it's the same motion, just different words. I don't think I can. All right, here we go.
0.2560.
There you go. That's a good number. My motion is, yeah, My motion is to approve number 4, is it resolution 2025-71, moving the sheriff, leaving the sheriff where he is and not moving to contingency. And we can do an amendment at a later date at the rate of 3.2563.
It's in contingency now. As of the last meeting. As of the last meeting, it's in contingency now,
Why is that?
because that's what we did at the last meeting. We took it out of that line item and put it in contingency.
As the proposed,
That's
the proposed budget. And I just said,
you say, keep it on the same one.
okay, okay, all right. Okay, now we're splitting hairs. Let me rephrase it again, Todd.
It's not, if you
Okay.
say keep where it's at, but
All right.
it's not.
Well, you could say keeping it where it's at.
But right now, what's presented
Yeah.
is contingency. I'm fine. you know.
My motion is to approve 2025-71 at the rate of 3.2563 mils and having and editing the current position of where it is to put it back into law. What is this? Public safety and out of contingency. That's my motion.
Do I have a second for that motion?
We need to invest in our future, folks. We do not have the reserves we need. We're sitting at about 25%, and that is not a place to be sitting. We need to be sitting at about 30, 40, 50% reserve. Our reserves got spent. So I don't want to spend more money. I mean, I don't want to take more money and, out of my pocket any more than anybody else does. But you know what? You have to invest. Yeah,
Just for the council's information, the maximum millage that you can pass on a 3-2 vote is 2.9604. You can adopt that with 3 votes. From a budgetary standpoint, that's going to generate darn near exactly the same as 3 mills. It's not significantly different.
But the budget's written for 3.2564 right now.
right.
Correct.
And
But we're
6.3
only
is not
doing
going
it at
to be a
this point in time.
significant change.
Budget is written with the sheriff's contract in contingency.
And I just said we're moving it.
So now we need to generate, now we need to have a millage that raises another $675,000.
No.
No.
180 something thousand is what you'd have to come up with.
Right, and there's no money back for residents.
Right.
Well, there's no money back for residents if we don't come to an agreement later on down the road.
Correct.
Right? I think, or we could say, listen, you've proposed this. You even said, I think at one point, you said do a straw vote for, how we're going to spend the money,
How it's gonna get refunded.
how it's going to get refunded,
Right.
right? Why couldn't we do a similar vote to see if the townspeople, that sounds so, if the public wants to eliminate the contract?
Because then we've raised the millage rate, and I'm not gonna raise the millage rate and fund that contract.
So if we stay at 3.263 and we don't put it in contingency for the next few months, or we end up say we come to an impasse and we can't decide to get rid of it, then we have to come up with how much?
$180,000.
Right.
We have to make $180,000
If
if I
you-
cut roughly, I'm
Right.
giving you rough numbers.
Right. If you take it.
And
from
no
3,
check.
If you.
And no check.
Right. What I'm proposing fills that 180 gap and gives the check back to people. I don't know how it's a win-win.
So what happens if we decide, yeah, but so say 2 months from now, we realize you can't do this. As much research as you've done, we figure out you can't do this.
Explain to people,
Then we
we can't give them the $400
Can't
back
get,
because.
and then we got to find $180,000.
We don't, not if we had 3.2564.
So make the motion to pass it. Leave the sheriff in law enforcement, not in the contingency.
Because then I'm afraid it's gonna get sucked up and not used.
At least you can do it next year.
No, if you leave it in his spot, we can do an amendment right after we have our meeting. Right, we do a workshop and we prove it out and it's good.
Why not the other way around? Why not take it and put it in a different line item? And we do a budget amendment later if you want. Sure.
100%.
Okay, you don't have to put it in the same motion. Your resolution is to adopt the millage. You make a second resolution about what you wish to do relative to the sheriffs. I hear you. It sounds silly, but it may get you.
It's
I-
not gonna get us down the road because Todd already said he wanted to discuss the budget. I'm just saying, all we're doing is splitting the baby.
You're making two motions that achieve your goal and his goal. You have a motion to vote at 3.2563. And Todd wants a motion that the money will be moved back or into
It's already in the
contingency.
contingency.
It's
That's
just
where-
leave it in contingency so that we direct the attorney to go and speak with the sheriff. That resolution is a different resolution than the millage. But if you have the two resolutions, you might be able to get on the same page. And staff has no dog in the hunt. I'm trying to help you.
I think
get to
Todd
the
should just
vote.
make a motion to put it back to the mills that he proposed, that I agreed on, and put the sheriff back in law enforcement, not in contingency, and then,
Raising people's taxes, that doesn't guarantee. What my proposal does guarantees it.
you don't have a guarantee either. All you're guaranteeing is that we're moving the money over here to contingency and we're gonna go and say, hey, guess what? We're not paying the bill. That's all you're guaranteeing.
Yep.
You're poking the bear, right? And you're asking us to go along and poke the bear without hard evidence.
I don't know what you mean by poke the bear. Trying to get out of a contract?
Yes, anybody you have a contract with. If you go to Coastal right now and say, "Listen, we're not funding you," whatever, that's poking the solid waste bear. They're all.
That gives me less assurance that you're willing to move forward with it.
No, I told you exactly. I told you. I said, show
What it-
me. Don't show me how you're going to give me
For you all,
$300.
for you all to consider, as the manager said, you could do this in a two-step dance, and a second motion, and you can have the first motion be relative to whatever you want to do with respect to the sheriff and all that. And that's a 3-2 vote. And once that motion is passed, you can vote on the millage.
And that resolution was made several years ago when this issue came up another time. And it directed the.
Are you
attorney-
suggesting we could make the budget motion first and then? the
No, I'm
millage?
suggesting that you give direction with respect to how you want to proceed with the sheriff's contract, which, as I understand it, is not to terminate at this point in time, but to investigate getting us out of the contract. I believe that's the motion. You can give that direction in a motion. And then you can pass a millage rate at whatever level you want. And then really the direction on the budget and where it's going to be, how it's going to be handled is the next item, 2025-72, where you would approve a budget and you would give direction with respect to the particular line items.
Because you can find common ground on each of those things. You just can't get it all in one vote that's a 4-1.
And the motion with respect to direction, with respect to how to handle the sheriff's contract is a 3-2 vote. The motion on the budget is a 3-2 vote. The motion on the millage at a level above 2.9604 requires 4 votes.
In other words, he's telling you have more leveraging power with the second part of it.
Well, Lisa could do the 3.2. There's always Lisa down there. Exactly. Thank you, Lisa.
The difference is if when my time comes up and they don't bring me back, they don't bring me back. I'm here for what's best for the town and what's best. So if what's best for the town is we keep the sheriff, then that's what's best for the town. If what's best for the town is we lose the sheriff, then that's what's best for the town.
But you know what-
That's the only reason I'm here. Listen, that is the only reason I'm here. That's why I said, hold on. That's why I said back when we decided what we were going to set it at to do the proposed budget, let's set it at 3.5 so we have room, right? So we have room. You're the one that came with 32.564, right? Okay.
So long as we give the money back.
No, I'm telling you, I will give it a good, honest look,
What you're
Todd.
proposing 3.2564 guarantees a tax raise on everybody. Guarantees it.
So it's raising the assessment to 300 would have guaranteed, raising it to 220 guaranteed a tax raise on their taxes.
Right.
I think everybody knows exactly what I'm saying, but I think they understand that that we have to invest in this town. To sit here and keep saying that we don't need to pay taxes and we don't need to pay for stuff to happen here is ridiculous.
Everybody-
Okay, to the north for less than 2 acres, the assessment is $1,800.
I'm not
Okay,
saying that needs to be higher.
1,800.
I'm not in a disagreement, but my point
So,
with the 220.
with
was
this
you can't
way,
go up to 300.
the commercial pays more taxes.
So then-
Listen, I got friends that own commercial businesses in this town. What do you think they're going to say to me? But hey, listen, the reality is I got constituents that are coming to me going, when are we going to pay G Square, Paul? They said they were going to do this. I got somebody sitting right here in this audience that lives right on North Road with a big honking pothole right in front of her house because North Road got passed over. How are we going to do that, Todd? We can't, listen, Mary and Ron and all these people can fight. But you know what? If the state keeps saying no and these people keep saying no, we got to do it somehow. And we can't do it at 2.8. We can't do it at 2.9. We can't do it at 3. We can't, listen. And I think everybody realizes that.
No, everybody wants their taxes lowered. They want us to spend less money and we don't want their taxes
Yeah.
lowered. And what I'm proposing drastically does that. What you're proposing.
You
is
go
raising-
anywhere else in this county and you're going to pay more in taxes.
What you're proposing
Period.
is raising taxes, 3.2, and forget about the sheriff's contract, and that raises everybody's
I
taxes.
didn't say forget about it, Todd. You're trying to tell me, listen, yeah, Todd, wink, wink. Yeah, in a couple months, I'm telling you, let's do a good faith analysis of what's going on, and then we'll take a look at it. That's what I'm saying.
You guys are clapping for a tax raise. That's what you're clapping for. That's not a compromise.
Everybody in this audience is an intelligent individual.
It is actually a compromise.
It's a compromise where everybody's taxes gets raised.
Possibly.
And now everybody that was here tonight wants to talk about cutting spending at 3.2.
Hey.
It's all happening. It's still cutting.
So there was.
I've been saying since June, we got to look at the budget as a whole, but we need to get past this point right here. We can start cutting and we can start working. We haven't worked all summer. Why? Because things have gotten in our way. We need to stop getting in our own way, right? You got the same briefing I did. So I'm assuming you got verbatim the same briefing I did. We need to get out of our own way and we need to start moving in a positive direction. Until we get past this point, it ain't gonna happen. Sorry, Lisa, I didn't mean to.
So,
Sorry, Lisa, I tried.
I'm winding back 2 weeks ago, and there was you've cut our $300 to Public Works through the Road and Drainage Fund. And I believe, Todd, your proposal was going to fund the A Road project. I'm not sure why capitalization of our Public Works employees is going to stop our project. It would have just taken longer with less people. I mean, I work on a farm all day long, less people, less work gets done. So it just takes longer. So if you leave the sheriff in with this, what was it, about 182,000 more that this 3.2, you still have no way to fund the A Road based on what was presented 2 weeks ago on the second night, right? I mean, you're giving the money away. right? So you said you would still be able to give the people the refund and fund the A-Road project.
I don't know that it's gonna fund the A-Road project.
That's what you stated 2 weeks ago.
What I
That-
stated was we would go from 3 to 3.2, which would bring in another 180,000.
And would pay for the A-Road project, yes, that,
Yeah, but we
that
already
would fund that.
we already approved a deal to pay for the A-Road project this year.
I understand, but we were told by the manager that she didn't capitalize the labor time for Public Works, and if we cut people at Public Works, Mr. Kurtz presented that, oh, that road might not get paved.
Okay. maybe
And that's
it's
the
get
road
paid.
Councilmember Herzog lives on, so they know that's a contentious issue for her. So I'm sorry, you got less people. It just takes you a little longer if you're doing it in-house.
So what are you proposing? Are you gonna do?
I'm not proposing anything. I'm just trying to understand what was told us 2 weeks ago was you're gonna go to 3.2564, that would pay for A-Road to get finished, and then you're gonna refund people money. There's just a lot of moving parts here. So I just wanted that clarified. So.
Marge, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd like to disclose that I did check with the attorney before all of this A-Road stuff came up, before any dirt was moved or anything was done. And since I am not gaining solely every increase from every property on A-Road, I have the right to speak on that issue because I'm not benefiting only. Everybody's benefiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying that, Marge. Okay, guys, are we?
Yeah,
The vote
Todd.
was on the entire
We're-
capital improvement program. The vote was not specifically on A-Road. The vote was on the capital improvement program. And with that being said, you're absolutely correct.
Okay. I need some kind of a motion by somebody.
Like I said, if it's not put in that fund, it's put in a separate fund and we can do a budget amendment later if it doesn't work. I'm not sure what the issue with that is.
The issue is we leave it in the fund it belongs in and we do a budget amendment to pull it out. That's the issue.
I have no confidence in that happening.
It's a 3-2 vote at that point.
I know. But I think it puts us
See-
in a better legal position to take it out of that account.
And you know what? We can take that stance in a month or two when we have the workshop and take that stance. Listen, we approve this. We can't afford it. We're pulling it out. It's very simple.
Doesn't give us that legal position.
It does after you do it.
It doesn't.
Oh my
I don't feel
God.
that it does.
Jeff, can you or will you comment on the argument that's occurring right now? About what would give us a better legal position should we choose to try to dissolve the contract?
Or split it.
Or even in Lisa's suggestion of
Negotiate.
negotiated at a lesser amount, maybe.
I have not fully analyzed the issue. I think whenever you have a situation with respect to a contract, the first thing is you talk to the other entity or person that's involved and you see what their position is. I have not heard a motion directing us to specifically get out of that contract, so we have not completely done the analysis. It is not necessarily going to be an easy thing. It depends on what their response is.
So am I hearing from you that potentially the process of getting out of the contract may cost some portion of this rebate money that's being suggested to be given back to citizens?
That is a possibility.
That's a potential
That's a
possibility.
possibility depending on what their reaction is. Their
And at the very
reaction
least,
could be
it's,
to file suit, and that would cost money.
and at the very least, it's a couple of more months of, so there would be a material benefit to leaving it where it is in the budget and then exploring the options as opposed to just
The
let
existing-
me finish
Yeah.
my logic, okay? There would be more of a material benefit for the citizens of the town in leaving it where it is, approving the millage rate, the higher millage rate, and then giving you direction to begin the exploration of potentially either negotiating a reduction or eliminating the contract altogether. Can that be part of the same motion? Can that motion be, can somebody here, let me just finish my question, finish my thought here. Can somebody here make the motion to approve the millage rate at 3.2563 or 4, whatever, depending on whether they were on the losing side or not, to approve the millage at that with instruction to the town attorney to begin the exploration of either reducing or negotiating at a lesser rate the public safety contract?
Yes, you can do that.
That could be
You
the
can-
motion.
That can be a motion.
Okay. Would that satisfy you both?
That's, yeah,
How many
that
votes?
satisfies, that's saying exactly what I was saying.
Take 4 votes.
But it's.
I'm sorry, I didn't know how to.
Just, thank you, Lisa.
sorry.
I know
Yeah.
that, but I'm just trying to.
She asked. I was responding to her.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, I could not articulate that the way you did, but let me try because it's not just the amount. We've added some verbiage, so I think the motion is therefore different, so I can now make the motion, correct? Jeff?
But before you make
Oh,
the
hold on.
motion and waste your penny there,
Yeah.
because we may have to do a different one, so let's do that. Mr. McClendon, is there any more discussion from you? Would that satisfy you from what you're sitting here? Is that enough of a compromise for you? Because come on, dude, you have to compromise at some point.
I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to put it in a separate fund and we can look at
Oh
it
my
later on.
God,
And let
dude.
me explain to you why. I'm not a lawyer, but when you read the statute that talks about, when it talks about contracts between other government entities, it talks about the funding source and it talks about funding, and that funding requirement should be in the contract. And since it's not in the contract, I'm not a lawyer, I think we can get out of it because the state statute says that. And let me add something more to it. The contract we have right now isn't even valid. It's in opposition to our town charter. Our town charter says that the town attorney has to sign off on every contract. Guess who didn't sign off on that contract? Glenn Torsevia didn't sign off on that contract that we've been paying $650,000 a year for the past year. It's against our charter, that contract right now.
Well,
So-
good, there's another legal ground. So can
That's
you
my
just
point.
be okay with this motion?
But my point is, if you don't put it in the budget in that line item, then you've defunded it. We've heard many times about how we can get rid of staff members and that sort of thing by defunding it or not funding it, right? So this gives us that ability if we don't fund that particular line item. We can put it in another line item, as long as it's not that line item.
Well, just because you,
Public safety.
it's just because you don't want it in that line item.
Yes, because there's legal reasons for it.
No, because we can still do an amendment and pull it out of that line item.
Public safety line item, not in the sheriff's contract line item. Is that okay with you? Public safety,
It's already in public. safety.
public safety. No, it's under Palm Beach County Sheriff's.
Right,
Can we
right
put it-
now, it's in contingency.
Right
That-
now it's a contingent.
That was based on
Now it's in
the
contingency.
manager's recommendation is my understanding from the last meeting.
And I'm not crazy about it being contingency, because I'm afraid it's gonna get vacuumed up and used somewhere.
You can't.
I
But-
understand.
If we put it in public safety, is that okay?
No, I'm willing to compromise to leave it in contingency.
That's not a compromise.
It's the same thing you've been saying for the past hour.
Same whole time. You gotta give something, Todd.
But what you're saying is
You're never gonna get out of
but what
here.
you're saying is instead of calling it law enforcement, you're gonna call it public safety and
Correct.
and that's gonna be the same thing, right?
No.
Well, then what's the issue with
Public
calling it
safety
something
might
else?
be hiring rent-a-cops to come to these meetings. Public safety could be a million different things if we find that we need to have
Can I,
that stuff.
Right.
Public safety could be a million different
Right.
options that would ensure the well-being of the citizens of the town. Public safety could be giving everybody back $400 because that's what we can
And
do.
it could also,
Public
You have
safety
something?
could be,
Maybe he's got some genius idea.
yeah, I
Okay.
doubt that. But anyway, thank you, thank you though, for the vote of confidence. That was actually nice. If you look on the next page, where we have to vote on the budget, right? It's the total budget. Now, if you look at the general fund, right? It's in the general fund, right? And we purposely pulled it out of the term public safety, right? As a method of helping us if we decide to go down this road, but it's still in the general fund. Now, manager said, okay, we can do that as a contingency. We can't pull it out. You as a committee have successfully restricted that amount of money. Can't touch it. It's as if it's not even there. Can't touch it. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to pull come October 1, I'm going to have to pull until we get this item resolved, I'm gonna have to pull it from other line items, individual line items, just to pay the police until until you allow us to do what we want. So right now, it's okay. It's in the general fund because the amount that we're asking you to fund the budget for is $8.850761 million. That's for everybody, but the general fund is only $4.867 million.
With leaving it where it is.
So what I'm
based on
saying
what
is
you're saying
that
right now?
it is restricted. It is, we still.
Okay,
commit-
okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right, and I get what you're saying. And not really, because the reality, now listen, hear me out, okay? I heard you out.
I'm listening.
But I still think it can stay where it is, stay where it was. Okay? We don't go down that road again. Stay where it was, and if need be, we can pull it out and do the same thing you're talking about. Because at this point, you know, and I'm sure maybe it's covered in his retainer, but at this point, you're gonna, Mr. Delana?
David's fine.
Did I say it right? Delana? I want to get it right. That's a very big thing with me. So, you know, at this point, if we do what you're saying, or we put it in public safety, you know, or put it in contingency, so now he's got to pull from all these other little funds till we have this meeting to figure out which direction we're actually going to go and do an amendment, right? Whereas if we just leave it where it was, we can pay it right out of the fund until we make this decision, this determination of which direction we're going based on evidence that Mr. Kurtz gets us, and possibly even, you know, Lieutenant we can pull some info. We can get some information from the municipality that just did this, right? And make a well-informed, educated decision before we go down a road that could send us into something else.
I got a good compromise.
Okay, go for it.
Told you.
October, I will bring a budget amendment. And what that budget amendment will do, we'll take, I forget how much we pay a month to the contract, 1/12.
50 something.
Yeah, and I will bring it to you and I will say, we need to pay the sheriff's contract. It is an obligation. We need to pay the sheriff's contract. So I'm asking for a budget amendment to move it from contingency where it is now, to move it back up to public safety to pay it for that month. And we will have a budget amendment every month until it's resolved.
And every month it's less $400 that those people are going to get.
No, and right, but at the end of the day, we move past today, and a budget amendment is very simple. It's nothing arduous. We know what it is, and it's one sheet of paper. Where am I pulling it from? Where's it going to? And that's it.
But David, it's still creating more work for everybody.
Yes,
It's very simple. We leave it where it was prior
It could be
to,
on consent, correct?
it could be on consent, but the reality is if we leave it where it was, we're not creating more work for an overworked staff. We're
12
not.
budget amendments right now,
Oh,
and I'll date them.
Thank you, David.
You.
12. You would only need to do 12, right?
Six.
I appreciate the effort. Yeah.
So let me add something else to this. There's another statute that talks about if you lower in your first initial budget, if you lowered it more than 5% from the previous year, the state attorney's office can file a lawsuit against the town for doing that. I don't know how that plays out if we were to do what you're saying later on. There's a state law that says if you lower the budget amount 5%, more than 5% from the previous year, the state attorney can file suit against the town, and you have to justify why you're lowering it.
What part of the budget are you talking about? We
The law
we have
enforcement.
revenues that
The law enforcement, specific to law enforcement. It says if you lower the law enforcement budget from one year to the next, more than 5%, the state attorney's office can file the suit, and we have to defend and explain to them
Just for
why we're, just
that
for law
item.
enforcement, yes,
Jeff.
right? He read it. And I don't know how.
Well,
that
then
would-
why are we just pulling this out now? We're like doing this for an hour, dude. I mean, come on.
We're gonna carry on this hard. I didn't know we were both that hard-headed.
Yeah. Yeah, my last name's Coleman.
So I don't know if that plays a role in it or not, but that is an issue. Our first budget amendment hearing, our first budget hearing, when we lowered it For that first 10 days, there could have been a lawsuit filed by the state attorney's office, and we would have to justify why we're lowering it. I don't know if that plays a role or not, but that's another reason why I don't want it in that account, because it's done. We're past the 10-day period. We're past it.
With the contract.
So our monthly is what? 150?
$58,000 next year, something in that range.
57?
58,000.
58 starting October, right? So what's 5% of 675 or 670? Will be 667.
34.
34, yeah, right, basically. So you're saying we can't adjust more than 5%, right?
Well, it talks about for your budget cycle, how it plays a role mid-cycle.
I think that determines it, and I'm not the attorney, but I think that determines it if you had your own in-house police.
No,
That would
that's
be,
specific.
yes, that would be the argument that we would make.
We could make that.
Okay,
It doesn't say
okay,
that.
okay.
It doesn't say that.
Okay,
Yeah, but it
It's
it speaks to it.
Yeah.
all right.
That would be the position we would take.
Let's, I got an idea. I got an idea.
I have one too, but maybe, let's see.
I got an idea.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What's your idea?
My idea is to put 50 something, whatever it is for next month in law enforcement. That way it's there and he doesn't have to do a budget amendment next month.
3 months.
Maybe the month after. 3 months? No, I'm not going that far. 2 months. 2 months.
Oh my God,
Well,
you
there's
just
2
got to
months.
win.
Oh, it's 2 months.
All right, 2 months.
Okay. Can you calculate that out? What it would need to be?
2 months.
And here's the most beautiful thing, right? The budget number doesn't change.
Well, we
right?
called it how much a month? Was
Just,
it
it's
60?
$60,000.
So call it 120. Just call it 120.
Okay.
All right, make a motion.
Okay, so here we go. And because the motion's changing, I'm not making the same. Oh, I want to just clarify before I start speaking and spend my penny. Right?
Don't-
I love, don't spend your penny. Jeff, I'm with you, Francine.
Todd make
All
a
right.
motion.
No,
Todd
no,
make the
hold on. As long as the motion's changing, right? I can restate my first motion with some amendments and it's fine. Correct?
What was the, it was a.
It was way different than what this is, but the millage rate's the same.
We don't need this extra motion you're doing. If I have a verbal commitment that we're good when we get to the budget cycle to do this, we're done. You got it. I got your millage rate is there.
All
If
right.
I got a commitment from at least 4 of us that we're willing to do that when we get to the
We're
budget.
willing to look at it, yes.
No, when we get to the budget, we're gonna do what we just talked about. We're gonna fund the law enforcement with 2 months worth and leave the rest in contingency.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Yep.
You have a
Yeah?
verbal commitment
Yes.
from me for that.
All right, so motion to pass 2025 point. So you got it.
He was a winner.
Oh, but it's different.
So what?
I can go.
That.
I do this
I
exactly.
get my penny back. Give me my pen.
So I'm make a motion to approve 2025-71 at 3.2564 mils.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1.
See?
Hooray!
All right, now to the budget.
Okay, so we also need a motion to extend the meeting and we need to make a decision about a lot of things because.
Make a motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
No, wait.
Oh.
We have to pass the budget.
We got to extend. We got time
Extend
constraints.
Favor?
Aye.
And
Sorry.
why don't
Now
I read the resolution? Because there's another public hearing that's associated with.
Yes,
this
sir.
item.
Please go ahead.
This is resolution number 2025-72, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, adopting a final budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. A public hearing has been scheduled at this time, and thankfully, you only need a 3-2 vote at whatever level you choose.
Okay, so the first thing that I hear from the last compromise that was made is that one
You
of
wanna-
the budget changes is that we're going to fund the law enforcement for 2 months. And then we're going to leave the remainder of that $670,000 in contingency.
Yes, ma'am.
And that we are going to instruct as a council, stop me if I'm wrong, anybody, okay, that we're going to instruct as a council, our attorney to look into either eliminating or renegotiating, as Ms. El Ramy wanted, the contract at a different rate and to begin that investigation. Can we do this in bits and pieces? Can we get an approval on that, a motion on that and
First,
approval?
you have to open the public hearing.
Oh, I'd like to open the public hearing.
And
Okay.
hear from the public and then close the public hearing and then you can actually make a motion.
Okay, so I guess we'll hear from the public. The public hearing is open. We'll hear from the public.
I don't have any additional public comments unless there's anyone from the audience that would like to come forward.
Okay, yeah.
I think they all made it before. I think they made it before.
So now do I have to repeat everything I just said or can
Close the
we
public hearing?
close the public hearing? Can we just vote on what I just said?
Well, I assume we're gonna have some council discussion.
I mean, or have some council discussion about this?
Well, Madam Chair, the budget is, and it says it in the verbiage, the budget is, $8,850,751 in total. Staff recognizes that we are going to reclassify within the general fund 2 months of the FY 26 police contract. We're going to pull that from contingency.
$120,000.
$120,000. We'll pull that from contingency. We'll place that back into public safety. And the remaining of the funds will sit on the line item contingency and we'll wait.
Okay, so to keep our word that some of us gave up here, we additionally need to instruct you and take a vote on, correct? To,
You can do it in 1 or 2 motions.
Probably better to do two, make it cleaner, no?
Probably easier to.
So we'll do the
Yeah,
budget,
do the
a budget
budget
amendment, and then do
Yeah,
the
after
budget,
the
and then,
budget.
right.
Yeah.
okay, Lisa has something to say. I certainly have something to say. Go ahead, Lisa.
What, do you want to make a motion to that effect so that it's on
I
the
thought you
table?
had to do the whole budget at the same time. We need to make a motion to what I just said. Okay.
A
make
motion, what
To
I
approve the
understand
budget.
it would be 2 motions. The first motion would be with respect to the budget, at the same amount that it's at right now, with the change in the contingency fund, moving the $120,000 over to public safety.
So it's.
But
clean.
that's not the only budget changes that I think
Yeah.
people want. So I,
Okay,
let me,
well, if you're not ready to-
I don't think we're quite ready yet. Let's start a list. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Get a pen and paper.
Well, I think that
Dave?
kind of touches on what you're touching on. You take out 120,000, it's actually 112.5 for 2 months.
I was
Where-
just being.
where's that gonna, what's that gonna affect, right? Because we already have a reduction in capital improvements down to 386 from the last budget. So are you gonna take 112.5 out of that? I mean, where does that money?
You would take it out.
It's
of
already,
contingency
it's
is
already
what
in
they're
there.
talking
It's in
about.
contingency. It's already in
The
here.
675 is in contingency.
The 675 is in contingency right
It's in
now.
the general fund.
Correct. It's
Yeah.
in contingency right now. It's already there. It's just being moving back to the line. The money that's sitting in contingency is moving back over to the line.
I get that, but that general fund is funding other things as well. So I'm just,
But the budget is balanced
If
with
you
the
see
other
my
things
point, why-
funded.
You see my point why I wanted a separate item, I mean, a separate line,
yeah.
but so I can,
Yeah.
capitulate it and leave it in there, but you see my reason why, right?
Well, we've had this conversation before and I'd like to pose to staff, Mr. DeLima, Francine, and I guess potentially Jeff, since you did it. Is there any way that we can sharpen our pencils a little bit and have you guys look across some lines and try to come up with a 5% reduction overall, leaving the staff's COLA and things like that, but come up with a 5% expense reduction overall for the budget?
Are you
Can
talking,
you see, if we were to give you the direction to reduce spending by 5%, not specifically, not sitting here line by line and telling you what to do and how to do it, but to reduce spending by 5% to give us a little bit of wiggle room for some capital projects, is that a reasonable thing for us to do?
Well, I guess that's the problem is the capital projects, or you want to take 5% from those?
I didn't,
5%?
I didn't say how I wanted to take it. I said, just like we used to do in the past, we would leave it up to staff to determine how to reduce spending, whether it is buy less coffee for council at meetings. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and go line by line through the budget. I'm just saying reduce expenses by 5%. I mean, is that something that is achievable? I'm asking
And
us.
with each of you that have met with me, I have said, tell me the number you want us. to
And that's
cut
what I'm
to."
asking.
And so I thank you. we will cut 5%.
That
We
would-
will move it into contingency and we will come back and have you voted out of contingency when you have things you want to do.
Is,
I don't know where it's gonna come from right now, but with that direction, we will put 5% in contingency and then council can.
I mean, we'd have it for emergencies, we'd have it for canal bank cave-ins, we'd have it for to re-add to reserves if we need to. I mean, it would just give us a little breathing space, which we
I
don't
have-
have right now.
I have offered that in every individual meeting.
Well,
I
and that's why I'm
have.
asking for it.
So,
Is
yeah.
everybody, do I have a consensus from everybody to
Yeah.
give
Just
instructions to
for-
staff to cut 5% somewhere?
for clarity, are you talking about 5% out of the general fund?
I know, it's not what I said. I said 5% spending. I don't care where you pull it from. I don't care what hat you pull it out of.
Look
I
at-
want you to come back to us
Yeah,
with
so
a
you're not
5%
talking about,
reduction
you're not
in
talking about
expenses.
transfers, you're talking about.
Correct. I'm talking about a 5%
just the-
reduction
yeah, so
in
we-
overall expenses for this half.
So
It's
that
up-
would be-
It's up to y'all where the 5% comes from. If you can do it without hitting capital improvement, great. If you can do it without hitting this over here, great. And you know,
If you can do it and still leave the 5% COLA, great.
So that would be, that would be the line that says total expenditures, which are 7,493,000.
Reduce that by 5%.
And that would be about 375,000.
That's what I'm asking you to do.
Okay.
That's what I'm asking you to do.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you to do as a show of confidence. Okay?
Where you at, Lisa?
So
Is
then,
that not-
what will that be?
That's not enough?
Don't know why we didn't ask him to do this 2 weeks ago.
We're here now, right?
Well,
I have offered.
listen, but I think the consensus has been for months. We need to figure out where to get this money from. The consensus has been for months. When we manned
well, I
the
don't know. Why
fact.
didn't you ask? I just asked. So
I
I
know.
don't know. Let's not look hindsight. Let's look where we are right now and moving forward. I'm making a suggestion. Is everybody okay with that
Yeah,
suggestion?
I was over here nodding my head. Yeah.
Suggestion?
If she says she can make it work,
Are you
absolutely.
okay with that suggestion?
If
Are
she
you
says she
okay
can
with
make it
that?
work with
And-
50% less, I'm
So-
fine with that.
And without reducing level of service.
Correct. So add to the list a 5% reduction.
It's the same math that Councilmember El Rami said. Easy she goes, slow good. Whatever we can move forward, whatever we can cut out without hurting the level of service or having a safety
Right.
issue, we will.
Perfect.
And we will bring it back to you.
Great. Okay.
If we can, we can.
Anything else anybody wants to add in, or can we have a motion to approve the budget with those codicils, those two codicils?
Do we need to have an exact dollar amount?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
He's got.
375 is the number.
We're cutting
Well,
5
we
off
gotta
that.
Cut 375, but that's before transfers.
Wait a
So
minute.
your new adopted budget at this point is that plus that is so that becomes 8,476,052.
But
Okay,
wha-
everybody
I-
good?
Is that, just what I heard the manager suggest with the 5% is that it would be moved into contingency.
Yes, I did.
So you would not change any of the
Yeah, you wouldn't
overall.
change the budget.
You wouldn't change the overall numbers. It would just be that there would be a 5% reduction. The manager would figure,
From
manager and you would
expenses moved to
figure that out.
Right.
And you voted out.
So you're not changing the
we
overall
voted out.
budget at this
We
time.
need-
If we wind up, we need it at the end of the year, then we
If God
make a
forbid-
budget amendment to need it. If we find out we don't need it at the end of the year, we get to put it into our reserves or into a capital project. And
Amen.
$375,000 will give us a nice little capital project
Amen.
to fund at the end of the year. If we're coming into June of next year and we still have it sitting there, then we can say, hey, let's spend that on whatever everybody, redoing the Public Works building. Taking away the grater blade and actually putting a post up there. I don't know, whatever it is that we said, okay?
Okay.
Everybody okay with that? Yes?
Yes.
All right.
Are we better off
So I
to
need a
have
motion.
him print out a new one so we know what we're looking at?
Well, no, I mean, no, it'll just, I'll pull it into the main number, and thank you, Francine, for that correction. The main number will be the same. We're just moving it to contingency, at which time it'll be restricted and we can't pull it out of it.
Without a vote.
Yep.
Don't say we can't pull it out there. We can't pull it out without a
Without a
vote.
vote.
So who's gonna make that motion? Because you gotta keep in mind, you gotta move the money for law enforcement in this motion and that part in the motion.
Can you read the motion since you've been keeping notes on what all the things were to make sure we get it all in there? Is that possible? You're not making the motion, you're just reading the motion for Mr. Pullman.
I think I can get there. Let's try. If I don't get there, stop me, okay?
All right, go.
All right, so motion to approve 2025-72 with the amendments or the addendums that reduce overall spending by 5% and I'm getting there, and move that money to contingency. And also to take $120,000 from contingency and put it under public safety to cover 2 months of the sheriff's bill while we research and evaluate our standing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Okay. All right, guys. There's no way we're getting through all this, so we just have to decide where we're going to stop, and I guess adjourn till tomorrow night because that seems to be the par for the course.
You've got a public hearing item on 5. It's first reading. That means that it has not been advertised. So
Is there a lot of discussion on that, or you think that's pretty simple, straightforward?
Well, I think it's straightforward,
Yeah, I do too.
but you know, you want to just do 5 and then stop at 5A and pick up there tomorrow night, everybody?
Yeah.
Because that 5A is going to be very contentious and long. Okay.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, it is apparently. We got
I mean, does Karen?
got all the digs in.
take on this?
Karen, do you have a lengthy presentation or a short one? A short presentation. Okay, let's try to get through 5, guys. Yep, let's try to get through 5. Okay.
Can I do a synopsis of her thing? Trees. Can I get a motion for trees?
Trees. Yeah. All right, sorry, Karen, we're mumbling and it's your turn.
Okay.
Okay, the item that you have before you is consideration of approval on ordinance number 2025-10 on first reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, amending Article 87, Native Tree Preservation and Invasive Exotic Removal of Part 3 Supplemental Regulations of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves Unified Land Development Code, ULDC, by enacting Section 87-065 Tree Mitigation Trust Fund to provide the purposes for which the Tree Mitigation Trust Fund can be allocated and expended, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Good evening, Karen. No, maybe.
do you want a presentation?
I don't,
Do
I
we,
could-
does anybody here need a presentation or did everybody read this and they're okay with it?
I only have one thing, number 6. I don't know what number 6 is about.
So we don't need a presentation. He just wants to ask you about number 6.
okay, go.
What's number 6? Funding additional landscape development.
Yeah, what is?
It just, I mean, the thought was just that if we have like something we're going to create, like, let's say you did the public facilities building and you wanted to add in landscaping for that, that would be covered under here.
Not.
I don't like that it says for development.
Yes.
Right.
I
Okay.
agree, I agree.
Town-owned property.
Town-owned property?
Yes.
maybe? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it. I'm good with everything else.
Is there any public comment?
Oh, public comment.
There wasn't it's listed as a public hearing. I don't think it was actually advertised as a public hearing, but is there any public comment?
Valerie, any public comment? Okay, so what
Yeah,
you're looking
so-
for from, Paul, did you have?
Yeah, I got a real quick question. So 12,
12, yes,
purchase and planning of landscaping along canal to address polluting and to stabilization. Does that mean we can just grab out of the mitigation fund to pay for seeding?
Well, we talked about, like some experimental uses.
Okay.
We talked
I
about-
like, so when we come back for a second, maybe we can tighten that up a little bit because I think it leaves it open for just, we want a hydro seed collecting canal. So,
okay.
No,
you know,
we talked about different kinds of, what Lisa brought up and
yeah, no,
I brought it up.
I'm with you, but I think the way it's worded,
Butterfly plant.
yeah, the way it's
Okay.
worded, I think it's, you know,
Innocuous
yeah,
stuff.
yes, thank you. Good word.
Okay,
Thanks, Karen.
got it?
So instead of town-owned land, should it say publicly owned land instead of town-owned?
Publicly owned.
Public
land?
owned,
with
yeah,
that.
that's fine.
Change it to public.
Whatever language.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-10, changing 6 and check out for where it says for development and put in publicly owned land.
Did you want 12 also cleaned up, Paul?
Yeah, I think, well,
He said we
she's
should
gonna
put-
tighten the
Bring
language
back
up.
language.
She's tightened up the language.
Do you want that in the motion though? No.
He made the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Oh my God, passed 5-0, guys.
Mayor,
Okay,
so Mayor,
so
before you go on, just one other thing. You have the option to bring this back to the ULDC because it's a text amendment. And we were going to bring it back, but we couldn't get a quorum this month. So you don't have to bring it to the ULDC. But if I have to go to ULDC, I have to do that before I can schedule for the second reading.
I think we're just doing some verbiage change. It's not, you really think it needs to go back before ULDC? Anybody?
I don't, but that's up
Yeah.
to you.
Did it ever go to
Did-
LDC?
No,
No,
there's no-
it didn't because they didn't have a quorum. It would have
Right.
gone before,
I
but
think it has to go to ULDC. in the
I don't
first
think,
place. It's
no,
fine.
I don't
Wait
think
for
so.
Tree mitigation in here. We're just cleaning up language. I don't think it has to go to you. No?
I don't,
Anybody have a problem with just bringing it back?
deal.
Bring it back.
Bring it
Thank you.
back. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna recess this meeting. We're gonna come back tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
3 of the items are items that the presenters will not be able to be here tomorrow night. Items 8 and 9, which are items that were going to be discussed by Ms. McNicholas. She has a conflict and cannot be here. And the fee schedule, Mr. Tomasek has a conflict and cannot be here. Given the nature of these 3 items, you would want these presenters to be here.
I guess they can come back in October.
How long is their presentation? How much time do they need?
Well, the fireworks, we will have to decide if we wish to do something with a local delegation. The first local delegation meeting, I think, is September 26th, and we have to have whatever ordinance and the whatnot passed by us so that we can present at a public hearing. Those items are due by October 10th.
I think that's a waste of time and money anyway, because you
And-
think people aren't gonna set off fireworks because we have something against it. They're gonna do it anyway. They do it now.
The second item is relative to the update of what happened last week at the
iPark meeting.
master planning,
Yeah.
community master planning. So,
And the length of the third item, which has to do with schedule of rates and fees and charges, that really kind of depends on how many questions you all have.
right.
And if you don't have many questions, then, you could deal with it tonight perhaps. That's up to you,
I'm not
it-
done.
You got a few minutes?
Paul wore me out.
I mean,
Well, but we're not, that's gonna be a lengthy discussion.
be here
We're
till
not
midnight.
staying here till 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. We
Can we have
all have jobs.
Mary, since she can't be here?
Yeah, I guess so. Do you guys want to do the 8 and 9 discussions and let's do the 8 and 9 discussions as quickly as we can, maybe try to get through the rates. And if we don't think we can get through the rates, then we can,
that sounds like a plan.
move that to October, to the next meeting. Okay, Mary, talk fast.
Sorry, Mayor.
No problem. Mary McNicholas. Excuse me. First of all, the updates and things from the community meeting regarding the master transportation plan. For those of you all that were not there, pretty much it's a consultant that did a lot of surveys. We're going to put out, I would like to put out some information so that our group of people can see the surveys, and also note that there are 2 more meetings. One was tonight and one is Wednesday, September 17th. We can post those. Basically, they said that they do not want to include things in the master transportation plan that our communities do not want. Master Transportation Plan is one part of things. That's what the Palm Beach County is doing. The second part of this equation was not discussed the other evening. That has to do with the Palm Beach County Capital Improvement Plan, which was approved last night. And of note is that Okeechobee Boulevard, Seminole Pratt Whitney Road to Folsom was in the fiscal year 25 CIP as a 4-lane study to determine feasibility of design, permitting, and construction of any necessary requirements at $2.4 million study and design. It has now been changed at our suggestion and request. The verbiage was changed to 4.0 mile feasibility study for improvements, and engineering insisted and administration insisted in putting in and possible widening. There was no more negotiation that could be done on that at all. It has also been bumped up to fiscal year 26. So changed also to fiscal year 26, which was added and not discussed at the Master Transportation Plan meeting, was that Okeechobee Boulevard Extension, State Road 80, otherwise known as 20 Mile Bend to Seminole Pratt Whitney Road, is coming under an alignment study for $2 million study and design, which they are stating is a 5.8 mile road. This is going to be an uphill fight. I mean, I've talked to some of you, I was able to last evening. But, you know, in essence, what we requested from the Vice Mayor Baxter is specifically, could we go back to the design that we specifically requested, which included roundabouts, which now I have residents asking me that were protested it before, stating we need them now. The crossings, you know, there's a lot of different things and funding and requests that have been put in for that. But I would at least at this point request that you all ask staff to please draft a letter for the mayor's signature, that in essence, our improvements will include everything that we designed for the crossings and also roundabouts that we previously requested. That's one item I would like. Also, I think at this point we need to be way ahead of the schedule, and I'd like to at least ask for you all to please request the elimination of the 140th North-South Road off of Palm Beach County Transportation Plan, which is also known as the TIM. I'm stating that in essence, you're under siege here, and it from the outside in. And even though we have previously been able to nix this, perhaps, I mean, seeing that it's coming up, their funding is October 1, I think we need to be heavily, heavily engaged. And I'm talking community outreach and everything else. Any questions on anything that I've asked? Two things. One is the letter supporting what we've requested for the improvements, or at least improvements that have been given to us from community outreach before, and also to request elimination of 140th off the TIM.
Everybody okay with that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, staff, you're instructed to
Okay,
draft that.
I'll be
letter.
happy to draft it for you, but I just want to make sure that the mayor can sign it and we don't have to come back.
Okay.
As far as fireworks, I want to just bring up a couple of things. It's not like I haven't heard your comments, okay? In 25, we went ahead and you all did an ordinance. As far as rescind, or what was it? Requesting. Let me see if I can read. Your ordinance that stands right now, Jeff, do you know, I'm sorry, I
No,
didn't
they
get
haven't
to ask
passed, they
you.
didn't pass that ordinance.
Did not pass
It
the
did not
ordinance.
pass it. It was passed on first reading, and then I believe it was tabled at that point in time.
Didn't know that part. What
So-
was it tabled for, may I ask? Do you recall?
Because it's not legally
There
enforceable.
were a number of
I got
issues with respect to enforceability.
Okay,
There's a question as to whether or not it would be legal in the absence of a local bill.
Okay.
And the understanding at that point in time, I think, was that the sheriff's office was
Not in person.
inclined
Yeah,
to
I do
enforce it.
remember that.
So, given that that was going to be passed a few days before the July 4th holiday, it felt that it would be a waste of time.
So a couple of ideas, okay? This is the one idea is obviously the local bill. I think it's going to be damn difficult to really be successful on a local bill. I don't represent you in Tallahassee right now. Your existing lobbyist cannot represent you because of a conflict, and there's quite a few others that cannot. But there might be some other ways to go about it. We could do all of these things all at the same time, meaning go with the local bill, go with some of the other processes that I think might work, and it might include noise reduction. It might be the noise ordinance that we can go to. It might be, maybe we can dig into something with the rural designation, potential for collaborating with quite a few other small entities that want to do the same thing because of their rural character. That's about all I got for you. Okay, but I'm willing to take whatever direction you all feel you would like to do.
Lisa has a question for you.
So one of the approaches was the fact that we have a forestry department here because we have a tree canopy, and this was on the heels of the fires in California. And I think
And our
that,
dryness.
yeah, and I think especially in January, right, for New Year's, that was one of the approaches that we wanted to weigh heavily on why. And not necessarily say you can't shoot them off, but you can't shoot them off within so many feet of a tree canopy or something like that, which would limit certain areas that would have that amount of clear space, was, I think, one of the discussions at the time.
So, and that was part of the justification that was used in the local bill before as
Okay.
well. It doesn't mean that it can't be done. Like I said, I cannot in good conscience recommend to spend a huge amount on anything this way. I just can't, because
I think it's the enforceability factor is.
well,
there's so many factors.
you've got the people that are representing this that wrote the bill. So, you're kind of almost up against the wall. But I do think that we can try to at least explore what kind of, options that we have. Noise is the one that I have seen that is successful nationwide when there are issues this way. I think forestry is another perfect example to use because it's so relevant to what we're doing. Only problem is that we don't know what our tree canopy is. We do have some rural grant information that hopefully we'll be presenting to you in October, of what we've put in, because it's totally in line with everything that you all have been mentioning. I'm open to suggestions. I do know that both Representative Gerwig, I spoke with her last night, and I'm sure that Representative Weinberger, I've not had a chance to speak with her because she's been ill the last couple of days. But in essence, I know that they are very committed to doing what we would like to do. I just really need direction from you all on this. And forestry is great. I understood that we were just going to go against the legislation.
That's what we talked about.
That I do
That's
remember
what
that. I was
Mr.
here for that.
Virginia- That's what they.
Our
talked about,
attorney.
settlements.
Okay. Do we have, since we changed.
We also
attorney-
talked about paying an hourly wage to some of the police for extra coverage during that time.
And we have done that in the past. In
Yeah.
fact, in your first resolution that dates back to early 2009, you actually hired off-duty officers to do this. And that was following up on the Paul Rilo's incident with the death of an animal that was actually gnashing at itself. I mean, it was horrible. But no one has provided me that ordinance. I specifically looked on my own time when I wasn't working for you all. I looked for 3 days through your information there, and nobody was able to find it. Does anyone recall who the attorney was at the time? Was it Cirillo?
Oh, 09?
Time period?
Early 2009.
2009, it might have been Tulsa's.
I think it might have been Tulsa's.
I can only say if I could have some assistance from you, Jeff, that maybe we could ask, because I would think if we can't find the ordinance here, and this has been ongoing, this isn't just recent, this isn't the staff here, it was far previous staff, that in essence, if we could find that, then we could maybe see how it might fit into the regulations and stuff. And
I think a many-pronged, I mean, personally, I think a many-pronged approach is the best way to do this. I mean, I think we're, like you said, we're fighting an uphill battle. And, but we're very committed to this battle. I definitely heard that from council. We're committed to protecting our community and the
1 million
residents and
percent.
animals of our community. So I think that, you know, man the torpedoes and come at them from every way we can, the local bill, the whatever we can do to pass ordinances that make the noise an issue, and whatever we can do to revive or resurrect anything that we've done in the past that's been even remotely successful.
Well,
Well, they
and
would need
as many
direction
partners
on-
as we can get to jump
100%.
on board as well.
it was just an idea. I have.
No, that's, I mean,
All of the
you
above.
know.
the more people that are hollering, the squeakier the
Now,
wheel is.
I will tell you, I am your local lobbyist, okay? I do not want to be stepping on anybody else's wheelhouse or anything. It is not within my contract to do this. So we'll figure out exactly how this is going to be approached, but I will absolutely help coordinate and figure out how we're going to,
Right.
do this, okay?
What we need
Just
to
saying.
do, what we need if the pressing matter at this point in time is because of the October 10th deadline to present something, we need direction from you to move forward. And we'll give you a presentation on the local bill on October 7th. All the other items are not that time sensitive. But we would need direction to proceed with the local bill, and what was
Multifaceted
what was
approach.
presented to you was the question as to whether or not you want to model it on our neighbors to the south. They successfully passed their local bill a few years ago. And it, at least the language and everything is something that seems to fit with what we would be doing.
So if I could interject, Jeff, the one thing is that we weren't successful with that part. I mean, maybe we can, because they only cut out this small section, remember?
I think you
They-
lean on the forestry department. How many small communities have a forestry department in them? And I mean, they
Forestry-
regulate the fires, right?
I agree with you. I think that forestry overall in the state is not as strong as we would like it to be. But perhaps you've hit on something.
Let me ask you, in Wellington, after they adopted this, did it make much difference over there?
I don't know.
Can we
and
find that out?
Well,
I got a feeling no
In the
change.
equestrian, they don't put off any fireworks down there.
Did they before?
no, it's
Zero.
it's in a small area. That's what I was referring
No,
to.
it's
Yeah.
limited to the equestrian preserve area.
It's-
And
This is a really critical point. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I know in the interest of time, it's limited to the equestrian preserve area.
right,
and
and our
We don't
argument-
have an overlay that way.
Right, but our argument would be that the entire town
Is it?
is the equivalent of their equestrian preserve area. That if you had their zoning here, this would all be equestrian preserve area. It would all fall within its like kind of properties.
So
That
bottom
would be
line,
the
you'll
argument
bring
that we would
something
make.
back.
Yeah.
You'll get together and bring something
Yeah.
back.
We're gonna try.
Some kind of wordage using whatever tools that you have in your toolbox.
I am open to any suggestions that anyone else has. And if you feel strongly that you know anything in forestry that I'm not aware of, I just know that they haven't been as strong statewide as would
No, I'm not-
really help.
I'm not
you know?
saying that they're strong. I'm saying it's a leverage point that
Of
as a
course.
community, we have a forestry department. I
Right.
mean, how many small communities
True.
like us have a forestry department?
True.
So I don't know how long that'll last, given the trees are going down, but, you know,
Well, I guess good thing they go all the way to Corbett and et cetera. So they're not just here.
yeah, but
But
I
they're
mean,
housed. in
after
our
you
town,
burn,
I think is the
you
point.
burn California down and people take notice, right?
That is
So-
true. That is true.
So
So
consent
I will,
direction to move forward on.
Yes,
And
correct.
bring it,
Yeah.
something to you on October 7th,
Yes,
that
sir.
we would then present on
I-
October 10th.
I will be here virtually. I will not be in town October 7th. So you are aware. So I'll figure out however we're going to do this. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, how fast can we do? What item are we doing?
Number 7.
This is probably another,
This is a discussion item.
It
Really.
depends on,
It is.
yeah, it depends on how many questions and issues that you guys have.
see.
All right, so let's see if we can get through 7, but before you start talking, I need a motion to extend.
Motion extend.
Second.
All in
Well,
favor?
Aye.
Just so you know, if this was you could consider this on October 7th. It just delays the implementation slightly.
I understand.
Right.
How long is your presentation?
It's gonna be quick.
Okay.
I'll start us off real quick. Okay, so you actually have in front of you, this is the Community Standards Department. So you have the planning and zoning, code enforcement, plus the building. So it's all the fees across the board. Jack's gonna deal with the building, really on the planning and zoning side, which I provide you a comparison of what we are presently charging versus what was proposed. And also gave you a comparison of what our fees are in comparison to other jurisdictions. The reason for the fee change is, first of all, you should do it every year. Because things change. But for us in this regard, we were looking at things like, we had petitions, but there were no fees associated to those petitions. So we're doing work without getting compensation for doing the work. There were petitions, new positions that were coming into place. For example, the lead reduction, we didn't finalize yet, but we have those fees that we would have to implement because we didn't have that petition before. We also took a look at filing fees and administrative fees to cover the cost of processing. As we all know, fees have gone up. So we, again, want to make sure we're covering our fees because again, building is 100% permit based, planning, zoning, code enforcement, all not, but we should be getting at least a reasonable fee to cover the costs that it's taking for us to operate. So again, on those are kind of the intentions to capture also any costs that may not have been considered in the past. One of the things you'll see is that kind of what I'm recommending on our end is an administrative fee. And then if it requires cost recovery. So the administrative fee would be a fee that goes to the town and that's our fee. And then a cost recovery would be if we needed an expert, whether it was an engineer, another planner, if we needed a surveyor or any of those costs, it would not be an out-of-pocket cost from the town because we recoup it from the resident. So that's kind of from the planning and zoning end. So I'll turn it over to you for.
Karen,
Okay.
is that admin fee goes to the town or the building department?
It goes to the town.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you for extending that. I really appreciate it. I have a medical actually event tomorrow and I would not be able to be here. So I greatly appreciate it. So the main reasons why we want to review the fees, our fees are from 2021. They were established by our contract with SafeBuild. They were completely not covering the cost of our operation. And we want to make sure that our fee cover the cost. That is the whole idea. The other reason is there's several changes in the legislature. One of them was that we have to reduce the permit fees when contractor or owner is using private providers. We didn't have this in the ordinance. I want to implement this because that is a statutory requirement that if someone is using private inspectors, we reduce the fee. And I will show it on a couple slides later how we do this. And we want to also include previous policies that you adopted, including refund policies. So we're putting pretty much everything all together. The main item right here is that we're not covering the permit fee. We're not covering the cost of operation. So this slide shows you those are actual 5 different permits that I selected randomly, which basically show how much we're losing. So we have the first one is addition porch. We are losing on actually around $980 on the operation of this permit. Impact windows, $78. New electric service, we're losing $78. Bathroom remodel, we are down $200. And new residence, we are roughly around $200. And in each re-roof, we're losing around $135. I calculated the cost of permitting, cost of submittal, cost of plan review, and cost of inspections. As you know, we are using Hybrid for inspections right now. We went out for RFQ. We have 2 other proposals for inspections. The prices are just going up. So actually, the cost of inspections is driving the cost of permitting a lot. So that is one of the main reasons why we wanted to do this. You probably heard more than once that we're only doing inspections in town 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This is nowhere nearly enough for construction that is going on. And then we have several complaints where people want to pour concrete, and we are 14 days out for inspections. So, you know, Sandra and our permit technicians are dealing with everybody frustrated customers because, you know, I can't do the re-roof because you can't inspect it for 14 days. So what I wanted to do is I want to build up enough revenue that we can actually have enough funds so we can afford inspectors every day. We currently paying $100 per inspector. This is the cost that we directly pay to Hybrid. Actual cost is probably more because we also do a lot of work around the inspections. We're dealing with we scheduling them. We do all that. So there's a lot of cost of inspections. So this sheet actually shows you that we on each permit we actually losing money. We're not collecting enough money to provide the service. This service is not something the town of Waxahachie Groves is selecting to have. This is the service that is required by the state. We do absolute minimum required inspections that are in the Florida Building Code. We do an absolutely minimum plan review that is in the Florida Building Code. We do minimum flood review for those buildings that are in the flood zone, which is a requirement of the Florida Building Code. So we're not doing really anything above and beyond. We also reducing costs by accepting affidavits on the re-roofs, sometimes on the solar panels. We don't inspect that. We accept affidavits from the contractors because we can't afford to have an inspector. And that is really reducing the quality of inspections because a lot of it happens on paper, not actual physical inspections. I was always proponent of actually going out and inspecting. Boots on the ground, boots on the roof, looking at how the work is done. With our current fees, we can't afford that. So what we wanted to do is we compare 10 municipalities. So if you can look at it, we compare Village Royal Palm, Wellington, Green Acres, North Palm Beach, Haverhill, Ocean Ridge, Lake Clark Shores, Juneau, Highland Beach, and Lake Park. So we compare all of those municipalities, and you have in your package actual whole spreadsheet of permits that are current prices for permits, Town of Waxahachie proposed ones, and you have the whole variety of different municipalities where you compare permit by permit the cost. So we are way below right now. When we adjust the fees, we are gonna be pretty much in average comparable with the same size municipalities that are doing the same work as we do. So what I also did, we had fees that were completely unrealistic. So if you can imagine, as I'm showing here, we have a permit for windows and doors. Cost of the permit was $100. That's completely impossible to do plan review, process the permit, and have an inspection when inspection costs $100.
Right.
So this is nowhere nearly we can cover the cost. The same thing with shutters, garage doors, residential fence, and pool barriers. All of those little permits that we do, we just not collecting enough money to even send the inspector. Forget about processing the permit, doing plan review, record keeping. We are required to keep the records of those permits for 10 years for the residential building, and for commercial is life of the structure. So, you know, there's a lot of cost of operating that we know we're nearly collecting this money. We have our permit fee for swimming pool correctly is $150. Okay, swimming pool requires minimum 4 inspections to check the safety, plumbing, main drain, all those requirements. Minimum, if it passes all the inspections on the first shot. If it doesn't pass, yes, we apply a reinspection fee, but we don't do that on the first shot. We usually apply reinspection fee on the second or third time when somebody really is ignoring the building code. So So what you can see that what we did, I changed it from all this $100, $150, I changed it to per evaluation. So now basically the fees are calculated based on the value of improvements, which is a standard throughout Florida. All of the municipalities basically charging based on a municipalities of our size, charging based on a value. So as the value of improvements goes up, the value of the permit fee goes up because there's more work, more inspections. For example, residential home, roughly you require from foundation to final, you require roughly between 20 to 25 inspections, okay? So residential home, 25 inspections, that's already $2,500, excluding any administrative portions of it. So there's a lot of cost of performing those inspections. So this is just a minor adjustment that is basically that's gonna help us cover the cost. And in the bottom, you see what this actually do. It basically shows that from one set of fees is from 0 to 7,500. All those permits are $250. From 7,500 to 100,000, the fees are somewhere between 1.75%, and from 500,000 to 1.5 million, it goes down to 1.5%, and then 1.5 million and up goes to is 1%. And basically that's how this fee look like. So we're not changing anything else except the portion where it's between 100,000 to 500,000, which was 1%, now is going to be 1.7%, and then 500,000 to 1.5 million, we're changing from 1 to 1.5%. The top and the bottom, there's no change. So by calculations, this will allow us to actually cover the cost of inspections. What else are we doing? So this is private provider discounts. By law, we are required to reduce the fees. This is the average that is usually reduced by other municipalities. So unfortunately, when someone is using private provider, which is a private inspector, replaces our inspector and our plans examiner, we have to reduce the fee by law. So this is pretty much the money that we'll be able to, we're charging less because we're not doing actually the work also. And that reduces the revenue, but it is compliant with the Florida statute. What are we going to benefit out of the fees quickly is we're going to be able to do inspections 5 times a week. That's not going to happen on the first day, obviously. We're going to have to build up some revenue, some reserves, so we can actually budget correctly and afford this. Also having 2 more companies for inspections, we might be able to have some choices, although the prices that I've seen only go up for inspections. We can cover the cost of inspections, build the reserves, and apply the discount for private providers. So current fees are significantly lower than most municipalities in the region. There's no doubt about it. We are below anyone. The proposed fees placed down in the mid-range of 11 cities that we review. So we are right with them. Over 50% of towns' proposed fees remain below the regional average. So the sheet that I prepared for you, which we've worked really long time on, because obtaining 11 different municipalities, every possible fee, compare them and actually make them work, it was a lot of work. But we are still within the 50% of towns that we are below, and that's pretty much summarized everything about the permit fees. Again, the goal is to just cover the cost. This is not to build up some major funds. This is just to cover the cost because the cost is just going up. Average inspection right now is $100. The proposals that we're getting, they go all the way up to $200 per inspection. So and unfortunately or fortunately, we are a little bit west. So having 2-3 inspections takes a long time to drive here. A lot of businesses operates on the east, so that adds time to it. But we'll be reviewing new contracts, and hopefully we're going to get a good deal for our inspection services, because this is the biggest expense.
Okay, Mr. Coleman has a question.
So, excellent, because I think some of those numbers that were on there came from the county. And I know and then they're about 13 years back or so on changing a fee schedule. So, yeah, $100 for a window is silly. So quick question though, when you've had in talking to hybrid, did we ever get any kind of, I know we spoke before about, because it's a $500 minimum per day, right? And a 5 inspection maximum per day at $100 an inspection. So, and one reason we're 14 behind is because of that. They cap it at 5. Did we speak to them? They make a 5 inspection minimum, but they won't let us go over it. So how do you really call that a minimum, right?
They let us move in the emergency. A lot of times when there's somebody who really needs it, I jump in the car and I go there in the afternoon or on the weekend and I do the inspection. We try to accommodate it as we can.
Right.
But they cap it, the deal with hybrid was that even if we have 2 inspections a day, they will still charge us $500.
Right.
Which I don't find it fair. So we're trying to gather inspections, so we have that 5 inspections a day, so we at least use up the money wisely. We can't afford them to have $500 right now to pay $2,500 a week for inspection, but
Right.
that is not affordable with current fees. And again, that is not fair to the contractors. We never negotiated with them because it's just too much money right now for us.
Well, I guess my point is, 5 in a day. I mean, I think, if I recall correctly, I think it was a state or a national insurance study that gave a level of service of like 13 inspections per day, right? So,
Myself, yes.
yeah, so it was 13 a day, so they're capping us at 5, and I realize they have other clients. We're not their only client, but if somebody calls up and says, hey, listen, I need, if we could put 8 inspections in a day, 10 inspections in a day, maybe we wouldn't be that I'm not saying it's going to happen every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but if we could get them to do that, maybe we wouldn't be 14 days out. If we had the ability to up that, if they're going to make us pay a minimum, I guess is my point. But I read through the whole thing. I like the automatic 6% with industry standard. That's a great touch. And I think the spot where we were missing some stuff, that was there was a lot of spots where we were missing fees as far as just administrative, like application fees and stuff like that are on cost recovery basis. So good job, guy. Absolutely.
Palm Beach County issues 5,000 permits a month. We issue 5, 10.
Right.
20.
Yeah.
So obviously we can compare.
Well, it's a monster.
So the revenue is different, that's uncomparable. But having the local building department is good. We do provide service for people. I try to help everyone. When we get complaints, Madam Mayor is aware of one that they complained that they waited so long for inspections. Unfortunately, it was not confirmed, but there's more complaints that there's, that people just can't wait for inspections. And it's not fair to take people's money for permits and provide the service. That is really not something that is really good practice. And then we lose the compliance because people go to the private providers or they just do work without a permit.
Took the words out of my mouth. That's the idea is, I mean, I grew up in this business, so back in the day, if the inspector walked in and he was in a bad mood, you were just done. You may as well go home because you're not going to pass, etc. Some guys would just pass you or fail you. And nowadays the whole there's a big push to customer service and there's a big push to maintaining the compliance with the building code, but the fact of the matter is it has become so easy to have an alternative that when we can't provide that service, it's very easy for them to turn around. And if we've collected, say it's a brand new 4,000 square foot house with a barn with a groom's quarters and all this stuff, everything, and so we've collected some substantial permit fees. If we cannot satisfy that and then they turn and go, I want to go private provider now, then there's refunds that are involved and things like that. So I think we're making a good push forward for the future. So thanks, Jeff. Karen.
Ben has a question for you.
Sorry. So I I think I've talked about it before, but maybe not. Maybe it was in my head. I talked about it. If we're more resilient for hurricanes and that sort of thing and fires, that helps everybody's insurance, homeowners insurance be less. Because when they look at homeowners insurance, what's your zip code, right? If there's been a bunch of house fires, you're going to go up at, how much your insurance is going to go up. So what I'm getting at is there any way we can incentivize people with a lesser amount for, like, let's say a metal roof that's better for fires and hurricanes, or impact windows as opposed to non-impact windows, where we can have a different fee schedule to try and incentivize people to make it more hurricane resistant, fire resistant, to try to help in that way?
Yeah, right now we have tons of choices of roof coverings, obviously metal roofs and different composite roofs and same thing with everything else. So I think it's just by educating people what is the best. We have
I don't think you're following me though.
No, he's saying that under the building code, we have the ability to charge a different permit fee based on the material.
For something with a higher Dade
Or-
County rating.
we can.
So-
It's
And
completely
I-
up to us, yeah.
And I think that would be beneficial because, like I said, I mean, of course, it may take 20 years for you to see that impact, right? But if we try to make people or try to help people, incentivize them by, hey, you get impact windows, your permit fee is 50% as opposed to non-impact window. So then they're like, oh, well, maybe it's worth putting the impact windows in, same thing with the roof. If you do a metal roof.
So could I just, how I would work it, look, if we can adopt this so we can get this in place, we can come back, because it's a work in progress. Fee schedules are always changing. The way that I would look at it, rather than refunding money, I would look at it by putting it a priority permit. Because then you're not losing any money. Because remember, Jack is sitting here and saying, I'm giving you the cost that it's going to incur for us to actually process your permit. So if we do a reduction, you're going to take a loss, which again
But we
is a
can increase
policy.
the other though.
Hmm?
We could increase the other. So if it's
You could
non-impact,
do it that way too.
right?
But then you're punishing people because they can't afford impact
But-
windows.
but
I mean,
if you
that's.
would have-
It's kind of moot though.
Statutorily, that is not gonna be compliant.
Right.
The statute actually says that you should collect, money just for, to cover the cost of a particular permit. And obviously that doesn't work perfectly. Some permits will collect more money, but I don't think you're gonna be able to do the discount and increase somewhere else. There is a further statute says clearly that you have to basically cover the cost of each permit. That includes the work, so it means permitting, plan review, inspections. You should collect just the money that you're using for that, and obviously covers everything else, covers the office, trucks, computers, software, and everything else. But
Is there a time like she was talking
Can we
about?
expedite?
time expedited, absolutely.
Let's come back with a list of what we
Absolutely.
think.
How it's possible to
Right,
incentivize
and
it. Yeah.
this could be done simply without even having ordinance. We can basically have a policy that we can do.
No, I think you need to have an
I think
ordinance
we-
because then people will be like, well, they
So,
followed the
resolution.
policy for me. They did it for me, but not for you. You need to have an ordinance. It needs to be in black and white.
It's a resolution.
Yeah, okay.
One hearing, not two.
It
You
needs
adopt
to
the policy.
be- But it needs to be in black and white, not just an
We have to
internal
list so we can
policy. It needs
define
to
it
be in
and
black and
define it,
white.
yeah.
And if there's something else besides roofs and windows,
Right.
whatever, something that
Yeah.
harden people's homes.
Yeah.
better. And just for residential, not for
Maybe
commercial.
incentive for solar,
Yeah.
Solar?
We don't want people to do solar because then they pay less on their power bill and we get less.
Charter.
But
Yes,
it's more
but
on
you were
insurance
talking about
because they
hurricane.
don't like it on the
How about
roofs.
putting in generators? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
as well. There's, we, a lot of people, it's around here at least, would like to pay more to get a permit faster.
Yeah.
That is the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Do we
I
have a
I don't care how much is, I want to start building today.
Yeah.
Okay, Lisa, is this a quick question so we can recess?
Yeah, on the admin fee, is that something on just certain permits that get an admin fee? Or is
So
it on-
when you look at the fee schedule where it has the filing fee, that is basically the admin fee.
So every permit is also going to have an admin fee associated with it.
So I define it as a filing fee. So every petition in planning and zoning has a filing fee.
So that's my question. So it has to be a certain level of job. It's not like if somebody's going to change out their windows, they have an admin fee.
That's it.
That's okay. Thank you.
So I just want to, just so you understand, your openings have to be rated now. So you're only allowed by code to be able to change a certain number of windows a year without, if you change your windows, they still have to be protected. And I don't mean plywood. So say you're a 1974 house and you have all non-impact windows, but you don't have proper shutters, whether they're not rated, right? Then you have to change, and you want to stay non-impact, right, which is less energy efficient, you have to do the windows plus add shutters,
Right.
right? So you're almost required by code to go impact, because by the time you do both, yeah. So, but yeah, no, I mean, yeah, the biggest complaint ever is I don't get my permit fast enough.
Right. So we're recommending, as it's been presented with one change, we just want to make sure on page 4, if you want to look on the fee schedule, we have a paragraph at the top. We did a typo. It says permit fee includes permit processing, all required inspections and plan review excluding re-inspections. And the plan review should have been excluded. It was included. It should have been excluded.
Okay.
So just one, and I can give you.
So we just need a motion to approve this as it is.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution
your change.
2025 minus or -75, fixing the typo.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks,
I'm
Steve.
going to recess this meeting until 6 o'clock tomorrow night. We will cover the last,
Hold it.
May I? Can we do 6:15?
I'm going to recess this meeting till 6:15
Thanks.
tomorrow night, when we will cover the last 2 items on the agenda, plus our closing comments and remarks. Meeting is recessed.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, folks.